I will help them after and so on, but they maybe like help a few. And there is like plenty of players that just have a really short career, 2, 3 years, 4 maximum, and then like they disappear, and you never know like what they do, because yes, they can make like a lot of money, but they not safe
You've got
until
a long
the end.
life after that. Yeah.
Exactly, you're not safe until the end. So, and it's for some of them it's pretty also like you don't have the same security, I would say, as an employee or something like this.
Yes.
To the EWC Spotlight. We're here to recap everything that you have seen so far. I'm Avali, and joining me today, we've got SINA, Jordan, and Sandstorm ready to break everything down. And I just learned that SINA apparently jumped out of a helicopter. How did you pull that short stick?
I mean, what do you just got to not be late for work sometimes? You know, and you got to learn those lessons the hardest way possible. I think that's the unfortunate reality of it.
Being late for work means you jump out of a helicopter. Sign me up.
Extreme conditions call for, you know, extreme solutions right there. And that's exactly what happened.
Jordan is, you know, part of Falcons. If a player ever showed up late for scrims, would we push them out of a helicopter?
Never.
Never?
No.
Maybe to get them on time, maybe?
Maybe for a good match. Probably.
Match. Okay. We'll keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, Falcons players. But okay, we have to talk about what we just saw at the STC arena stage with CS2. Because what happened to Vitality, man? We were watching them. We thought for a second we had hope. And then it was all dashed.
You know, Anubis happened. You know, it's cool. And then we found ourselves getting a Mirage, or excuse me, into the next map of the series, 16-14 overtime. Like, it's dragged out all the way through and through. But I think the battle at the end there, that last map, you just get to see the class that Donk is in the server. He's a force to be messed with. Scary, really.
Yeah. What do you think about the other games that we got to see on the stage here? Because I feel like there was a ton of back and forth and a lot of great matches.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we think about how this day started, a little bit of Foot Mal's action. Mal's, I don't know. There's question marks around this rebuild a little bit, but for what they showed today, you would expect just a little bit more. Or does that say more about Foot? I think they've been showing some face as well. You look statistically, they're hanging amongst Mal's. They're really not even that far off. And in terms of matchups, this isn't the first rodeo for them and with Mal's. So they got the dub there. Foot had map point for consecutive rounds, Dusty. Map 1. Then we went to OT and Foot closed it out there.
Do you have any predictions for the games in the future moving forward?
Oof. I don't know.
Wow.
Watching this whole legacy Spirit thing that's about to happen, I don't know. That's a wild one. Spirit obviously has Donk. They're fun to watch. But then, you know, the little legacy that could. And I'll put it to you that way.
I love that. Now, of course, we do have our special guest joining us today, Jordan Savelli from Team Falcons. But before I start loading you up with questions, we actually have a question for the chat. So chat, let us know, what do you think a typical day looks like for someone working at Team Falcons? Apparently, you won't be pushed out of a helicopter, so don't worry there. Now, I'm not going to let you give chat the answer just yet. So instead, I've got a question for you, because Falcons have players competing across more than 20 countries and 20 different game titles. How do you manage such a huge global operation while continuing to scout and develop new talent?
It's a big challenge, but we have like a lot of staff around the world, especially like managers dedicated to each games. And I think like that's the strength of Falcons at the moment. We're just like trying to get like as much staff as possible and also like scouts on different country and games.
Do you have like a favorite unsung hero of the staff that a lot of people don't think about?
To be honest, like all the managers that I'm working with are really, really good. But especially like the one that I'm working really close with, which is like my general manager managing Europe and the general manager for the MENA region. Like we're working really closely together, and it's just, yeah, they're just like putting a lot of work and to make these things happens.
Amazing. Shout out to all the managers out there. But our next question for you, with the club championship potentially going down to the final days, how do you manage the pressure across so many different teams and make sure everyone is pulling in the same direction?
That's a really good question. We have like a mental coach and psychologist with us, and working with all talent that are still in. Again, the managers know their players, so they know also how to talk to them, how to maybe like pressure a bit, like get pressure out of their shoulder if they need to for interviews or stuff like this. But to be honest, like we have players that are ready to compete here. We don't put extra pressure; they have enough already, and we also like try to manage pressure for us.
Have you ever pulled any pieces of wisdom for one of like the mental coaches that you guys have?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Sana, have you ever spoken with like a mental coach?
Probably not enough, in all things considered. Yeah.
You just start raging in the middle of the game. You need someone to speak with, right?
100%. Otherwise, I'm yelling at the wall.
Absolutely.
Might as well be yelling at my teammates, but wall teammates, same thing.
But we can't be banned. We have to be positive. Now, of course, you have just eliminated the defending EWC champions in CS2 and moved further ahead in the club championship. Does a result like this change how the organization approaches the rest of the tournament? Or does the message remain simply one match at a time?
One match at a time.
There you go. Just one match at a time. One match.
Yeah, one match at a
Across
time.
4 stages.
Right now, unfortunately, on CS, like it's just, we're out, unfortunately. But we still have Trackmania and Fortnite, so hopefully we'll go through that.
Yeah, and we do have the chat answer guessing what happens in Falcons, and they just said we play CSGO. Or you guys play CSGO, is that it?
Yeah, I'm just like doing this like 24/7, and I'm still shit.
Yeah, it's funny because I think they were trying to play CSGO today, but we were playing CS2 competition around here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. A little bit dated.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky.
A little bit dated here. All right, we actually have one more question for the chat here. Which Falcons player has surprised you the most at EWC this year? Let us know in the chat. And then finally, we have one more question for you here. Falcons have become one of the most ambitious organizations in esports globally. When you look at the next few years, is the goal to dominate individual titles, win the club championship, or ultimately build an organization capable of doing both consistently?
We have like a high ambition for sure. It's a bit complicated to say that we will be able to just like win on individual games and also EWC. I think that right now we have like a right balance and we have the opportunity to win, for example, like TI on Dota and the major on CS, which is like important for us. Now, like we try to repeat this on other games. But as you say, like we have like a lot of games, so we have to also like prioritize some games. And well, right now I'm still focused on EWC 2026, and we'll see like what will be the plan for the next year. But the goal of Falcons is to create a legacy for many years.
Nice. And we can't wait to see that legacy play out. Of course, let us know your answers in the chat so we could potentially mock them up here on the couches. But we still have 3 more games that we need to talk about, Sandstorm. Let's start over in the Qiddiya City grid with Fortnite. What do we see?
Okay, so today we wrapped up the survival stage, so we know who are the 20 duos that are going to be competing. Falcons have Peterbot and Poyo, 2 of the best duos to ever touch the game, specifically Peterbot as well. They rarely ever, I want to say, like end up below top 8, so Falcons can kind of guarantee at least 200 points from them. And when you're looking at the other teams, AGAL, they have Sky and Scroll, who barely made it to the survival stage in the last game as well. Very final moments, they had to clutch it, and they did. So that, I want to say, is the only competition that I can see for Falcons at the moment. I would talk a little bit more about Vitality, but with them being out of CS, that's a bit of a yikes.
That's a oof.
Yeah.
I did really enjoy seeing Zeta Division, though, pick up those 2 back-to-back wins, because they just look so excited to see the guy.
But
like,
they didn't make it by 1 point.
1 point!
1 point.
Literally
like
just
a
1 point!
back-to-back win and then 1 point difference. Absolutely crushing.
Broke my heart into a million different pieces. But let's go ahead and move over to the Allianz Vault, where we saw some CROSSFIRE
That we did. Now, when it comes to CROSSFIRE, yesterday we saw the result. The reigning champions in AJAL, they got knocked out by BaiSha, and BaiSha also won the semifinals today against, I believe, KINGZERO. It was a 3-1 comeback after they lost the first game. Now they're in the finals, and I don't think they're going to lose it. And on the other side, you had Team Stallions in the, I want to say one of the Saudi representatives, but they are a Filipino team from Cebu. I was hoping that they would make it into the finals, personally, because I've seen them last year, and they're an incredibly lovely roster. But Team Liquid, first time Brazilians are going to be in the grand final of an international competition for CROSSFIRE against one of the best in BaiSha. So it's going to be a very spicy finals.
Yeah, especially because they need some of those CC points. And finally, over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we had a little bit of track mania. Who was the fastest?
Okay, I mean, obviously, you're talking about 7-time world champion Carl Jr. with Team Falcons. And the thing is, he's in the same group as one of the Vitality racers as well. So that's going to be a very interesting one. But you also have two of the AGAL players as well on the same side in the same bracket. I want to say different groups, but same side of the bracket. So maybe they can guarantee having at least one player in the grand finals. So they have to hope, pray, and do everything that they can to make sure that AGAL have someone in the finals. And they also need someone in Fortnite, in Sky and Scroll to compete. Because outside of that, AGAL need one win at least to compete with Falcons. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough.
Are you nervous about holding that position, especially with the games that we've seen so far?
Really nervous, to be honest. It's just like it's only 300 points behind us, and it's like, yeah, I feel them like, you know, just like in my neck here, trying to smell me. So yeah, it's a little bit like tricky at the moment.
It's like personal space.
Just a little bit.
But okay, let's go ahead and talk about what the club championship points look like right now. We could go ahead, pull up the rankings just to see how close that race truly is for the top there, Sandstorm.
Yeah, now when we're looking at it, 4,600 for Team Falcons, AJAL 4,300. Falcons, once again, they still have, of course, the representative in Fortnite and in Trackmania, so they can still stand to make, I want to say, at least 400 points. Carl Jr. needs to win the first race. That makes it into quarters, or semis rather, so that would be top 8 for him. And then when it comes to Falcons in Fortnite, Peter Bot and Poyo, I don't think they would drop below 8, because they've been consistently doing very good job so far. They qualified instantly from the first day of the groups. They didn't have to go through survival, so they had a little bit more time to study their opponents, scrim, and practice and get themselves into the best shape possible. And even Peter Bot himself said, I am winning this competition. I am winning Fortnite because I want the club championship to come home to Team Falcons. So if he says it, I don't think he's going to drop the ball on this one.
I don't know. I feel like there's confidence to be had there.
Yeah. Like players are confident.
Confidence for the players, but I think it's still more stress for you.
Yeah, it's more stressful. I'm not the one like behind. Well, thanks for that, but I'm not the one like playing, so you stress like twice.
Of course. Well, before we go ahead and wrap up this show here, is there anything that you'd like to say either to the Falcons players or the Falcons fans who have been watching you this entire time?
I would say like just enjoy the last 2 days of the competition. May the best win, and I hope that it's us. So yeah, it's just this. But no, thanks to everyone like watching, supporting, and the player like putting a lot of effort to bring this trophy back home in Saudi.
Of course. And Stunna, where can we catch your next death-defying move?
No more of that, please. I think I had enough of that in the past year's time frame. Did it 2 times, kind of unnecessary the second time. I just want to say the Counter-Strike continues. Unfortunate realities, commiserations for the Falcon side. I think they'll have to go back to, you talked about Legacy a second ago, they'll have to go back and try to find a T side, because it just didn't exist earlier today. No offense, but no offense.
You and me are just going to have to find out what happens next, Sandstorm. But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. 16 of the world's best teams have gathered here in Paris to earn their right to be crowned the next CROSSFIRE champion. But before that, here's how the tournament works. The playoffs. The playoffs will consist of teams who have qualified from the upper bracket of the group stage and will be seeded at random. The top 2 seeded teams can then select their opponents from the pool of lower bracket qualifiers of the other group, while the other 2 upper bracket teams are matched up with the remaining 2 lower bracket teams, also from the other group. The playoffs will be a brutal single elimination bracket with best of 3 matches for the quarterfinals and best of 5 matches for the semifinals, third place match, and of course, the grand final. Time to witness greatness, upsets, and everything in between, right here at EWC 2026.
KINGZERO-eSports. They relentlessly paved their way through the competition with only a single map loss. But that loss showed the crack in the armor. Now being shattered by BaiSha Gaming, their shot is no longer at glory, but at redemption.
And redemption it will also be for Team Stallions. The Philippine Cavalry got stopped in their tracks by Team Liquid. And for their battle against KINGZERO, they have to give their best, their all, their greatest to show and prove who's the better team.
Team Liquid. The Brazilian team has been able to push themselves a 3-2 against Team Stallions, now faces their next opponent.
BaiSha Gaming looked more confident than ever, taking down AGAL and of course taking down KINGZERO in the process, but now they have one final test.
And Team Liquid is prepared to battle for it all.
Welcome everyone to the 2026 Esports World Cup in Paris, France. This morning, we decided to get a little bit of sun. We're in front of the historic monument, Invalides Esplanade, and the reason why is because we're set up for a historic grand finals. Hey everyone, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Lucy and Kyle. Lucy, it's grand finals day.
Yeah, and I mean, what an incredible set. I don't think I've ever been in such an amazing spot for a final day, and it's perfect, right? It's exactly setting the mood for what's to come.
That's right, and what is to come is, again, a historic grand finals. Brazil represented alongside that of China, and we've got some legends ready to battle it out. But what are they fighting for, Kyle? $2 million, right?
Yeah, massive $2 million prize pool. Not only that, $750,000 for that first place prize. And I know both of these teams are gunning for it because it's been a while since either had a chance to claim that first place prize.
That's right. It has been a while. In fact, for Brazil, 2 years. It's been even longer since they lifted a trophy. And for the other, well, they want to be back on top, stolen away from them back in 2023. Today's going to be a good day, but yesterday was incredible. The stories continued on. And to get you caught up to speed with how we ended up today, we got B-Dog and Elfish Guy.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, of course, yesterday we had a couple of banger matchups. First of all, starting with that matchup between the two CFPL teams, BaiSha and KINGZERO, which was a rematch between them from the group stage, that one being won, of course, by KINGZERO, and also their CFPL grand final, which was won by BaiSha. So going into it, we weren't too sure what to expect. It was a matchup that felt like it could go either way, particularly after KINGZERO picked up that opening map of Ankara. Very, very close map there, but then BaiSha swept the rest of the series, and of course, they're looking good going into the grand final today.
Absolutely, and then we had a 5-map banger between Team Liquid and the Stallions. Stallions came out the gate swinging. They were dominant on their map picks, and for Liquid, it was a grind. They made it to overtime in multiple maps. They were able to get it over the line just about. That last map, Stallions tried their best, but the MVP nearly of the event in No was having his worst map ever. It wasn't enough for the Stallions. Team Liquid make the grand final. That's what happened yesterday. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you as always, B-Dog and Elfish Guy. Yeah, yesterday was absolute insanity. It was a day of revenge, and revenge was gained for one but not the other. KINGZERO BaiSha went to absolute war.
Yeah, two teams that have no, blood loss between them. So many times have met in the head-to-head. KINGZERO have had the better of them so many times, but not in this moment. BaiSha, it feels like they've got plot armor right now.
Yeah, it feels like KINGZERO, they had such a good chance. They even beat them earlier on in the event, but unfortunately, when it comes to those high-stakes situations, the classic BaiSha shows up once again.
Yeah, BaiSha, they've already beat AGAL to get to this point, so taking down KINGZERO was just a stepping stone to get into the grand finals. But then we had another series go the distance. It went all the way. It was Stallions versus Team Liquid. Again, another revenge match, but this time, revenge wasn't gained.
Yeah, Liquid proving that it wasn't a fluke, right? They're able to do it not just in the best of 3, but in the best of 5. But for Stallions, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right? You dominate on your map picks, it comes to theirs, and it's, these really close overtime affairs. But then in the final map, well, Liquid showed they've got a point to prove.
Yeah, so disappointing, especially, No having his worst performance of the tournament right when they needed his star power the most. But on top of that, on the other side, you have Gokhan showing up in full form and the rest of his team alongside him.
It was a tough day for sure, especially for the Stallions, who are absolutely heartbroken, but they still play today for 3rd place. But who's going to win it all? We need our predictions with Laz and Valdez.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We are here to talk about our expectations for the 3rd place match and the finals. Laz, what are your thoughts on the 3rd place match? Of course, we have KINGZERO up against Stallions for this one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bar burner, right? I definitely feel like Stallions have themselves a good opportunity here. Even though they weren't able to get themselves in that finals, I think I'm still expecting them to be able to clinch themselves a win here, but it's definitely going to be a nail-biter.
It should be a nail-biter. I think it's going to go all the way. I think Team Stallions just have a way of doing that, and KINGZERO are a fantastic team. Really might just come down to the emotions of the day. Who's kind of on the ball for that matchup. And of course, for the big finals, we do have Team Liquid, who did make it in, up against BaiSha Gaming, the big favorites in this one. What do you think about this, Laz?
This is a very exciting game. A lot of storylines. Gokhan fighting for his chance to get himself an international title, right? This is something Liquid have been fighting for a long amount of years. So I'm very excited, but I do think that BaiSha are looking very strong, though.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, for Team Liquid, BaiSha just have such a great matchup into this team. They always do really well against the Brazilian teams, but we'll see if Team Liquid and Gokhan have it in the tank this time around. So I'm expecting BaiSha, but we'll see. And guys, let's throw it back over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laz and Valdez. Of course, given their predictions, now it's time to give ours. Who do we think is going to win grand finals and take the trophy? You got two wonderful teams. BaiSha on one end, but on the other, you got Team Liquid.
Yeah, and I think no matter the outcome, it's a great storyline, right? We're talking a lot about Gokhan and finally lifting that trophy he's been chasing so long. N9, who hasn't got that EWC under his belt, but just looking at the trajectory of these two teams across the event, I think BaiSha and the fact they've already taken out AGAL, that felt to me like the moment where they were saying, we're going to win this entire thing. So going from there, beating KINGZERO, just feels like they've gotten the most difficult battles out of the way already, and I think they're going to have a pretty straightforward time in this grand final.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I feel like we look at AG and KZ, those were the two fan favorites to potentially win coming into this event, and BaiSha dethrones both of them on their path to the finals. But Team Liquid can't be underestimated either. They've got two former CFS champions on this team, and Gokhan going into his 6th top 4 appearance where he's yet to lift a trophy. He's going to be hungrier than ever.
And Kyle, going back to you real quick, Team Liquid. Now, a lot of people would look at, CROSSFIRE. China's the best region out there. Brazil, they're the underdogs, but they've got a secret up their sleeve. When it comes to Team Liquid, there's somebody that might know BaiSha's playbook.
Yeah, Gokhan had 2 seasons of CFPL with the BaiSha Gaming roster, so if anyone knows how to dismantle this team, it's someone who has the ability to have that knowledge from the inside.
Yeah, and Adrian and Danimals know what that feeling is like as well, to get into that kind of grand final, to lift a trophy. So I think they have the experience. It's just whether it can show up against a team of the caliber of BaiSha.
But the only thing is, and I'm curious what you two think, does it show strength? Team Liquid went all the way against Stallions, or does it might show a little bit of weakness going into the strength of BaiSha?
It's good that they were able to show their full playbook across a series of maps. The fact that we get that port decider and they look so convincing on it. But my concern is their map picks were very close, right? Both OTs. And they got kind of wiped when it came to the map picks of Stallions. So it doesn't inspire the greatest confidence compared to how dominant BaiSha's run has been.
And that's just it. The maps that they win, it went all the way the distance. But then the maps they lost, they got absolutely decimated.
Yeah, no decisive maps for Liquid in that series, so they're going to have to really bring their A game, I think, if they want to win this one. We talked about the inconsistency of players like Danimal. He didn't really step up until the final map of the series, but if you want to beat BaiSha, you have to be on point all 5 maps.
That's right. Well, the club championship race is well underway. We've been giving you updates all 7 weeks, but it's coming down to the wire between Falcons and AGAL, and we need Trav to give us a club championship update powered by Aramco.
Club Championship comes to its crescendo today. With CROSSFIRE out the way and not too relevant for the larger Club Championship storylines, Team Liquids will still be trying to get as many points as possible and move up the Club Championship leaderboard. The same goes for CS2, as our big clubs in AGL, Team Falcons, Team Vitality and Na'Vi won't be present in that game either. It all comes down to Trackmania and Fortnite. In Trackmania, it's Carl Jr. for Team Falcons who's expected to come out on top and get those 1,000 points, which puts so much pressure on AGL's duo in Fortnite to do incredibly well and match their score. They still need to do well in Trackmania as well and get some points from that to be able to eclipse Team Falcons at the top of the leaderboard and take their place as the 2026 champions. We'll be crowning someone this week. Stay tuned and find out who it is.
Thank you, Trav, as always, for the Club Championship update. It's getting close at the top, and we're probably going to have a winner either today or tomorrow. But we know for a fact today is going to be action-packed when it comes to the Allianz Vaults for CROSSFIRE. 2 great matches, one to decide who gets 3rd or 4th. That's Stallions versus KINGZERO, but as well, the Grand Finals. And come on, that's a banger matchup. We got Team Liquid going against BaiSha. And it's time to move in to our PS5 story of the day. A new king is guaranteed to be crowned. Will it be BaiSha? Will it be Team Liquid? Now, for TL, representing Brazil, it's been a long time since they had this opportunity.
Yeah, it truly has. I mean, Brazil hasn't lifted the trophy since 2019, and that is when Gouken joined into the scene. But unfortunately for him, he actually lost to the other Brazilian team in that final, and now he's got to prove himself because every time it's been him in a top 4 situation. This is his 6th time, but he's fallen short in the past every single time. But maybe this time he'll have what it takes.
Yeah, like a proper legend of the game, the king uncrowned, and he's just never given up that dream, right? Now reunites with Adrian, with Danimals who had that experience lifting the trophy, right? And this dream run they've been on, considering they weren't even the top of Brazil, right, coming into this event. We saw them take down Stallions twice, and it's very clear they're here to compete.
You know, going over to BaiSha, at one point they were considered the best in the world when it came to CROSSFIRE, but a team took it away from them. That was AGAL. However, BaiSha, they've had an incredible run, and they beat AGAL, and they are now at the moment, the precipice where they can once again be back on top.
Yeah, I mean, for BaiSha, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. AG out of the picture, KZ now out of the picture as well, and they know Team Liquid very well. I mean, Gouken was their teammate after all, so they know how he likes to play and how to shut him down. And of course, they've got that secret weapon of N9.
Absolutely. I mean, N9, this is the other story, right? This is the one trophy he's missing, and now they've defeated their demons of AGL, who have haunted them in, it feels like, every single final across their career. Now they have the best opportunity they've ever had to lift this trophy.
They're going to have to fight hard, though. Team Liquid is not going to go down without a fight. For BaiSha, can they return to glory? They are as close as ever. All they got to do is get over the finish line. They were here last year. They return once again this year. But will it be a different result? Now, for Stallions and KINGZERO, they're about to take the stage and fight to the death. Who's going to get the win? We'll find out in just a moment. Well, we've talked grand finals, but now it's time to talk 3rd and 4th. Look, there's still a lot of pride on the line, plus thousands and thousands of dollars to be earned if you bump yourself up from 4th to 3rd. It's Stallions versus KINGZERO, Philippines versus China. Now, Stallions yesterday took a heavy, heartbreaking loss to Team Liquid. They went the distance, but it wasn't enough to get over the finish line.
Yeah, heartbreaking is the right word for it, right? Because they dominated their maps and it was overtime on Team Liquid's, but at the end of the day, they couldn't get it done on that deciding map, and that's what matters. You need to be able to step up in every single moment, and maybe it was just the best of 5. That grind wasn't able to get over the line, but hey, that's just how it goes.
I saw them backstage and they looked devastated. Honestly, a lot of the fans were too, but again, it was a great series from Team Liquid, who ultimately got the win. For Stallions, they've got to snap back today.
Yeah, they really do. We talk about this team being the team of vibes, but the vibes were not there on map 5. That's the only time I've seen them without smiles on their faces throughout this tournament, and I would love to see them end this one with a smile on all their faces.
But on the opposite side, KINGZERO also heartbreak too. They are defeated by BaiSha. They dropped down. For them, they were arguably the favorite to be in grand finals. Now they're going to have to settle for 3rd place, but they're still a talented roster.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason this team was able to beat BaiSha during the group stage, right? They had the head-to-head on them, just couldn't get it over the line when the pressure was on in the best of 5. But they've already shown that, you know, they are a team to be feared. And considering just the depth of talent on that squad, it's going to be difficult for Stallions.
And speaking of one of those talents, let's talk Ice. He is called the baby in 9. Well, Big in 9 is already in the grand finals. Ice is going to have to settle for potentially 3rd place, but he's opposite of No, the star-studded player when it comes to the Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, the big benefit in Ice is this is his debut as an international player. Noah's had multiple years to develop and get to that level, but for Ice, you've got to hand it to him. For a first event, he's playing lights out.
Yeah, it's been really great to see him, right? You know, we saw the comparison with N9 stats and the fact that he was going neck and neck with him. I mean, I think No might eclipse him a little bit just in terms of the impact, but you were saying earlier to me that you think Ice is the better team player, and I think that makes a big difference when it comes to a best of 5.
It's going to be another best of 5, and when it comes to Stallions, will history repeat itself? Will they settle for 4th, or will they do better this year at EWC and get 3rd place, or will KINGZERO shut them down? It's Stallions versus KINGZERO for 3rd place.
Para mim, o estilo de jogo da BaiSha é um estilo de jogo parecido com o nosso, então acho que vai ser um jogo muito estudado.
ADRF 他也是巴西非常有经验的一名突破选手了，所以说对于他们的比赛，我们要非常的严谨。
SDS 是一支非常强劲的队伍，每个人都有非常好的个人能力，然后在射击这一块都非常的擅长。
Yung KINGZERO malakas na team sa China din, kaso kaya namin sila talunin kasi tinalo na namin sila sa ACL.
我们还会用我们自己最佳的状态来对阵这场激进争夺战的，毕竟激进也是军。
Hindi namin yan ibibigay.
Team Liquid 让我们一起打出一场精彩的比赛。
Esteja preparado porque nós chegamos para poder vencer o campeonato.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for 2 Titans to face off in our 3rd and 4th place deciding match. Right now we have KINGZERO versus the Stallions, and the tear that they have been on has been generational.
Absolutely incredible week for both. Unfortunately fell short in semifinals, but a mighty important match right now. $80,000 on the line for the difference of cash prize, of course, along with club championship points, and of course secure that 3rd place. This is a regional showdown. You say it best. It's Philippines, it's China, one of the best region against the regions that's trying to establish themselves as a competitor. Extremely important for them.
The Stallions have let it be known how important it is to represent the Philippines on the biggest stage in the world of CROSSFIRE, right here at the Esports World Cup. And right now they are trying their best to etch out their names in history and qualify for that 3rd place position.
Absolutely, it is time, Rob. The players are next to us and ready to get in the first map, of course. Guys, KINGZERO versus Stallions. You can go and take your spot at the desk, take a seat and get ready. It is time to kick off the 3rd place match, Rob. First match of the day, of course. Grand finals is later. It is finals day here at EWC 2026. KINGZERO versus Team Stallions to kick off the hype today. Let's take a look at who gets 3rd of this mighty competition.
Thank you, Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus setting the stage right. 3rd place is up for grabs, and we've got 2 Titans ready to throw down. KINGZERO versus the Stallions. As they said, the Philippines versus China. Last year, Stallions were in this very position, and they were only able to secure 4th. And I say only respectfully, that is still a tremendous accomplishment. Let's not forget 16 teams entered. We're now down to our top 4. For Team Stallions, still the fan favorite, 80% to the 20 of KINGZERO.
Yeah, I mean, no surprises here. Stallions fans really want this team to rally for one final moment on stage and walk away with that third place victory. So moving forward for them, this is a chance to show they can at least finish with a better placement than last year.
Yeah, poor KINGZERO. I don't think they've ever been the favorites from the fans in any of these matchups. It's because they've been going up against so many favorite teams, right? And for Stallions, yeah, absolutely. Especially because last time they're in this position, again, it was against a Chinese team, right? Evolution Power fell down there without getting a map. They definitely want redemption here.
Redemption is definitely the name of the game. Now for KINGZERO, though, they're still playing with a lot. We talked about the story of Ice and how far he wants to go. Getting third place at his first international event would be a tremendous accomplishment. But again, for Stallions, getting third place, bettering what they did last year. And again, still earning a tremendous amount of money. We take a look at Loy. Yesterday, loved watching him play, shooting bodies left and right. He was talking that trash. Let's see if he comes in with that energy today.
Yeah, I really hope they do. It's easy to feel like you're a bit defeated after falling short of the grand finals, but this is a team that needs to come in with that same energy we've seen all tournament long from them, because when the vibes are good, Stallions are just a fun team to watch.
Yeah, and with the pressure off, right, I feel like that will allow them to play a bit loose, a bit more fun and engaging. So yeah, I think they're still going to come in hot. I mean, no, he only missed a beat once out of every map they've played. That's not going to happen here. He's going to be having a fantastic time. I think KLP especially, you know, he's a player that I think has struggled in the pressure moments a few times. So this is a great opportunity for him to show what he's got up against a very capable sniper on the other side. I mean, Tong has been absolutely phenomenal.
And just to put it in perspective, by the way, fourth place 130, third place 210. That's an $80,000 difference. That is a lot of money, whether you're talking about China, the Philippines. I mean, you could do a lot. 80,000 different things, right, with third place.
Yeah, really some life-changing money on the line. But more importantly for these teams, it's just the glory of that third-place team walking away with it, just because I feel like both of these teams, they still have a lot more to prove beyond this event. They have CFS on the horizon and in their eyes.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's not just this. This isn't the end of the calendar year. Sure, this is the biggest prize in CROSSFIRE, so certainly the most prestige. But with CROSSFIRE starts around the corner, you want to be going into that with your head held high and with as higher ranking as you could have placed.
Looking at the Stallions, it's hard to see that energy that we've been witnessing throughout the previous days. But also on the side of KINGZERO too, they look less than enthused. But then again, once I'm sure the game starts, they're going to explode with energy. They're going to be screaming. How could you not? After all, you're playing on one of the biggest stages of CROSSFIRE.
I hope so, especially for KINGZERO, because we saw their BaiSha. They came into every single one of those maps in the best of 5 on the back foot. It felt like it really took them a long time to get engaged. When they started playing their game, when they started shooting hard, they were unbelievable, but they were always on the back foot. So I really do hope they start strong here rather than just letting Stallions walk over them.
Yeah, not only that, I feel like we give, on the opposite side, Tanks a lot of credit, but the coach here for KINGZERO is also an incredible mind behind this team. Harlan, he's been around the scene for a long time. He's actually the CFS 2015 world champion, and he has a lot he can bring to this team.
Coaches make a big difference when it comes to these rosters, especially the fact that they get to stand right behind them and keep them in check. And you're right, both coaches on either side has done a tremendous job, again, to get top 4. The opportunity to, again, both teams are walking away with a minimum of $130,000. That's more than a lot of tournaments played on the EWC stage. Plus, you get 210 for third place. Just such an honor, really. CROSSFIRE is incredible. It really is. And Kyle, you mentioned it, CFS also on the horizon. This is going to be a good litmus test of what we could see there. Let's not forget that KINGZERO, Stallions should both be there. I mean, this could very well be another match that we see in the future at CFS. So if you're thinking Stallions, you're thinking KINGZERO, you want to beat the other team because you want even more confidence going into CFS over in Wuhan.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And especially, I think, you know, for Stallions, I think third place would be the bare minimum you're kind of hoping coming into this, right? Given what you achieved last year, what you achieved at CFS last year, right? Coming in second place there, you want to maintain these top 4, top 3 finishes if possible. For KINGZERO, it's just been brilliant, right? We've spoken so much about Ice and his addition to this team coming up from the academy roster, gets the shot at the tier 1 level this year, and already they're really flying with him.
Let's see what's going to happen, and we take a look at our vetoes. What maps are going to be played? It's another best of 5. There will be 2 bans, and the rest of the maps will follow. First ban coming out is going to be from the side of KINGZERO with New Mexico. We wait for Stallions, and they'll pick Black Widow, which means map number 1 is going to be what?
I'm thinking sub-base. Both teams really enjoy this map. I think the only worry if the side of Stallions get port early is will No have a similar fate, but it's actually KingZero starting this off with an Ankara pick.
Yeah, no surprise with the Ankara, right? It's been a go-to for them. It was going to be that or maybe the Black Widow if it was let through. The only outside thing would be maybe new compound, right? Because Stallions did struggle on that. That was one of the maps that they did concede to Team Liquid in that series. So I feel like maybe Casey had an opportunity to take it there, but that might end up being our decider.
Yeah, looking at the second pick here, KingZero going to pull out that Eagle Eye 2.0. No surprises there. It's a very strong map for this roster. We just talked about the potential they have on it, especially someone like Ice who can really open up those rounds. And of course, it's all going to come down to port at the end, the decider. That is a scary one for Stallions to see at the end of a best of 5.
Yeah, right. Because literally you're getting kind of the Stockholm syndrome of yesterday, the deja vu, that port looming in the background. It's been a common decider in the best of 5s. I feel like it's untested territory for a lot of these teams on the international stage, just because it has been avoided in a lot of vetoes, which makes it a really spicy kind of final place if we do get to that map.
Are we going with the same narrative that if Stallions can win Ankara, they've got sub-base next, arguably they could be leading 2-0?
Yeah, I feel like they have a really good chance to redeem themselves, because if you think of the series yesterday, every map was either very close, Stallions fall short, but some of these maps they were completely dominating against Team Liquid on, so they've got a really good shot at this.
It's the matchup between Stallions and KingZero, Philippines versus China. It's for third place, but again, if you win an additional $80,000. Your prize pool goes from $130 to $210. That is absolutely life-changing money for both of these regions and both of these teams. It's Stallions versus KingZero. Let's head into Ankara.
And we can jump straight into this immediately. It isn't just the prize money on the line, it's also the pride for both of these rosters. The desk have phrased it perfectly. Stallions top 3, an improvement on last year. For KingZero, the expectations held even higher based on their performances straight into Ankara, straight on the blacklist side for the Stallions as they dodge the nades as they head outside A.
Now, quite a lot to look forward to for both of these teams throughout the rest of the year as well. So a top 3 at EWC would kickstart that international year nicely. It'll be a slight improvement for Stallions, who did take top 4 last time at EWC. And of course, a little bit of a step back, I guess, in comparison to CFS 2025. But, you know, they can build into this year nicely, and I think they will still look at themselves as a very real title contender come CFS later on in the year. So just getting those international reps in as best as possible for both of these two teams, I think very important. So this third place matchup has a lot to play for both Stallions and for KingZero. Interestingly enough, a little bit of a slower start and a bit more of a attention to this round for Stallions than what we might be used to. Looks like things are going to start to brew towards this A side of the map in just a minute. Stallions very much setting themselves up for a hit.
They will go into it. Line up the utility right now, but the good news is that YF is making his way over, so there will at least be one sniper to try and defend, but maybe the entries are just going to go in favor of No. That is until that sniper chimes in for a multi-kill. And whilst the initial hit went well for the Stallions, it is only one casualty until the very end. KingZero hold firm.
Yeah, going to have to do a little bit better than that. I think KingZero are going to be looking at how things have played out here in the playoffs and feeling maybe a little bit hard done by in terms of the draw that they had, having to face BaiSha, and had it not been BaiSha, it would have been AG. So it was always going to be a really, really tough run for them to make it through to that grand final, but they are still a quality team. Make no mistake about that. Made it to the grand final of CFPL. They're going to try and show exactly what they've got for us on this stage. Early on, into round number 2, a couple of trades going back and forth, but JJ has just brought this round open with 2 quick picks over on the A side of the map. Aggression out from KingZero punished.
You did say as well the other day, right, that for teams, especially on the GR side, when they do look to go aggressive, it will be early into the round outside of A. Tong is low, and never mind. I was going to say, he's got the bomb, but he had the bomb for only a second and a half. Great swing, good catch out of JJ. And Stallions immediately answer back. It's interesting that KingZero are the ones actually changing the tempo so early into this map. The fact that we normally speak about Stallions, we hold them in the high regard for how chaotic their playstyle is. It's actually KingZero to give it a look forward here, punished by the Stallions. And you're right, just touching again, just on the run that KingZero have been on, that they've won against every team internationally at this event. The only team that they've actually lost to is BaiSha. So It's one of those where you can still have your head held high because you are in a very high regard when it comes to teams in the CROSSFIRE space. If you can go out, finish in third, again, only losing to your domestic competition, but proving yourself on the international stage by beating every international team, that's a good look. Straight into A, felt like a good look for the Stallions, but apparently not.
Wow.
That is huge. Out of KingZero, 9U, and XN all chiming in with multi-kills. KLP is scratching his head thinking, what went wrong? Everyone was just alive.
Very, very nice round from 9U, who is a player that has been, I guess, copping some criticism throughout the event so far. We've kind of highlighted that he's had a couple of slower maps, let's say. This one off to a good start. Huge round from him. Keeps KingZero in the lead for the moment, 2-1. Obviously, still a long way to go, but just the way that this is looking at the moment, it seems like KingZero a little bit more switched on than Stallions, feeling pretty sharp, and traditionally one of the greatest assets for Stallions is their firepower. So if they're not able to match KingZero in that department, well, I think they might not have a whole lot to play with in this game. Because again, KingZero are one of those far more methodical, far more strategic teams that are, and they make a lot of really good decisions. Whereas I feel like in a lot of cases, Stallions do just get by on their firepower. So I need to kind of find that at some point. Otherwise, KingZero are going to run through this game pretty quick.
Yeah, you're right. It does feel like, yeah, Stallions rely a lot more on their brawn, whereas KingZero, their fundamentals, their principles, especially when it comes to those retakes and the afterplants, are definitely favoring them. Massive nade onto YF early, though, at the start of round 4. Stallions now looking to potentially reassess the situation. They're going to go straight into Tong's scope, and it's a missed opportunity, but at least it's information here for KingZero. They've also got the hotel control too. Lawyer is lurking, and Stallions actually pull the plug. They're going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, dissuaded from committing to that initial push through middle. Obviously a lot of time yet to play with here for Stallions, so they'll just look to regroup themselves over towards the B side of the map. You do have a number of defenders there for KingZero. Ice is looking for info. No denies that. Going to be a bit of a concern now for KingZero, though, that this B side is under pressure, so they will start to rotate the A players off. It's a bit of a gamble, but first connection there is good from Tong. That's going to slow Stallions down. Now the rotates come across, so KingZero will surely have enough to hold on to this site. Maybe not. KLB and JJ just hitting some prime entries. And YF and XN holding on for dear life, but unable to do enough. Leaves just XN alive. They almost line up for him. End of the day, not going to be enough, though, from KingZero, and Stallions bounce back.
Really surprised that Tong wasn't ready for that scale in there, because he's the one that gets the info anyway. He's the one that actually gets that first pick on the long corridor, and then he falls back, and he's just holding a little bit too tight. It's not a wider angle. Unprepared for them scaling up towards that site. And I love the outpour from the Stallions. As soon as they get that first contact, they all swarm the site. It makes it so difficult for those defenders just to hold on. That's exactly what you want, especially in a third place decider game, that this is going back and forth. It isn't just one team running over the other. We are starting to see Stallions wake up, warm up a little bit. And it's as the Death said as well, it's nice to see KingZero start strong, because I think it was you that made the point, Jordan, like every map, BaiSha always had the early lead against KingZero in that semi-final.
Yeah, I think it was 4 maps in a row they got the first round. KingZero were always playing from behind. They were able to hang in that series pretty nicely, even despite the fact that it was a 3-1, which ended up being, I suppose, comfortable for BaiSha. The maps really were quite tight. Good damage out of the grenade early on in this round, by the way, onto JJ. He's going to start to pivot that bomb back in towards middle. YF chiming in, starting things off with the TRG. You got that double TRG set up again, persisting for KingZero. Working out okay. Stallions almost playing into their hands by bringing a bit of a slower pace to this game. 9U's been able to push forward here into the vent as well, and his information is going to be given there by XN, so he'll be prepared for a potential push coming in his direction. Stallions still not thinking about committing, though.
It's actually really interesting, because I know that they've placed very highly at events recently in the CROSSFIRE calendar, have the Stallions, but it still feels like a brand new, inexperienced team. They got to remember, like, No, for example, star player's like 16 years old. So, like, they will build into this. The fact that they keep making these statements, it is really good when it comes to the placements. You got to give them time. Nice shot out of Tong. You don't want to give him too much time because he'll just take it away from you. A jump down with the pistol is good enough with Ice, but suddenly, No is on the prowl. A double kill back, hoping for more. I like the fact that 9U and XN are grouped together. No isn't going to be aware of how close these players truly are. He will punch in the digits, but that's going to be the last action he has in this round. It's a good grouping, and it's a good kill. KINGZERO will take the lead again.
It must have been a nice double kill there from No at the back end, but unfortunately just going to have a little bit too much to do in what was essentially a 1v4. Hard to say, though, that either of these two teams have really got the upper hand just yet in this third place decider. Feels like we're, in a sense, kind of slowly easing our way into the day. Both teams still maybe waking up a little bit. We haven't seen anything too explosive just yet. Not a whole lot of noise being made on the stage, just kind of feeling each other out, getting a sense for where things are sitting. Progressing through the map nicely, though. 5 rounds done, into the 6th.
I've just looked at that, 8 minutes. Now we start round 6. It has got a good pace to it. And I was going to be maybe a little bit critical of that for Stallions, but now I actually reassess the situation. It isn't bad. They are still playing fairly fast, which is on brand for this team. Good control early. They've just made sure that KINGZERO haven't pushed out A. I don't think they're going to be doing that anymore, because the one round they did, they got incredibly punished. Tong hasn't hit this shot yet. He's been holding for the cross. A jump over from No. Good enough to gain the info. TRG just stands down here, and No's going to back out and be with the rest of the group.
Yeah, good enough to get the space as well. I mean, that's something you have to consider. Information is one thing, but it also adds a little bit of extra pressure to KINGZERO because they're now unable to gather as advanced info as what they had been able to previously. Stallions doing a good job of just working the map at the moment, pushing KINGZERO away, maybe forcing a late rotate here or there. This will be the bust in through middle, which has started nicely. A kill there from Loy onto YFXN. Going to try to hold on to GR Spawn, and he does manage to drop the bomb, but he immediately goes down in a response. So Stallions are still on their merry way through, but KINGZERO have rotators in play, and 9U and Ice combine to lock this round potentially down. Loy needs to fall, and at the hands of Ice, that's not going to happen. Tong missing a shot as well. Will recalibrate with the pistol. Brings it back into the 1v1, but didn't see No. And No will make no mistake. Another headshot through from him, and another round for Stallions.
Ridiculously quick rotate out of No, because he was right in the middle of the map, and he goes all the way back round to regroup with Loy. And Loy, you feel like he's got the most important fight here. Tong had no idea. He was hunting ghosts, and No had already made his mind up in a split second. He was going to go back round and completely catch the sniper off guard. Early nade on towards YF. We haven't had a breakaway moment yet for either one of these teams. It has just been so back and forth early.
And no real cause for concern, I think, for either team either, and that's why we haven't seen an attack timeout come through for either. Both are generally pretty happy with the proceedings, and that is kind of the nature of Ankara. It is a map that you can get it done on both sides on. So if you're heading in the direction of a 5-4, it's hard to really feel too aggrieved by that.
It's interesting they're going into this bomb site again, because every single time Stallions have gone into A, KINGZERO have been able to remove them, and the bomb hasn't even been planted. So that means that these grenades that are about to be pulled have to be perfect. Otherwise, 9U is going to get another multi-kill, and we're going to sit here thinking, why have Stallions gone back into A again? Let's see. 3 defenders about to make their mark in. 9U, full blinded, tucks himself just under the stairs, still able to get the kills, and then the support is brilliant. 9U able to get a triple. Ice will still swing alongside XN, and here's that question, why did we go A again?
I was going to say, what did you say? Why on earth have they gone A again? That's a good question that, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Stallions really have the answer for. I mean, they're testing themselves, but maybe KINGZERO have seen this before. They kind of know what to expect from Stallions. They're playing around those executes well. 9U, yes, he does cop that flash, but he's able to recalibrate. Oh, YF is having way too easy of a time over towards B. This might be the breakout moment that we've been looking for actually on the map. Has been very tit for tat, has been very back and forth, but a double opener there from YF, and now XN activating in the mid-round as well. Stallions crumbling in the back end. This could end up being something towards a 6-3.
And this is the first round where I've actually looked at it and thought, Stallions, this is desperate. This is a desperate play. You push through the smoke over towards the B side, straight into the sniper. You're giving him exactly what he wants. I love the activation here out of KINGZERO, as you say. Just mid-round pushing out towards A. A little bit unorthodox, but it's worked out perfectly. Flawless for KINGZERO. That has to be the round in which Stallions will either call a timeout now, or you look back on it and think, this is where we lost Ankara.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that was the best map of best round of the map, I'd say, for either team, right? It looked really, really good for KINGZERO. I don't think you can realistically be calling a attack timeout here. There's only one round left in the half. You're not going to get a whole lot of value out of it, even if you do get that last round. So Stallions just going to try and chance their hand here in round 9 without any interference from the coach. But there's a chance they go into this second half with a 6-3 deficit, which will be pretty painful considering how close this map started.
That's the thing. The landscape of it was just so equal. If KINGZERO come out on top, that's going to look pretty detrimental to Stallions. It also doesn't do justice to how good they've been in the rounds that they've won. KLP will now try and regroup with JJ and No. And in fact, they're going to come to him. Not interested in the unders. Tonga has been really good at locking down this area of the map. YF in the same position he got a multi-kill in the previous. And he might be given an opportunity again here.
Certainly seems that way. Generally a pretty safe line for him to be on here as well, but this time does get traded down by KLP.
Good swing.
That's much better from Stallions, swinging together. Mitigating the opportunities for YF to multi-frag. Tong, in response to that, is going to look to try to take a bit of control in the B connector. Doesn't see much happening there. So KINGZERO inferring from that this may be a cancel from Stallions on the B side of the map and thinking about maybe going back over to A. XN has quite a job to do. He's going to be the one that will be able to find that information for the team. Hasn't seen anything out in mid though. And surely the spider sense has to be tingling here for KINGZERO that this is going to be a push in towards A. They've not seen anything towards B. But they're going to rotate way too late, and XN goes for a wild swing that seems to have caught Loy off guard. That is at least of some benefit. And Yu gets caught on rotation, so it'll be a 3-on-3 for the post plant.
I guess weird for KLP, because you feel like he's either got to be grouping with his teammates or he's got to be holding for this late lurk. You know it's coming in. KLP instead is actually going to push the issue, try and take the fight over towards the spawn side. But he's got to be careful because he's got a sniper and he's just in the smoke. This would be ridiculous. Instead, he goes back with a pistol and maybe the double's going to be enough. KLP up to the task, and Stallions, it felt incredibly unlikely, but it will only be a 1-round half.
Yeah, really nice double kill from KLP there under pressure. Had a good pivot, good 180. Finds that second kill, which was all important. Pretty routine for KLP in the end there. Had the health advantage and time was on his side as well. So 5-4. Turns out that unused tack timeout was probably the right idea from Stallions. They did end up winning the round anyway, and they have got a good, stable building block to work into Ankara from with those 4 rounds. Now just need to put it together on the GR side, and it feels very possible still that either of these teams could walk away with the win on Ankara.
Isn't double sniper either KLP the only one? I'm pretty sure Lloyd did have the rifle. There it is, the confirmation. So they're not going to set themselves up with that at the moment. And I really like this out of KINGZERO. Like, this is like a nice little meta mind game where it's like, we locked you out of A every single round bar 1, but that's why we didn't have anyone. And now we're just going to go in. They're going to trust the nades, they're going to trust the support, and maybe 9U can just do the damage. Have the XN that confirms the kill. JJ will grab the trade. He needs more. Are they going to be ready for him behind the box? Of course they are. JJ will get a double. KLP then swings in with one more. But his teammates are all being reduced to dust and rubble. And it has to be KLP's trying to clutch up with the sniper. He's on a very, very fast rotate. I don't think they'll be ready for him just yet.
He's opted to go for the long flank instead. So the time may not end up actually favoring him here. I was hoping to see maybe 9U or Tong take a little bit of a peek through A main, and that is not going to be the case. They're happy to just play on the site itself. So all of this is essentially going to have to come off of the shoulders of KLP. He has to be the one dictating how this round plays out. He has to be proactive here. Moving quickly, but needs to move faster. Honestly, time is of the essence, and no chance walking into a 2-player stack like that one when you've got a TRG in hand. Easy cleanup for KINGZERO. They build that lead back out to 2 again. Stallions continuing to have to play catch-up.
Great round. Like really clean entries, like everyone's moving together. I love the swarming through the right-hand side as well, just straight up the stairs. You're immediately cutting off Stallions at the passer, and even that 2v1, it's very simple, but it's very effective, right? You are just playing together to guarantee success. This is wild out of Loy. Very aggressive indeed. And it feels like KZ are potentially prepared for it. Are they ready for both? Maybe not. At least Loy will be traded here by that man 9U. 9U is on a heater.
KLB needs to be very careful. He's going to stick around. Does have a bit of backup there from JJ. The grenades are indeed getting absolutely dumped in on Stallions, but no kill to come from them. And I have to say, KingZero in a bit of a spot of bother here. They're going to get sandwiched. That's all on Tong to try to salvage it. Bomb has been dropped forward. They are aware of his position inside of that vent, so it's not going to be any secret as to where he's coming from. At this point, though, I think he's quite unaware of exactly where Stallions have set themselves up. Might have got a bit of info there, and KLP, with a questionable swing, will allow this to go back into a one-on-one. And if there's anyone that's going to win these kinds of rounds right now for KingZero, it is going to be Tong. He has led from the front all tournament long. And on a line like this one, if JJ makes the wrong swing, Tong is going to connect that shot.
Don't peek him. Why? Why would you peek him? You don't need to. You can just hide it in the vent. You can just play the time. He has to walk into your sight. He has to go and pick up the bomb. And if he overcomplicates it, he's only burning more time that is more valuable to him. The easiest way to lose that round if you're JJ is peeking Tong, because he doesn't miss those. As you say, maybe a little bit nervy underneath the lights. That is a huge round to pick up. Stallions know that that is a huge mistake to be making, especially at this stage at Ankara.
Yeah, a bit of a self-soothing attempt there from KLB. It is perhaps starting to build that pressure for Stallions, and so that is why we will see attack timeout coming through. Have a chance to think about things and maybe rectify the situation before this gets out of hand, but 7 on the board, 7-4. Starting to look like a pretty threatening scoreline for Stallions, and I have to say the second half has looked generally reasonably comfortable for KingZero. I know that one does come down to a 2v1, but Tong felt like he was going to win it the whole time.
Yeah, that's true. When you just see JJ at the event, I'm just like, okay, this is great. This feels really good. Like, he's just put himself in such a powerful position. It's a really hard angle for the sniper, and if the sniper comes in towards the vent, he can just hold the line, and if he goes to get the bomb, that's fine. You can just play time. And instead, when he peeks, I'm just thinking, oh no. Oh dear. KingZero, they'll take that all day long. And you're right, like, it's been really concrete rounds. Like, they've really been focusing this A-bomb site. Tanks has got a chance to settle down the mood here for the Stallions. But the issue you have as well is that Stallions went to go very aggressive in that previous, and they did, and they got rewarded off the back of it. That's the way they like to play. That's the way they feel like they can bail themselves out of this GR side on Ankara. The issue is, as you imagine, KingZero just can be holding for it now. They can really take the sting out of the game with 2 minutes left on the clock. Immediately, nice shot out of Loy though. That's your opener.
Good damage done back onto him, but no exchanging frag. KingZero down on numbers to start this round off. Get a bit of progression out through from Stallions here over towards A as well. They're thinking about pushing that vent position. Scary times here for Tong around that corner. 2 players are waiting, and he can only get the 1-for-1.
I don't know who that favors. Oh, I guess it favors Stallions, right? Because they got the player advantage and forgot that Lloyd didn't actually fall after the initial shot. No, you take that all day long if you're Stallions, excuse me. I was going to say, that's going to at least anchor the rotations in towards the, say, bomb site for a moment. No has got a big task on his hands if XN swings that corner. Looks like KingZero are quite interested in this site, but Loy will hit the shot. That's the power of the sniper on the angle. No will drop in the meanwhile. There's XN getting his kill. 3 versus 2. Remember, Lloyd still incredibly low as KingZero head their sights towards B.
Yeah, XN tagged up, but he's 13-6 right now, putting on a bit of a masterclass for KingZero, and could put together another good round here. KLP tucked in on that site, needs to be cleared out and will not be. It is a 1-for-1, but still, Ice is in the picture, and he has been a bit of a miracle worker for KINGZERO in the past. Can we get another 2v1 clutch here for KINGZERO to more or less seal the deal against Stallions? Plenty of time for Ice. He's not under pressure, but the swing comes through anyway, and he'll hit the shot. And KINGZERO go to 8. They are just a bit sharper and a bit more clutch right now than Stallions, and that might make the difference here on Ankara.
Tell you what, let's go through the checklist right now of this third place decider. Let's see everything and write it out here on Ankara. Been a strong start for both of these teams. Then we had that breakaway round and we thought KINGZERO were going to keep going. We had Tong having a clutch. We've just seen Ice having a clutch too. Where's the individual moment out of no? We've not seen it yet. That's been the difference. Everything going in favor here at KINGZERO, and Stallions are faltering.
Bad news indeed for Stallions. 8-4 deficit. You don't see that getting pulled back too often.
The best bit as well is we've had the unlikely heroes too for KINGZERO. XN, top of the board, 14 frags. 9U having a brilliant game. You mentioned it so early. He's continued up that form. Everyone's so consistent here for KINGZERO. And look at the space they've got in towards middle. It's not going to be the commitment just yet, but it's a lot of wiggle room.
Minute and 40 left on the clock as well. Gives KINGZERO quite a bit of time to make use of that wiggle room. Bomb's going to be retrieved by Tong. He's kind of still just floating around A here, seeing if he's going to be given a peek. Maybe a Stallions go fishing. Sooner or later, though, he's going to have to transition that bomb into one of the sites. Looks like he's happy to see if he can maybe put a bit more pressure on this A site. Rotation does come across. KINGZERO have had success toward A before. Wouldn't be too surprising to see if they go in that direction again. Tong's got a full belt of util, so he can send his teammates in. There's a grenade over the top. It doesn't do too much damage. Now going to get the flashes over. It's a very interesting attempt here from KINGZERO. It's more of a fake than anything else. See if they can draw out anything from Stallions, which has been, I would say, largely unsuccessful.
Well, look, they had mids, and then they've dropped the smokes here, and now you've got another smoke being forward, and oh, that's a big find. 9U will find KLB because he was searching for info because the utility was being dropped over towards B instead. It's a double fake out, and now it relies a lot on Loy, but in fact, he just can't get a kill. A double fake, an intricate game plan for KINGZERO, and yet when it works, it looks absolutely beautiful. KLP now forced back by the spam and then some. He can't do anything. Neither can the Stallions. KINGZERO 9-4 here on Ankara, surely.
Yeah, it's a very, very awkward round for Stallions. The spacing is all over the place. KLB goes on his own through the vent. He dies, and then that leaves JJ, you know, up the creek without a paddle. It's a really bad spot for JJ to be in if he's isolated on that side, and he was, because the swing ends up coming through from vent and you're kind of left high and dry. Best case scenario for him was a one and done, but doesn't even get that. And then, yeah, again, Loy, maybe the third player on the side, he had a bit of an opportunity, a bit of a whiffed shot or two, but at that point the damage was already done. Stallions are looking flat on the stage at the moment.
That was a really cool round called by KINGZERO because you had so much space in middle. You got to understand what information Stallions are working with in that moment. Well, they're not outside A because that's where we are. Have a little peek at the vent, don't see anyone. They've got to be outside B then, so you drop that double layer in, you really make them start to sweat, and then you catch them when they search for info. You drop the nades onto KLB, surely. He's a dead man walking, and he will be. 9U will just keep powering up here on Ankara. As he's now going to use his low HP to find space. Everyone finds kills, so too does Loy, but it is game, set, match, at least on Ankara. KINGZERO is dominant here on their choice.
Well, that's a little bit too easy for KINGZERO, isn't it? If Stallions want to claim themselves a top 3 here at EWC, to go with the top 2 that they had last year at CFS, I think they are going to have to pick themselves up a little bit in this break. I mean, a big conversation point obviously coming into this year was whether or not Stallions could maintain their success from last year into this year, and so far they might have done enough, but I don't know if they're doing enough to get through this third place decider. We'll see when we come back for map 2.
And KINGZERO are looking like they're on fire, winning Ankara 10-4. Stallions falling flat. They're going to have to pick themselves up. You can tell yesterday's loss is still ruminating within them, even on their faces. You look at them and they just don't look like the Stallions that we once knew, but that doesn't mean that they're going to look like that in map number 2. They need to pick themselves up. I saw Coach Tanks behind them trying to motivate them, but for KINGZERO, they're taking full advantage, and they are explosive on the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, all of the stars are here right now for KINGZERO. It wasn't just the ice show like we may have expected. I mean, you had 9U stepping up, Tong having a confident game, and I feel like XN as well, kind of an unsung hero for this team.
Yeah, him and 9U were fragging out, right? I think they ended up top of the board. You had the 1v2 from Ice, the 1v2 from Tong, but you're not even reliant on these star players just because the fundamentals look so good. I think that's the key difference here. It wasn't necessarily the individuals were better, although they certainly were shooting harder. It just felt like they were playing exactly the game they wanted. We finally got that hot start for KZ as well, right? We talked about how slow they've been building into these things. This wasn't the case here in this third place decider. They came in, looked decisive, and that BL side, that is a classic KZ Ankara.
Yeah, KZ just looking phenomenal. They do go to sub-base next, which is high hopes for Stallions, but for KINGZERO, they came in it to win it. Again, there's $80,000 additional dollars from going from 4th to 3rd place. That is a lot to play for sure, and they're going to have to dig deep in order to take this win. Of course, looking at the Stallions now as they're in the team huddle, Coach Tanks tried to motivate them, get them going, and talk about what went wrong from map 1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of simple mistakes. The clutch is not going their way. The post plant's really, really sloppy. Not what we expect out of this team, and Tanks is probably telling them that right now. I mean, there's a lot of expectations here for this team to live up to, and they just feel defeated right now.
It's a shame because they did actually start this pretty decently, right? They had a couple of these nice BL rounds. You could see some of that classic Stallions coming through, but KZ were just disrupting them. Those holds on the A side were sublime. You compare that to what we saw against BaiSha yesterday, and I think it was a much more comprehensive. But yeah, you know, I think at least for this series, you know, losing out on Ankara against KC, you can kind of just write that off, right? You probably weren't expected to win that set just because this is such a good map for KZ. Stallions can now go, you know, we just forget that one. We have sub-base. This is our territory. This is where we do our best work. This is where we stomped Liquid yesterday. We can do it again.
That is true. They did, in fact, stomp Liquid, like 10-2 or 10-4, whatever the score was. It wasn't even close. My concern, though, is Stallions reached 4, and then KINGZERO never faltered from that point. They go all the way up to 10. I believe it was 6 rounds in a row, 5 or 6 in a row. Stallions just couldn't get anything going once KINGZERO got rolling.
Yeah, the other worry is we look at the stats here as well. No, continuing to be in a little bit of a slump here. This is the player you need to step up and kind of be the hero for Stallions to reinvigorate them and get them to that next level. You could see moments where players like KLB or Loy were trying to get them back into this game, but when everyone across the board on KZ is bringing in their A game, you need that star to shine.
I feel like I saw more from Loy in terms of the sniping than I did from KLP, which is kind of surprising, especially when we talk about so many times with KZ. They have such a deep bit of talent there with their sniping because YF is really proficient, which is like great multi-kill in mid, right? Like you don't need to rely on Tong, but of course you can rely on Tong.
Again, what's the future holding? What's CFS outside of 3rd place, right? You've got to dig deep to play here because the narratives going to CFS are going to be very real. And for Stallions, hopefully they want it to be we came in 3rd place and we overcame China, especially in this case for KINGZERO. But man, they're going to have to dig deep. Coach Tanks was talking to them. Let's see what they look like going into map 2. Now, for EWC, we're reaching the end, but it doesn't mean that you guys still can't get involved. Let's take a look at EWC play.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. How blow the house down.
Third, fourth place matchup still underway. We head into map 2, which is sub-base. Coach Takes is going through the absolute blender. And the reason why is because he sincerely, genuinely believes in these boys. He really does. And he knows they can live up to the expectations of many. They can be champions. They won't be champions today, but they can take down KINGZERO, but they've got to believe in themselves.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think the important thing with this matchup is, compared to the grand final, that one's more about legacy, but this is the future of CROSSFIRE in this third place match. You've got KZ and Stallions. These guys are the future of the game, and they have to look ahead and show us what they can do here. And this is not the moment where you bow out. This is showing what fight you have left.
Yes, what being competitive is about, right? You're not always going to be lifting that trophy, and you need to be able to hold your head high, show what you can do, even when you don't have that opportunity to win. It's really important that they take this time between the maps to get that mental reset, because this entire best of 5 is built on mentality.
And if you're talking mentality, we take a look at KINGZERO. They're feeling comfortable and confident. For them, it's another series that they want to dominate. They have not slowed down. They ended up winning Ankara 10-4. And they know what's at stake just as much as the other side, right? Again, $80,000 additional dollars, third place. You've got Ice for his first international event, getting third at EWC, arguably one of the biggest events CROSSFIRE has to offer with a $2 million prize pool. KINGZERO doesn't want to slow down. They're going to continue to hammer home the fact that they want to be the best. And also the regional pride, representing China, the best region when it comes to CROSSFIRE as a whole, depending on how the finals end up unfolding. Brazil's looking to change that narrative, right? But KINGZERO, they want it all, and they're looking to do it. 9U just not wanting to slow down. He's going to be just as devastating on sub-base as he was on Ankara.
Yeah, when you have a captain who can pull plays like that, it really just brings your team into a place where everybody feels confident you can close it out. And now they're going into sub-base with some strong potential, because if you take Stallions down on their best map in the second of the series, it's surely theirs.
Yeah, I mean, every single player is really playing at a top level, right? The floor of this team is so high right now that it's eclipsing the ceiling of Stallions. So if you, as you say, steal away sub-base, it feels like it's dead in the water right there.
It's Stallions versus KINGZERO. Stallions have to dig deeper than they ever have to pull themselves out of this hole. For KINGZERO, business as always. They continue to do what they're doing already. They should win this series single-handedly, but will Stallions come back, or will KINGZERO continue to dominate? We head into sub-base where we're going to get all the answers we want.
And we head into a sub-base in which, do you know what? I somewhat back KINGZERO, because, especially on that GR side, Tong locking down A with that sniper is a thing of beauty. That's exactly where they are going to start. I just think the way that KINGZERO set themselves up, especially on this defense, it just feels inevitable in some rounds. I love the map out of the Stallions. It should be a banger.
Well, it was one of the better maps for Stallions in their matchup against Team Liquid, so they can take some confidence from that. A 10-2 win on sub-base yesterday. We'll see whether or not they can transfer that across to today's third place decider. They certainly need to. Going down 2-0 in a best of 5. I mean, you, at that point, need a reverse sweep, and we very, very rarely ever see a reverse sweep in a CROSSFIRE best of 5. So I think it's a very important map here for Stallions to get on the board nice and early on in the piece, having a bit of a conversation about things to start this round off. It's a slow start, but you can kind of just see based on the player cams, they're just sort of looking back and forth at one another, deciding what they want to do here. Haven't really taken a whole lot of map control. They do have machine room. They haven't properly cleared out wood, and they also haven't taken lockers. So that's something that they're going to have to do in the next minute 20 or so.
That sounded like a lot of things to do. At least they've got a little bit of time to do so. YF is going to be locking down the chokehold as they do progress through machine. Ice is here too, a deadly duo for the Stallions to potentially try and get by. Difficulty with going, I think, more as a concentrated unit through this choke point is you don't really have the utility to supplement it. So you are just almost walking straight into the sniper for free. So that means that YF has got to hit his shot.
And he doesn't. There's a second chance at it as well, which is going to miss a second time. But on the third attempt, the connection is there for YF, and still the entry is not there from Stallions. Second map underway nicely for KINGZERO as they lock down that B defense. Not a single frag so far for Stallions, and it's just Loy left alive. Somehow, he's been able to swindle his way in for a kill into jail. Gets a second on the YF as well, but a 1v5 here is out of the realms of possibility, surely. They are giving him opportunities, though. Ice has fallen, and could this be one of the best rounds of all time? Maybe Loy can put something together here. XN above him, swings and does put it over the line for KINGZERO. I was getting excited for a second there. Loy was finding a little bit too much, but KINGZERO close it out, 1-0 to start the map.
The issue you have there is that he had 8 seconds to plant.
Had to plant,
If he didn't have to plant in that moment, you actually back him. But because it did feel like KINGZERO were getting a little bit stressed. But the initial opening to come back into that is exactly what I was saying, right? The fact that they don't have any utility to get by, sure, that they've got the jump peaks, but these players can just hide in the corners and they can just invite you in, and then suddenly they can all swarm together. This feels a little bit faster, but look at where the bomb is. This isn't going to be the initial commitment here for the Stallions. 9U has got an idea and maybe an inkling that JJ is here. That is a massive flash. And in fact, he's just going to go ahead and claim the kill. Huge. And this is such a common position for players to be in. Tong can then just climb in on the angles. They're trying to deal with 9U. They're not ready for the sniper. Good layer in here for KINGZERO.
KINGZERO looking well and truly on top in this matchup at the moment. There's just been no inroads made by Stallions really on Ankara, and that is very much continuing here in the opening rounds of Subbase. I have to say, I think I'm getting a little bit worried that this could be a pretty comfortable day at the office for KINGZERO, and a little bit of a step back for Stallions.
As soon as I saw the order of the veto and I knew Stallions were going to lean into Subbase, I actually was like a little bit concerned just because of how good, especially at EWC here in Paris, the GR side has been for KINGZERO. Like, I think that has been my favorite half what I've seen out of them, specifically the GR side of Subbase. And it might just be because one game Tong was just getting a multi-kill every other round. But also the way that they set themselves up, like they don't over-rotate anything, that they can employ the double sniper strategy, but also they then flex it and get aggressive sometimes in towards machine. If they start getting really aggressive in towards machine room and Stallions aren't ready for that, then that's going to really, again, rock the momentum, because essentially you're playing the same style that Stallions like to bring out. Tong tried to find an opening kill, doesn't get one, and instead, no, will finally find Purchase. He's looking to get some impact here in round 3. Maybe 9U to get the trade, or actually maybe not. No, has just been given more space. Good flashbangs, and finally no will be removed. The spam, brilliant, but at least it goes back the other way for the Stallions, at least for a moment. Look at all the damage on XN and Tong, but Loy might lose his life. That was the important fight that Ice needed to win, and now he can't do it. Stallions feel like they're back.
Yeah, slowly but surely things getting whittled away there by Stallions in that round. There was definitely a moment where it might have turned back on its head. But in the end, Stallions will at least claim their first on this BL side. Don't have to wait too long to get underway. That starts to shift the narrative back a little bit. It was looking a bit scary. Even still, I don't think that KINGZERO are going to be too bothered by that, and they'll head back into another round here, feeling good about things so far with that advantage they've claimed. Another similar kind of start here for Stallions, just preparing themselves outside of wood to work their way through.
I think you're right. And the reason why I don't think they're going to worry about that is because that was such a brute force effort from No that is really difficult to replicate. And I know this is the brute force team of the Stallions, but it is still difficult, especially when you can just reset the situation. Here, you got Tong on his favorite angle on Subbase, and you got YF finding the opener. Things get dire, and it feels like with the only control you realistically have right now being over towards wood and a tiny bit towards machine, you're going to walk into Tong sooner or later.
Going to try and work their way into lockers here just to take a little bit of that space away from KINGZERO.
A fast push as well from Loy.
Yeah, it is. You do still have those 3 players over towards B. Rotation is coming through there from XN. It's going to be well reinforced. Smokes down.
Oh. Is that a miscom from Stallions? That they've thrown 2 smokes that are immediately close to each other, unless they use JJ to maybe walk the tunnel and tread the line?
Guess we'll have to see how that does pan out, but I'm not necessarily sold by this setup from Stallions at all, and working their way out the smokes has not worked at all. XN will line up too. KINGZERO make their 3rd round look easy. So no recovery as of yet for Stallions. There was a brief moment of hope after that previous round, but now we're right back to it. It being KINGZERO dominance.
The adjective is jumpy. That's exactly what that was from Stallions. I think the communication misstrued. There's that aggro in towards Machine Room. This is exactly what I thought was going to happen at some point here for KINGZERO, but they are losing the fights. KLB and JJ able to reply immediately, and No is holding the line in the sand just in case 9U starts to push. It's great out of YF. He gets out scot-free. I don't think they know quite yet about 9U, but it's a good find back from KLB. Player advantage still maintained here for the Stallions as they don't overextend. Tong's going on a crazy walk, and surely he gets punished. How about that for an adjustment? Finally will be caught. But maybe this is doable for YF.
Don't think so. Not on that HP. Too easy for KLB. The back and forth ensues, similar to the start that we had on Ankara. If you recall, it was sort of 1 for 1, 1 for 1. Here it's been a little bit more of a push out in terms of that lead from KINGZERO, but Stallions are not letting them run away with it too hard just yet. Still very much in the calm before the storm. Oh, Tong. An opening pick onto KLB as he tries to jump across the doors. JJ's been spotted on that as well. They're going to try to challenge Tong. Why would you challenge Tong? No, eventually gets away with his life, but the damage is done. It's a 2 for 0. Even if YF and Tong are both tagged up, 9U is still here to hold on to middle.
Ooh, careful of the vent. And what lurks within it. I like this out of No. He puts the pressure on it, and actually it's going to be that swing, but XN with the wild spam. Loy has also been brought down incredibly low. Tong knows about him but can't handle him. So XN and Ice and YF trying to make this one doable. In the 2v3, at least they got the bomb over here. Stallions, at least they can put it, I was going to say, into a retake. No says, look, you plant Loy, I've got to go look for more frags.
He is certainly hunting for them. Smoke's keeping things obscured for the moment, but 3 players busting out this smoke at the same time. I don't think No can deal with that. Letao, a look at the spacing. It's just good enough to find the trade, and X10 will find the double. So Stallions, again, given an opportunity by No, but it's not converted upon. And KINGZERO will go to 4.
That was it. That was the moment. That was the No magic we've come to expect here at EWC in Paris. The fact that they line up through that smoke. Remember, it's so classic KINGZERO that they will all group together on those retakes. All 3 of them will be together. And he just takes the advantage. He just takes the initiative. The fact that XN can find that double there. Loy was set up for success. Remember, it was Loy that was low in the first instance, so a parting bullet just grazes him and takes him beyond the grave. KINGZERO 4-2, double the score lead. Now with the Stallions, YF still looking for a chance in towards Wood. Tong was there initially, but now sets his mark over towards A. It's the same setup as always for KINGZERO. And now the challenge for Stallions is, well, can you adjust it? Can you make it so that KINGZERO have to change their defense?
I don't think that they're putting enough pressure on KINGZERO to really force anything at this stage. Smoke in for Wood. Stallions not going to be allowed progress through there just yet. Maybe the alternative plan is to just try to work their way in towards A. That is a beautiful grenade and an even better follow through from Tong as he collects upon his earlier damage onto JJ. There's a couple of players that have made their way down the stairs, but Tong well aware of it, and he gets the help from 9U as well. Flick across. Stallions are having not a huge amount of success on this entry. They are finding some kills here and there, but they're not the ones they need. And 9U again just locks it down. KINGZERO starting to flex their muscles in this series, getting well ahead of Stallions now, that 5-2 lead.
It's just mitosis on the defense, because as soon as you see one player, another one just appears around the corner, and if it isn't personnel, it's grenades, whether it's supportive flashbangs, whether it's HEs just straight on your head top. It's so brutal here for Stallions. KINGZERO in cruise control. It's the same opening again. Do we really want to keep doing this? Do we really want to keep slamming our heads? We're effectively just placing them into the sniper guillotine. Over and over again. No, tries and fails. YF He's not even the primary yet. He's got more kills than Tong on this TRG. We'll drop the smoke down deep and we'll just keep Stallions back. This is uninspiring on your map choice.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for Stallions is they just cannot get any control in mid at all, and that is really restricting their ability to split the sites. You've seen them try A, they've tried B, but they haven't really been able to go for any of those mid splits that I think kind of throw a little bit more chaos in the mix for the defense. Not only does it cut off the GR rotates, but it also adds an extra layer to the attack on the site. So Stallions, I mean, it's too little too late really at this point, but they need to find a way to crack open mid, and they just have not been able to get past Tong or YF, depending on who's been in this position. And even if they do, then, you know, 9U and XN are kind of sliding through there as well to reinforce it and having pretty good performances as well. Ice is 1-5, but KingZero is up 5-2. I mean, he hasn't had to do anything. He's been in the backpack. He's just been chilling. Pardon the pun.
But you don't need to rely on him, and that's the important thing. It feels like No is missing and absent. Okay, well then who do we look to? Who do we look to? Is it going to be JJ or KLB? Finally a step up, finally a miss mark, and it's actually Tong that knows he needs to push forward rather than go back. And this is really crucial. Look at the bomb, look at the flag, look at Loy! He's just found all of these kills. And somehow, some way, Stallions have now got a chance to make ends meet, give themselves a third round and potentially a fourth in this first half.
Okay, granted, I will give credit to Loy. He gets a beautiful 3K in a very important moment, but I still have to look at that round, and I think for Stallions, hang on, things could go really wrong there. Loy has the C4 in hand. He's isolated in that 1v3. If he dies in that fight, bomb is dropped up in the window in the midst of 3 KingZero players. Stallions take the site, but they don't take the bomb with them. It works out in the end, but I'm still sort of seeing some signs of awkwardness potentially there.
All by design, baby. All to plan.
If you say so.
I'm coping.
Now we'll see how this final round of the half ends up playing out. It could be a big deciding factor in, you know, where this ends up going. 5-4, a very different story to a potential 6-3. Feels like KingZero have more or less been dominating this half, but if it ends up being 5-4, I think Stallions can walk away pretty pleased.
I think they commit a robbery if this ends 5-4.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I mean, they'll be getting away with a lot. Truly criminal activities.
Look at this. This is a delicate little jiggle in towards lockers for Ice. Solid damage. KLB limping back towards Machine. Yet again, good control here as well by KingZero over towards Wood. They've got a lot of deep space, a little jumper as well to see either over the top of the smoke or in towards the vent. 9U being tasked with a lot of responsibility. In fact, doesn't even have his gun out right now. XN overwhelmed by JJ. And finally, this crunch is starting to come in from the Stallions. It's a great shot out of YF, but he's not ready for the jumping play around the corner. It's all pretty good, or at least you feel that way. For the Stallions, KingZero have always got a chance with Tong, and that bomb is in a perilous position. He's put himself in quite the close corner. Flashbang should be enough to get them over. Tong doesn't really have the information that they've crossed, and guess what? They haven't. In goes the jump, in goes no, and it will be that 5-4 half.
All right, well, there you go. Stallions have got something to play with at the very least. KingZero going to maybe rue the day that they've allowed those couple of extra rounds to go back over to Stallions, but even in saying that, 5 on the GR side is a good score. It's up to KingZero to ensure that they can uphold their end of the bargain now on the attack and get this one over the line. Should be very achievable for them. Stallions are not making it easy. They are definitely making them work for this map at the moment. This is where we probably have to start to, you know, maybe have a look at Ice and say, okay, he does need to actually have some kind of impact on this map somewhere, and it's not going to be this round because he's immediately taken out of the picture. Long sight line there for KLP, doing exactly what YF was doing to Stallions in that first half. So a bit of revenge to start off the second.
Well, at least he can reflect in the spectator screen for a long time about how he's going to find influence here on BL. KingZero looking to potentially just use this round as a sounding out period, trying to figure out, okay, what's the setup looking like here for the Stallions? Have they got aggressive yet? Are they going to push? Are they going to make us feel very claustrophobic? That's what YF is trying to figure out. as he dropped the smoke in towards Lockers, as he has a little peek at a prod, at least put conditioning down in towards Stallions. You have to reinforce players over towards B. That's accommodated with a deep smoke over towards Wood. C4, not yet committed. That's still in the spawn here for KingZero. And YF will take the initiative. He'll go on the explore. Take a lot of space alongside 9U. And with this space, surely that's where the bomb will find its final resting place. And as you can see, XN will start to make his way forward. Tong's going to be that lurk, as we so typically see on sub-base with the sniper. If he can grab one kill here, if he can pick off one of these players, that will be so influential to the round.
Flash goes into A. Tries to draw a rotate from Stallions in that direction. It is keeping No pretty honest over toward that side of the map. Smoke into jail. No doubt in my mind, KingZero are looking to commit to this B side at the moment. XN with the bomb alone, though, has to win this duel onto Loy. And he gets the early info, but he doesn't win the fight. That might just be the round over. With 30 seconds left on the clock, they're getting the entries onto the site, but they'll still have to scramble to try and retrieve that C4. The Stallions will be well aware of its position, but luckily Tong is able to pivot back across, help out 9U. And Jail is still being locked down here by YF. He's going to try and slow them down with the Mutil. Still the fight will come to him, but in the end it does not matter. Stallions can still not recover the round.
And that's really important from Tong, because sure, he doesn't get any kills, but he gets the most valuable thing in that chaotic moment, information. He sees both of them as he scopes back in over towards Wood, and he knows that these players are nowhere near, so you can get the bomb. You got that as your bailout, but I love the decision here from KingZero. They crunch, they squeeze over towards Jail. They know they've got the players there to fight and trade out. And they will get the first round here in the second. Massive reinforcement over towards the middle of the map right now for Stallions. They're expecting a fight, they're anticipating it, and they're not getting it. A lot of damage potentially could have been there, but instead it is Tong that's just going to be even more passive. It's a really delicate dance between these two, because KingZero knows Stallions want to push. Stallions know that that's how they've been getting a lot of their success, but they decide not to do it this time. It's all about when, not if.
Well, slowed down again pretty significantly. But again, you can kind of see the difference in the way that KingZero are playing out this BL side. They're happy to take a little bit more map control than what Stallions were before committing to their fight. They have both Wood and Lockers. That's obviously giving them options. And the way that they sort of split the site in that previous attempt as well, just a little bit more nuance to it than what Stallions were bringing to the table on BL. Here again, we're going to see a split. 2 players to pressure in through mid, 3 to come through from Lockers. Already an opening pick from XN onto Loy as well, who was looking for information into Lockers' room. That's the pressure that KingZero are building here onto Stallions, and now 9U will get the backstab onto KLP. It is perfection from KingZero. This round has turned out beautifully. No can't get anything done. 5 alive for KingZero. They're up to 7-4, and then they're on their way to another win here on sub-base.
No can't get anything done. Nobody can get anything done. Flawless there for KingZero. Love the little readjustment here over towards Wood. You've got 2 players that are there, but it's on a delayed timing. So you've got one right here, 9U, that's taking the advantage, taking all of that space, making the move, but it's actually to set up the player behind him in XN. Just to catch the forward rotate, and now the forward position. Guess what? We knew this was coming. We knew this was going to be the inevitability here for the Stallions and KingZero. They've got chapter and verse on this. But are they prepared for Loy? Because he's got the bomb and he's got all the kills.
Yeah, Ice is still trying to chase KLP down. This has ended up being a 2-on-2. With the bomb in the control of Stallions, that is where KingZero are going to have to head, and they're opting to do it isolated. That's a bold fight from Loy. He's lucky Tong's missed the shot. On the reswing, makes it a bit easier. Rifle versus pistol. Loy gets that one done. Now Ice, it's his time to step up here. Low on HP, 4-8 for the map. Hasn't exactly been having much of an impact. Has caught KLP off guard, but needs to reload. And now surely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Stallions will claim another round. They did call themselves attack timeout just as that round did kick off. So they will have a bit of a chance to chat here at the 7-5 deficit.
And that's, again, you really got to praise Stallions because this is a nice switch up from what they've actually been doing all throughout EWC. Normally when they go in aggressive, especially on the GR side, it has just been one portion of map control that they've been looking to take over. Here it's actually two. It isn't just wood, it's also over through lockers, it's into machine, and they just weren't ready. And I love the push out of Loy. Like, he realizes that Tong is just having a sniper in that situation. Oh, the sniper's there, cool, I'm just gonna push him. He's not ready for how close the scaling was out of Loy. And yeah, it did look a little bit rash, but it was calculated chaos. And as you say, Stallions even called the pause before they knew the outcome of the round.
To see what kind of an impact Tanks can have. Typically tends to be quite an influential player, or piece, I guess, in this puzzle. Not necessarily player, if you will. He's the coach, obviously. The experienced head, I suppose, the older head in the team. Try and get the team a little bit more comfortable on this stage today. Things have been pretty up and down. It is a young team. I mean, I think there's a lot to look forward to in the future of this Stallions lineup. Even if they do go down here in this grand final, a top 4 appearance at EWC back-to-back, and obviously that top 2 at CFS. I mean, that's not a bad shout in the last couple of years at all, especially as they gain that experience.
That's massive. It's one of those as well where they will need to innovate because as everyone's sort of been saying just on the desk here at EWC, like the style that they play, it is now somewhat expected. So they need to innovate, they need to overcome maybe the label of the style of CROSSFIRE that they like to bring forward. Let's see if they can do that here or whether tradition is going to get them over the line here on sub base. For KINGZERO, this is a lot more one-dimensional. Sure, we've got XN over towards wood, but it's passive. Meanwhile, everyone is over towards machine. They're doing this little cross smoke to get them forward towards the box. Loy might just swing here, and I think he's going to catch the timing. That is beautiful. On towards Tong, and now they're dropping flashes in. Now they're making it really difficult. How many players did Loy just spot? That's the next question that KINGZERO are asking.
We've seen KINGZERO get this done with 4 before in this BL side, so I'm not necessarily going to count my chickens before they hatch here for Stallions. But this is about as good of a round as they've had so far on the GR side.
Just no map control.
You could still see a world where Stallions can put this over the line, force a 1-1. Pivot across right now from KINGZERO. KLB is going to spot them out. There's a player under the stairs, not checked for JJ and KLB. Both able to chime in, and this is an attempt at a recovery from KINGZERO that is not going to go well. Stallions up to 6 now. Pulling it back in the second half. Timeout working wonders there from Tanks. Important time for it to be called. KINGZERO still in the lead, but for how much longer is the question?
I think Lloyd just wins the entire round by just finding Tong on the opener. That really disrupts the plans out of KINGZERO. I think they recognize that potentially Lloyd's seen a lot more than just the scope. So they anticipated there to be over-rotates. In fact, there was nothing. Lloyd didn't see anything. Stallions were just set up and KINGZERO just walked straight into them. They just had no map control. They went in without the info. That's something they've not actually been doing at all on this BL side. They've been really meticulous in trying to gather up all this space. And now they look to do the same here. Tong just having a little bit of a jump, having a peek. And towards wood. From the spam out of XN, it is trying to get YF close, and they really want Lloyd to peek this time. They want to punish him.
YF is indeed going to get that fight, but it doesn't go the way that he wants it to. Once again, KINGZERO are going to be pushed away, so Stallions have made that adaptation on this GR side, and it's starting to work out for them. Starting to feel that pressure shift back onto KINGZERO now, a couple of rounds in a row. But the opening kill has gone the way of Stallions, and a bit of momentum now building. Wonder when we get that KINGZERO tack timeout.
It's got to be if they don't win this one. Because you've got to remember as well, momentum on a young team is dangerous. It is very scary. KINGZERO, they're going to be probably ruin the misfortune they had to close on the GR side, because that was a a one-round half that definitely shouldn't have been. An amazing flash, a no. Is he able to get rid of 9U as well? He is! Oh! JJ will at least cover for no, but the fact he gets a double there is ridiculous. And now Stallions can just push everywhere. There's that timeout being called. How does no do it again and again and again on sub base?
Well, you have to look at this and say, how has Stallions managed to recover this? It was looking pretty doomed at one point, a 7-4 deficit. KINGZERO were proceeding through those rounds reasonably comfortably. It seemed like a sure thing that we would end up with a 2-0 deficit for Stallions at the end of this map, but now I'm starting to wonder, and I think KINGZERO are starting to wonder as well, and that's why they've called for this TAC timeout. So very important that they get this right. Otherwise, Stallions come running right back into this series, and again, when they get a bit of momentum rolling, they are a tough team to put away. It's been, a very, I would say, tough event actually for Stallions. They've had to work hard, right? They had a 3-mapper against Liquid in their opening game, then they had a 3-mapper against Evolution Power. They had a 5-mapper yesterday against Team Liquid as well. So it's been a lot of maps played for Stallions. They've really tested themselves on this stage, and a chance that they might have to do that again today.
For KINGZERO, it's going to be an interesting one, because if they go on to drop sub-base against Stallions, this is the first time an international team has taken a map off of KINGZERO. So, I mean, that's an impressive record to maybe maintain and uphold. Obviously feels a little bit unrealistic in a best of 5, but the fact that you've got that record and the fact that I'm speaking about it now, I think has just been impressive to KINGZERO. They've definitely been the, underdog story for me. Like, they were definitely off the radar. People were speaking about BaiSha, people were talking a lot about AGAL. And yet we've got KINGZERO, and yet we've got Tong. There we go. Timeout called, and I'll tell you what, XN will then find another one. JJ getting a little bit too big for his boots over towards Wood. He didn't fall back after Tong got the initial kill there. So it's a sitting duck for XN. YF is now just running through B. They got all the space, and they got the info that players are at jail.
YF, crucial position for him here. See those kills still chiming through for Tong and Ice, and in the end, KLB, he's got a snowball's chance in hell of winning this round. He's no HP, he's got no space at all. He's got XN behind him, and it's a 1v4. It's just not going to happen.
What a pace change.
Timeout works out perfectly for KINGZERO.
So quick, like they were ready for aggression. Tong just says, you know what, I'm going to take the peak. Let me actually go deeper. He's been playing really outside of Wood for most of this half. That's the first time we've actually seen him go for an aggressive line, and he gets rewarded instantaneously. More of that, please, KINGZERO. Play with the confidence. You've earned yourself the right to be this confident. You're already 1 map up in this best of 5. You've now got the lead. You're 2 rounds away from making this a 2-0. You're 2 rounds away from essentially making this 3rd place a reality. As you say, reverse sweeps are hard to come by in any genre, but especially in CROSSFIRE, it's hard to win 3 maps in a row, let alone on one of the biggest stages here at LAN, let alone at EWC. We're back to basics again for KINGZERO in this round. It's slow, it's steady. Let's see if they can win the race.
Are they going to challenge KLP once again? It looks like they're happy to. It's only 5 and 12, so he hasn't necessarily been a massive factor.
No one's A.
We'll see JJ start to pivot there after KLP gets the info. The cross has happened. That's fine as far as KINGZERO are concerned. They wanted to force a player into the A site, but I think the ultimate goal here might actually look to be the B site.
Yeah, they've done well to actually create this contact, but you can see that No is thinking about the B site. Now you got the flashbang forward. That's again more indication. Also hasn't committed either which way. So they're putting a lot of pressure on the extremities here. Our KINGZERO, Tong, has now been given a line, and they're just going to leave him. Let's see if Stallions are going to push into the crosshair. XN's dropping the smokes to fake things out. I think they're going A. I think that's where they ended.
I think you're right.
They've bitten down on it.
It seems like KLP is opting to play for the retake on the A side. He wants to try and see if he can just hold on to control of that window room, but with XN's position, that's going to be tough. This is the perfect setup for KINGZERO. They'll get that plant down nice and early. Push across from Stallions starting to happen. That flash will slow them down, and again, XN's position is really going to be a pivotal factor in how the rest of this round plays out. Obviously, you have to get past him, but there's 4 still down on the site as well.
He's gone all the way around the world, no. This is a long rotate. I love the fact that XN still hasn't peaked. That's going to make it that you don't consider the angle. Tong is just taking all the kills. Tong is just finding everyone here for Stallions. No eventually arrives, and maybe it's just too little too late. He's the only one that gets kills. He's the last one in and the last one out. And for KINGZERO, they got plenty of chances now to close sub base.
Stallions got themselves into all sorts of trouble there, having to retake the site 5-on-5 when you don't have vent control. I mean, XN doesn't even really have to come into play because of the individual brilliance of Tong, but even if that doesn't occur, he is the insurance fund. That was never going the way of Stallions, and maybe this round won't either. With the opener picked up by Tong, he's just activated in the last couple of rounds.
This is so quick. Look at them, they're already all in the vent. They're already looking just to go towards this A bomb site. You might be ready for 1, but are you ready for 3? Just outpouring right down on the flank. JJ certainly is. No, can't hold on, and maybe, just maybe, the captain here for KINGZERO can steady the ship. It would be an unbelievable clutch to close out sub base. Knows exactly where KLB is, but has got no certainty on where Loy is loitered off to. He's going to group, they're going to retangle themselves together just by this bomb. 9U hoping for a chance. Loy has now revealed himself once more, and surely they can just swing together. 9U out of there, but gets tagged for his troubles. The Stallions should be closing the gap. This shouldn't be anything to say here for 9U.
Yeah, Stallions holding all of the cards here in this 2v1. They've got control of the bomb. They've tagged 9U down as well. He's looking for a mistake, hoping someone's going to give him a head. No headshots on offer here. So 9U is just going to have to make it happen, which is certainly a lot easier said than done. Crossfire is there for KLB and Loy. The swing can come through. Loy's now, again, got the information with that jiggle peek. He's got a bit of damage. There's the kill. 9U. Oh. If he hit the head, maybe there was something in it, but not to be. And so it becomes a 1-round map.
Massive round out of JJ. JJ keeps them in. The fact that you got 3 players just pouring through the vent there, you got Tong with the opener, and they just go, and they just charge. And now Stallions, they're looking to gallop on their own, straight in towards Machine Room, straight in towards the fight, straight into their deaths. At least KLP will be able to trade 1 back. That makes it look a little bit better, but it's still the player disadvantageous position here for the Stallions. The bomb's now been scooped up as well, and XN will take the space that his teammates have just created.
Now Ice has been quiet all map long, but he steps up when it matters most. KINGZERO have the advantage now at the 9-8 scoreline, a 1-player advantage. It's not going to be enough to win the map just yet, but it certainly puts them in position to do so.
This is a crazy call, by the way, that they are relying on KINGZERO to overcook here. They're just gambling. There's 3 players over towards this site on A. No one's there off the initial contact at B. If XN can just waltz in, XN can just find all the space, but will he?
There's 0 ability to find advanced information as well. I mean, KLP will spot them at the top of the stairs in wood, but the reality is that's probably going to be too late to inform any kind of rotates if they do need them. In the end, KINGZERO starting to move away from that trap setup. They might make the right call to go into B. Hearing a lot of noise over on this side of the map and not really seeing much on A. That's where Stallions are now starting to get a little bit antsy. You can see them milling about.
This is so hard once that bomb gets committed. You've just got no positional advantage whatsoever. For all intents and purposes, it just feels like as soon as this bomb goes down, KINGZERO are going to etch the 10th next to their name. 9U's thinking, well, hang on, why is no one here? Where is everyone? Ice will take the luxury of planting the C4. XN, now in the power spot, just tucks in the corner, waiting patiently for a chance. Although I say that, he's actually getting a little bit brazen. He's walking forward. What's his timing like? It's great for Loy. And now they can reset the situation. This retake has to come in. It has to be there for Stallions, but the bomb's already halfway gone.
Yeah, they've got to move a little bit quicker than this one. 3-on-3, still a number of players to find. Ice, one of whom is going to find himself the opening couple to finish the map off. There was nothing in that for Stallions in the end. 10-8. It was a good attempt at a comeback on sub base, but ultimately the scoreline reads 2-0 to KINGZERO.
good set as well for KINGZERO because they were in control. Stallions, they got it back just a little bit, and then they actually just take the lead. But it's that timeout that comes in from KINGZERO that was really efficient, and that got them back on track. 2-0 leading in this best of 5. A third place finish feels on the cards. It feels inevitable. Stallions will have to pull off a miracle.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
After 2 highly consistent maps, KINGZERO now put themselves 1 map away from securing 3rd place and therefore being $210,000 richer. But they've got to get over that finish line. They've got to win 1 more, and Eagle Eye is coming up next. For Stallions, though, they lost map 1 on Kara 10-4. Subbase looking a lot better, however, 10-8.
Yeah, still a tough situation to be in. You've got to give the credit, though, where it's due. Loy really tried to get them back into that game. He had a triple kill on top A that really turned the tide for a little bit, but then it's that tack pause that is everything in this map.
Yeah, I think Loy single-handedly won 3, maybe 4 rounds, right? It's that GR push as well. You can see Stallions were getting into the feel of how they wanted to approach the map. And unfortunately, yeah, that timeout was the real game changer, right? They come out of it. It's like a 20-second win after that. Like, that round was so fast. And I feel like that just was like a kick in the gut for the side of Stallions. They lost all of their momentum, which Brandon mentioned in the cast. Momentum, such an important thing for these youngsters.
Absolutely, especially now, given the fact that they've been a bit flat on the stage. But you got to give credit, like you said, to Loy. Loy did an incredible job. He's been instrumental in Stallion's success throughout this entire 5 days, alongside that of No, who's been a bit slower today. But I love Loy's energy, and he's truly shined this up at EWC, I think more so than ever.
Yeah, and to be fair, he was statistically the best player in 2025 as well. So Loy, it's nice to see him back in full form once again here, showing what he's still made of. And No, still a little bit back in this one as well. I feel like it's nice to see him back in the server, a bit more present than what we've seen the past 2 maps out of him too.
Yeah, he definitely warmed up into it, right? I mean, for Loy, it could have very easily been like us saying the other though, because you remember that 3K, right? He had the bomb in that situation. Like, it was such fine margins. But I think for KZ, the big praise has to be on this GR side. Mentioned on the cast, right? It's just such a good sign for them on Subbase. And you could see that they knew the tendencies of what Stallions wanted to bring. They're expecting the aggression, even some of the micro movements we saw in round 2. I think it was JJ gets in towards the stairs over towards A, and they just nade, they punish it. They just know exactly what Stallions want to do.
Yeah, it just feels like a more well-rounded team. You can see it here in the scores as well. Everybody hitting double digits on the side of KINGZERO. Meanwhile, a bit of a quiet game from KLP and JJ.
Especially when you got 30 kills between the 2 snipers on the side of KINGZERO, right? Obviously Tong primary, but YF had some good moments as well.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out. KLP only 6 total kills to Tong, who had about over 15, right? Tong's been so incredible this EWC. We got to give him a lot of credits, and going into CFS, he's going to look deadly.
Yeah, he's one of the best snipers we've seen all tournament long. I think back to just his Vitality opener where he had 14-0 to kick it off. Like, so many good moments from this player, and he was a relatively unknown quantity coming into the year.
Yeah, I think he actually might be the best sniper that we've had at this tournament, just at least in terms of the consistency, maybe not the highs of some of the other individuals, but I think the consistency you expect out of him is so good. And yeah, it's been really cool to see this because, again, as you say, he wasn't a player we're expecting to be relying on this team.
Yeah, Tong has been insane, really. And so has 9U. You know, 9U in this game picking up 16 plus eliminations, looking stellar. But it's not just this map. He was also doing the same in map 1.
Yeah, it's really been the whole team coming together in almost perfect fashion here from this team. I mean, even XN, who had a quiet early tournament, he's been double digits every map so far. But not only that, you have, I think, the coach to thank for this one as well. That tack pause, he had to have given them something to reinvigorate their playstyle because they came out so aggressive to close this one out.
Yeah, maybe it's just like, you know what they're going to do? Take the fight to them and fight them harder, because that worked out. And you mentioned kind of the consistency across the board. This is actually a map where ice wasn't really required as well, right? I think that's a good sign that KZ can look so good without their star being a star.
That's it. Here in the Allianz Vault, things are starting to heat up. The question is, how far will they go? Stallions need to come back in a big way. Currently down 2-0, now one map away from losing, securing fourth, the same result from EWC last year. For KINGZERO, third place would be massive and would continue the run for ICE at his first international event, making his story that much more interesting into CFS. Now, the Allianz Vault has been phenomenal, but did you know on Amazon Prime, they've got a new series from EWC. It's called Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Will it happen? Will the Stallions come back? No, leading the charge as their team comes from the backstage now onto the stage to go to Eagle Eye 2.0. Will it end in a 3-0? Will we get an additional map? The good news is from Ankara to Subbase, the Stallions are waking up. The bad news is KINGZERO are refusing to cool off.
Yeah, it's really tough now coming off of the loss of one of your best maps. I mean, we saw yesterday it was a massive win for Stallions in this situation, but now they're down 2-0. Eagle Eye, though, wasn't played yesterday in that series, so maybe they have something fresh in store.
Yeah, I don't think, when we said that they have to win Subbase, it was because Eagle Eye was going to be a stomp out from KZ. I actually think this is a map that they're pretty evenly matched on, and I wouldn't be surprised if Stallions do take this. It's more later in the pool that I get a bit more concerned from them, but hey, if they show up, put on a really good face here in Eagle Eye 2.0, they definitely have the chance in the reverse sweep.
Yeah, they'll worry about later when it comes up, right? New compound port. Right now, it's all about Eagle Eye 2.0. If they don't win this, they are done and dusted in fourth place. Still, highly respectable. Started with 16 teams, now down to top 4. But again, to better their performance from last year would be tremendous. Yes, second place at CFS, but we're talking EWC. They got fourth place. Consistency is key. They've got that, but they want to be a bit more. Eagle Eye, what's the keys to success for Stallions?
It really has to be the core stepping up of this team. JJ being very quiet in this so far, really needs to make his voice known on this team. But not only that, KLP, I expect a lot more from him as well. You've got to find a way through to take down Tong.
Yeah, KLP, if he can counter Tong, that would be a huge buff to the Stallions. It would also be a big nerf to KINGZERO. KINGZERO up 2-0. They are now one map away from moving forward to getting third place, $210,000 richer. But for the Stallions, will they get another fourth place in back-to-back EWCs, or will they take Eagle Eye 2.0 and force a game for a new compound? It's Stallions versus KINGZERO, map number 3.
Potentially could be King 3-0 if Eagle Eye 2.0 goes their way. At least the Stallions have been rebounding all the way through this best of 5 so far. The difficulty is it still hasn't been enough. It needs to be enough here on Eagle Eye 2.0. YF has been given the boost and Stallions aren't going to push.
No, you don't expect to see too much actually out of the Stallions early on in this map. I think on that GR side we'll just see a little bit more of that reserved process from them. Loy has got a little bit aggressive down over towards Hotel, just pushing through that BL smoke from KINGZERO. But aside from that, it is a very standard setup to kick things off here in map number 3. I imagine KINGZERO will very much have to be the driving force behind this process early on in the piece. And as we know for KINGZERO, they like to take their time. They like to be methodical. So it's going to be a slow start to map 3, which will be totally fine as far as KingZero are concerned.
Great nades. Done a lot of damage. Look at the lean. 4 players over towards this A site. Finally, KLP will start to move back to have a little look. He might be rewarded here. Flashbangs forward for KingZero, and there you have it. KLP, an easy kill.
I get another one here as well, having a bit of a crack. There's a push in, and Ice is going to put him down, but you're still losing numbers on this way through for KingZero at the moment. Much better on the defense from Stallions. They dropped that C4 again. Tong's able to find himself a cheeky pick there onto KLB, but he's now being pushed by JJ. Swing through, bold. Why challenge Tong on a line like that? I have to wonder. Now YF spots out No. I was happy to just kind of hightail it. Now, again, back in for that swing. Everybody back in themselves in these 1v1 duels, maybe to their own detriment, but Tong's going to get himself a plan here, and it's going to be a nice quick one too. So that's going to take some time for No to get across, and for Tong, plenty of time to set up here in the post plant.
And where'd you go? If you're Tong, it looks like you just want to take the biggest area for the lines of sight, but this could be anticipated here by No, spotted out. Now are both of these players. Tong thinking about going for the swing, but remember the pressure, it's all on No to try and find this kill and then get the defuse. No now starting to struggle. Tong realizes he can just play time. No, he's trying his very best, and Tong, he's just hiding, he's just toying with him, because you can find him, you can kill him, but you can't quite defuse that bomb. Surely it's all said and done here. Tong hides in plain sight.
I love that from Tong, obviously giving a lot of respect over to No, not even interested in taking that fight because he knows how quick and clean Tong can be with those headshots, but that is the perfect way to win that round. No just gets in his own head, waits way too long. And in the end, Tong walks away with a victory. The opening round going the way of KingZero. How impactful that could end up being, we'll have to find out. But considering it was a 10-8 on subbase, every round matters right now for both teams.
The fact that that was a 2v4 as well, like that one's going to sting if you're Stallions. You had that round right there in the palm of your hands. You've now given an opportunity for Tong to clutch. Pressure already there. You got to start just shaking this off, and it's, again, really difficult. We spoke about the inexperience of this team. We're talking about the youth of the Stallions. It is hard when you are down 2 maps and you've now just lost a clutch immediately. YF, surely he's going to be given another opportunity here. Surely.
Don't know that I would love to see it. YF certainly would, but eventually decides to fall off the line.
Is this the same round? Are they running exactly the same round? Both setups. We're talking about the defense, but also the offense. So they've got all of the space in towards mid. 9U will at least have a little cursory glance over towards Hotel, and Loy, he'll spot him out. Information goes both ways. As you say, there's been a lot of respect from both teams at the moment. No one's actually wanted to have a fight.
Well, sooner or later, you're going to have to. I mean, look at that wall of smokes that's been thrown up by KingZero over towards A. It's just going to allow 9U to try to lurk his way out, and he does have some success in pushing his opponents away. No kills out from him, but there are trades coming through from the rest of the KingZero members. Beautiful shot from YF into the head of KLP, but he just can't calibrate in onto No. The movement is too good. Now it's Tong's turn to try once again to put together a clutch, and can't do it this time. Loy will finish it. Stallions claim the 1-for-1.
Felt like even though they had those wall of smokes, one still missed on the right-hand side, and you were giving over just an opening pick, or at least an attempt of one there to the Stallions. Too many players. KingZero just weren't ready for 4 to be there immediately. Hilariously, I think 3 would have been completely fine. And now look at this push. Oh, and the spot out of XN. He understands exactly what's going on. It is trademark Stallions. They've pushed the issue, not only on A, but also on B. Hotel being locked down by Loy.
I mean, it's the same setup, though, from KingZero, isn't it? Just happy to sit here in mid for the first sort of minute to minute and a half of the round. See if they're going to get any kind of serious aggression from Stallions, which they're not really. You know, you get the standard push from Stallions, which is to take that Hotel control, to take that B long control, but happy to just kind of set themselves up on A. This 3-2 split is something that we've seen for the majority of this map so far from Stallions. They did kind of have a 4-1 at one point in that last round, but it initially started as a 3-2. So it's just not really that much to note right now.
Just a wild drive-by shot on towards YF on the way out for Loy. Oh, the fact he repeats this with a pistol. Loy, you're scaring me. Loy, you're making me stressed, but I tell you what, he's done brilliantly. So much damage. He gets away with so much there. I'm keeping my eye on XN. He's now the second player that I'm interested in as he goes for a little push up towards the A-bomb site. Oh, hello. JJ, that's free. That's simple. But are you ready for how close KLB is? Absolutely not. This round is getting a little bit crazy. Tong had the chance, and maybe he still does. Never mind. Punished by KLB. Trade out from YF and the push. The spam through the smokes is good enough for the Stallions.
Few too many missed shots in there from KINGZERO, wasn't it? Tong had 2 chances to get himself an opener and wasn't able to land either of them. It forced YF to try to find the trade, but then he was kind of out in no man's land. So if 1 or 2 of those connections come through from Tong, it's a different looking round. But right now, Stallions claiming the lead for what kind of feels like the first time in the entire series that they've actually held a lead in any of the maps. See how long that lasts.
First time they've had a lead, but it hasn't been the... We're still waiting for them to get consecutive rounds in a row to actually have breathing room.
Right.
KINGZERO have always been putting on the pressure. They've always had Stallions exactly where they want them. So, hilariously, round 4 could dictate a lot if Stallions go up 3-1. That would be a significant moment in this best of 5 for them.
Patience again. It's going to be important for Stallions. KINGZERO, we've seen them play like this the entire tournament so far. They are not going to be changing it up here at all in the 3rd place decider. Just happy to wait that timer down again at the start of the round. Now again, out comes that util. It's the same wall of smokes that they threw over toward the A site when they did commit to it in one of the previous rounds. I wonder if they're going to use it to commit again or if it's going to be a fake out towards the B side. It seems like the commitment is through towards A. YF with an opener as there was a rotate coming through early from Stallions. That's a problem. Now the pivot can go back over towards B. That side of the map starting to be opened up. KLP is the only defender and he is dropped immediately. This round going much more to plan for KINGZERO.
That's a really cool round from KINGZERO because not only have you run the same smoke setup, you've also pushed into the site, and because you've shown presence there, that's what's prompted that hotel rotation to come all the way around the world. You're starting that journey early, and that's exactly what they were hoping for. Yeah, I love it because you've always then got the bailout to go back through mid once you catch the kill. You always want that kill over towards B, and you know the rotates are going to be stuck behind those smokes. Impressive round that they are pulling out a lot of little fancy tricks. Are KINGZERO. They're making Stallions feel unsettled. And what's good about that is where you're pulling out the complicated plays early, you can do something a little bit more simpler later down the line. And Stallions, they're not going to be ready for it.
Yeah, this is something different from KINGZERO. A little bit earlier on in the round. Starting to try and explore towards the B side of the map. KLP is tucked deep on long. Trade not quite there onto him, but they do get the better of Loy. Good damage done, though, from Stallions at the start of that round. 9U on a sliver of HP. XN also tagged up. It's prompted the full rotate from Stallions. Not leaving anything to chance over towards the B side of the map, but they are going to have to start thinking about going back over to A. KINGZERO slow it down again. Show Stallions that they have got options.
They're very nervy, I think, Stallions. Like, they're jumping a lot to rotate over. KLB, ooh, not quite caught there by the spam of XN. 9U wanted to go up the top of the tower to potentially find a sightline on his low health with the sniper, not to be. Now, under a minute left, it potentially is going to be B, as they all regroup again. This is exactly what they wanted at the start of the round, and now they're looking to close it the same way.
JJ not really in position to get the early information that this push is coming through. So it's going to be quite a nicely poised contact play out from KINGZERO. Missed shot from KLP. It's going to allow them to pivot across and take a little bit more space. Now the Util starting to come across to try to unsettle those site players as well. And YF is making short work of KLP, but you've still got that transition through from KLP to cause a bit of a ruckus. It's JJ that's found himself too. Low HP for both these remaining players, but 9U has to push his way forward and grab that C4. There is 10 seconds left. And JJ allows him the space and the shot through as well. KingZero will take the third by the barest of margins.
He doesn't need to peek. Oh, it's so sad. He just doesn't need to peek. You know that they need to plant the bomb. Just let him either fake out the plant or then just move when you've got the commitment. I understand it's low HP. I understand that you're trying to just catch him off guard. But it feels like the only way to lose that round if you're Stallions in that moment is by peeking. It's painful. It's a push. It's an opener from no. At least Stallions have got the fight back immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that has very much been the case at the start of a lot of these maps. It's just been so back and forth. Ultimately, KingZero with the, I guess, the extra 5 or 10%, the extra X factor to close the maps out. Stallions have been giving them a good run here in the third place decider. A little bit of something different for KingZero, though, to try to work through with that player deficit. Typically, these rounds have actually started off 5-on-5 for the first sort of minute and a half to 2 minutes, and that's when you inevitably see the full hit come through and a big battle ensue. But this time, KingZero have to do it down on numbers. So they're going to send Tong kind of fishing a little bit over on A-Long. See if he can find anything. That TRG in hand has not had any success, really. Stallions are playing very, very safe lines. Pixel angle here for KLP.
No's got that sniper again. Last time he was in this position, he got all 5 kills. This feels pretty okay, actually, for Stallions at the moment.
Yep.
It's not a whole lot that KingZero are doing, and they're not really being discreet about where they're heading into, right? I mean, look at all the counter utility. Look at all the nades. Everyone's going to be here in time. This feels like a desperate gambit here for KingZero. They just need to get these kills, and trading isn't going to be the name of the game here for them. Nose hit the sniper shot, and with 35 seconds, this is looking dire. This is looking done, unless they give Tong the space and the freedom to fight. He's able to get 1 kill. But it's Loy up close. It is JJ that will get the frag on towards Tong, and the trade out is immediate. Much better out of Stallions, but KingZero, that looked a little bit lifeless.
Yeah, you're right to say that was looking a little bit dire from the outset there. It seemed like they kind of backed themselves into a corner, KingZero, and they had to commit to that fight 4-on-5 through a smoke. The counter util, the timing on that was perfect for Stallions. It completely unsettled the attempt from KingZero. They're really battling their way through a couple of these rounds. Still too early to tell whether or not Stallions is going to be able to push this through to new compound, but at the very least, they are contesting in this third map. KingZero, similar approach again from them at the start of the round. The tendencies remain the same. Slow start. Potential bit of exploration over on the B side of the map if they want it, but that smoke for now is enough to keep them at bay.
Oh. But why? I can see over the top of it. So Loy dealt with advantage. KingZero, like the push at Stallions. Are you going to be ready for this? Oh, certainly. What a shot out of Tong, but you got to remember there's 2 players that are still quite close, or at least they were for half a second. It goes from bad to worse. Now for Stallions, in towards A, in towards no. And in fact, in towards the whole squad. Rotates here have been premature, but it feels pretty damn good. And Alex until Tonga 9U get involved in the act. No, has to stand his ground, has to fight, and he can't even get a kill after the initial. KingZero much better once they get the opening pick.
Yeah, it's a completely different ballgame, isn't it? Much easier for them. Slide through nicely, and they claim that lead back. So a real back and forth pitched battle right here between Team Stallions and KingZero for control of this third map. It matters so much more for Stallions, though, because they don't have that fallback of having won the first 2, so they're going to change things up here. Play aggressive. This is the first adaptation that we've seen from either team.
I think they're ready for it.
Yeah, KingZero have read it.
They're holding this, and also this is the first time that Loy hasn't actually had deep hotel control. This is the first time as well that KingZero have been interested in hotel. And maybe the change of the setup, maybe you don't see anyone directly in towards that window. I guess your Spidey senses go in. They're looking to redeploy in towards middle. KLB, JJ still holding the setup. This is going to be one massive crossfire to determine round 8.
This will be a brawl. It looks like KINGZERO want to try to take that challenge. Grenades are filtering through onto JJ to tickle him, and that'll be finished off by 9U. He slides through for a second before he falls. Beautiful stuff. Great take back into mid there from KINGZERO. You can see so well drilled. And it's a 3-4-2 trade, which gives them the advantage as they wander their way towards that A site. Lawyer No in position to try to cause a bit of a problem for them, but taking isolated duels is not going to be a concern. KINGZERO get the plant. Now it's just No.
Look at the util. The immediate smokes up into both choke points, both activation sites for Stallions as they rotate in, and they both have to push beyond the smokes, and that just creates isolation even though they're trying to fight together. Let's see it then, No. Double digits. Can he find it any more? YF is just going to tuck down, and you know he's not going to peek. That's a bit too much to ask now, maybe, for No. In fact, he's being given opportunities, but Ice is now closing the door and slams it shut on the Stallions. Their time in this best of 5 is being depleted round by round.
It's a painful couple of rounds in a row, certainly. It's turned what was a competitive-looking map into something, once again, that is starting to lean in the direction of KINGZERO. Final round of the half, 6-3 obviously on offer here for KINGZERO. Gives them a lot of wiggle room going into the second half, but Stallions could once again pull one back. Similar to what they did on Subbase and keep things pretty honest. Smoke's going to go down. It's a little bit late there from Stallions. KINGZERO's already out in front of that, and I don't know that they were gambling on that. You see those 2 picks immediately coming through. KINGZERO beating Stallions with pace in this round. The conditioning would say KINGZERO should still be sitting in mid for another minute and a half. That's not the case in this round, and Stallions have been caught off guard by that fact.
Oh. But maybe a missed shot is going to provide opportunity. It's hard for KLB and JJ. We've already seen a 2 versus 4 going the other way. They're dropping the nades. They're trying to get close. They're trying to take the fights, but it's just not working. Nice try for the Stallions. They had to do something in that round. It doesn't pan out. And you're right, the conditioning was set. The decision was made from KINGZERO. They wanted to spice things up, and the Stallions just could not deal with it. 6-3 half, plenty of room, plenty of chances for KINGZERO to take the clean sweep.
Yeah, first round of this half is going to be an important one for Stallions, no doubt about it. They are going to move a little bit quicker through the map than what KINGZERO were. Already Loy setting himself up in hotel, and a bit of a probing move being made by KLB over on A-Long as well. They are giving KINGZERO something to think about. Got to be careful when doing that as well, because 9U, not quite locked in for the fight there against KLB. Does actually lose it by a bare margin. Advantage is an advantage as far as Stallions are concerned. They'll take it. Oh, and that's a great shot from KLB onto YF. Now it's really Ice that has to try to lock down this portion of the map, and that is going to be a very difficult task alone. So Stallions kind of rolling over this one without too much contest at all. There's a couple of kills back on in. Have I spoken too soon is the question I'll ask of myself. C4 calling the cancel.
Calling the cancel, and XN and Tong, I think, have worked this out. What a shot by XN. That's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons. Where do you go now? If you're Stallions, XN is now trying to just create an opportunity. Maybe he doesn't need to fight that much. He does a lot of damage. He gets Tong on the angle. It's completely fallen apart. And yet again, at the start of the half, it is Stallions with a massive control. And yet, it's KINGZERO that always find their mark. That is devastating at both bookends. And potentially KINGZERO have now put this beyond all reasonable doubt.
Oh dear, the fans in the Philippines are going to be in tears watching that round. That's a 5v2 that has gone the way of KINGZERO. I turn around, I see heads in hands, I see faces raised to the sky. It is not good news. That is just not a round that you can be affording to lose at a deficit like that one. The immediate attack pause coming through here for Stallions, but it might be too little too late. You're down 2 maps. You go into the second half and then you lose a 5v2 and you're already down 6-3 to make it a 7-3 scoreline here in the third map. It is the decider map. As far as KINGZERO are concerned, that might be the final nail in the coffin for Stallions. We have to see how strong that mental fortitude is going to be, because it is going to be tested now.
They had it. They had it in the palm of their hands. That was so good on the initial opening. They were steamrolling them. It was a perfect adjective, and then out of nowhere, they just get clotheslined. 2v5, 2v4 in the first round. Too many number advantage situations that get converted by KINGZERO. Too many individual gunfights being left on the table by the Stallions. I mean, this shot is just diabolical from XN.
What a recovery from KINGZERO, and that is going to be a huge confidence builder and momentum builder if they needed any more of that. I think it's fair to say they probably didn't need any help in that department, because things have been going quite swimmingly for KINGZERO. But back into it now for round number 11. KINGZERO looking to complete the 3-0 sweep, and Tong starts it well. KLB down, now no as well, and Tong taking a leaf out of Nosebook, trying to put together the 4K on the A site of Eagle Eye. He's got 3 so far. KLP will fall as well. Maybe it's not quite the ace, but it's just about as good. The result is the same as KINGZERO take one more round. And if Team Stallions weren't broken from the previous, surely that will do it.
Look at this sequence bag. This is just terrific. This is just Tong in flow state. And that is one of the final nails in this coffin here, surely, on Eagle Eye 2.0. And if you're Stallions, you are never going to this A-bomb site again. It has just left you with despair rather than hope. And that is the one thing that you desperately need. It's the one thing that's going to be the hardest to gain. JJ is by himself in towards the middle of the map with the C4, and you got 2 players encroaching on his position. Ice, XN are watching Tong have all the fun. They want a piece of the action too.
Oh, Tong again. Chimes in with that opening kill onto KLB. Could he put them down in yet another round? No, decides against it. He's pulled out the TRG once again. When the chips are down, it seems like the go-to for Stallions is to just let No see what he can do with the sniper in hand. This time the magic isn't quite there. It's just the 1-for-1 so far, but perhaps Loy has slipped the needle.
This is weird. Yeah, look at the timing. The thing is, Ice has slipped the needle too.
Slipped the net, as it were, I suppose.
I suppose that you've got YF that is somewhat considering this. XN certainly isn't, but there's the drop. And because you've got that space, you needed that trade. And XN is now able to follow through. There's Loy with the activation, and Loy will keep going.
The bomb's dropped, though, so that is still going to give time for 9U to come across here. And he might still be able to catch up to No just in time. It seems like No's aware of his position. Shot goes through, it's missed, and that's a chance now for 9U. Swing in from Loy will finish it off. Stallions are not done yet. They're still fighting for it.
The issue you have is that this really bears a lot of reminiscence to the round that Stallions got on Ankara, where it's a moment of individual brilliance coordinated with just a crazy timing. These rounds are not repeatable. You need to have consistent success. And we currently haven't got the recipe here for the Stallions. Maybe KLP can grab an opening kill. Oh, or maybe it could just go the other way. You cannot stop Tong. You cannot deal with him. Nice nades, and he knows that No is on the other side of this wall.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row. Tong has started with the opening pick, one of which he essentially won the round on his own. Could do it again here. KLB and No giving him a couple of sneaky peeks. There's another kill for Tong. He just don't miss at the moment. Chances slipping away from Stallions. Loy trying to conjure something on the other side of the map. Does get the better of Ice, but that's only enough to bring it back to a 4-on-3. And Tong is still lurking, still looking for aggressive fights on A. He's going to force Stallions away.
Loy's here. Loy's on the site. The complete opposite end, but it is being held for. It is being accounted for here. 9U has just seen KLB And as players get parked and picked apart, Loy can't do anything apart from walk into another sniper scope. It all falls to JJ. Trying to spare the blushes, but surely it's going to be considered. YF will confirm it.
It's a pretty impossible task, really, in the 1v4. Third place decider match now down to 1 round required for KINGZERO. Last year at EWC, they had a much poorer performance, finishing 5th to 8, so this would be a massive step up from them. And it's all on offer on a silver platter, really. You got 5 attempts at it as KINGZERO.
It all falls quiet. And there we go. No. We'll get rid of the nuisance maker.
Yeah, the reign of terror is over.
At least for now. There's still one more sniper on the other side in the hands of YF. He was the one that got the multi-kill previously. KLP, Loy now looks to take the space, and it's KLP that deals with the other one. It is just rifles remaining. Maybe there's something still here for Stallions.
Ice is going to try and take matters into his own hands here, pushing out into middle. Does have a little bit of backup, but there's nothing coming in this round for KINGZERO. 9U, it's an easy clean up there onto KLB, but it's just not really what he needs. There's far too much to gain. So Stallions survive another round, bring that scoreline up to 9-5. But it's still a long road ahead in the recovery for this match. You need 4 to take it to the OT. You'd need to win the OT, and then you'd need to reverse sweep the rest of this series. It just seems like the odds are insurmountable right now for Stallions. I'm not a believer. Hopefully they are still.
Oh. With missed shots and opportunities like that, though, it's going to get really difficult. Ice, you feel like he's got the perfect move. You feel like he's got the perfect stay in this round. It's actually XN that deals with no. He takes the contact. Ice follows through with the pistol, and it's all falling apart. They're being completely ripped to shreds down this B corridor. XN not satisfied just yet. And KLP left completely by himself. It isn't the normal sound. It isn't the death toll of Tong. Instead, it is 9U and KINGZERO. 3-0 clean sweep this series. They are your 3rd place winners in this decider.
Yeah, it might be time for a rebrand there for KINGZERO. Turn it into King 3-0 at this point. A very, very clean win over Stallions today, and a massive step up from EWC 2025, where they made it to 5th to 8th, to 2026, where they now finish in 3rd place. It's not the grand final appearance that they would have wanted it to be, and I'm sure they would wonder if the playoffs bracket were a little different, would they be up against BaiSha in that grand final today? But that may still be a conversation that they can get to at CFS later on in the year. Either way, you have to be pleased with the top 3. It is still a podium finish, and that's exactly what they said in their interview prior to this very match. On the other side of the coin, again for Stallions, I think a 4th place, it'll be disappointing in some senses, but back-to-back top 4s at EWC, you know, this is still a very young team. This is still a team that has a lot of experience to gain, so I think you can really still look at this as a win for them. Yes, they would have wanted more. There's no doubt about that, but the year is still yet young, and so is this team, so I think there's still a lot to look forward to for Stallions as they exit the stage today.
I think you take a lot of positives away from this if you're KINGZERO, as you're saying. 3rd place, you only drop maps to BaiSha in the whole event. Like, that is a ridiculous stat line when you consider it. If they got put on the opposite side of the bracket, if that draw went a little bit better for them in the knockouts, you're right, they could be sat here in the grand final.
100%. Look, again, I feel like both of these teams actually could have been a really good contender in that grand final, but either way, it was a 3rd place decided for both. Again, can't be too ashamed about a performance like that one. Yeah, Stallions would have probably wanted at least to be a little bit more competitive in this game, but either way, it is what it is. You have to be moving on to the bigger and better things, I suppose, and that's something that they'll be thinking about for the rest of the year, and maybe to come back next year at EWC CROSSFIRE 2027. But either way, it's time for us to say goodbye and head back down to the stage.
Third place secured for the guys. Of course, it was an ecstatic week. I just want to ask, of course, to their winner, listen, congratulations on a third place, a hard-fought battle. You guys had a pretty good week overall. This is a better result than last year. Can you run me through, how the team experienced EWC this year? How did you guys feel securing this third place?
恭喜你们在电竞世俱杯这个 CF 的项目上面获得了季军，这个成绩也比去年更好了。那现在能不能跟我们总结一下，就是你们这次来到巴黎这个整个电竞世俱杯之旅，这个经历是什么样的呢？
首先来到这里是比去年突破了嘛，然后也很开心吧。然后最后祝BaiSha获得冠军 ，CNCF 加油。
Well. We are really happy to be able to achieve a higher result than last year, and I guess I do have some words for BaiSha Gaming as well. All the best for the grand finals. Keep the trophy in China, and let's go, China CROSSFIRE.
I love that regional pride, and of course, last words, of course, from you. Do you have any words for all your fans following you from China, from all around the world? Anyone for the fans?
那还有没有什么话想跟所有在线上看的粉丝们说的吗？
感谢你们的支持吧。你们的呐喊会让这场比赛变得很精彩。
Thank you all for your support. Your shouts and your cheers will make this final battle one for the ages. Thank you.
Listen, it's all about this. The fans always help the players at home. Once again, congratulations, KINGZERO, for the third place. A well-deserved one. It is time to go back to desk and prepare for today's grand finals. Congrats again to our third place at EWC 2026.
Ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And KINGZERO have officially taken down the Stallions, securing third place and therefore $210,000. Richard, not bad for getting top 3 at EWC 2026 when it comes to CROSSFIRE. KINGZERO, absolutely unwavering in their belief to be one of the best teams out there, not only when it comes to China, but CROSSFIRE as a whole.
Yeah, you got to give these guys a lot of credit. As much as it may feel like the Stallions fell short today, it was honestly also KZ playing one of the best games they have all tournament long as well, because every single player on this roster really stepped up to close this one out.
Yeah, I feel like they came into this still feeling like it was a grand final, right? Like it's the exact same energy they've shown in every single one of their series. As the guys mentioned on the class, this is a team that has not lost to anyone except BaiSha. And we heard there in that interview, right? Wishing BaiSha well, probably not just for the fact that it would be nice for them to keep it within the region for the championship, but also because then they can say, well, we only lost maps to the team that won.
Yeah, I was going to say that and bring that up actually next, was the fact that, yeah, they've only lost to BaiSha. BaiSha's in grand finals and is arguably the favorite to beat Team Liquid just a little bit later on the very stage that they just played on. So for KINGZERO, arguably could be one of the top 2 teams in the world, in CROSSFIRE in general, going into CFS. But when it comes down to KINGZERO, again, they're just so phenomenal. Tong has been such a big talking point, but the way that he exploded in map number 3 was unbelievable. His sniping abilities, you guys were saying that he could arguably one of be the best snipers when it comes to our tournament for EWC this year. I think he executed that well, kept that narrative going in game number 3.
Yeah, it almost felt like a little bit poetic as well, because you think back to that no ace where he's screaming and cheering at the end of his Eagle Eye match, but then all of a sudden he meets his defeat on the opposite end, same map, but it's Tong on the delivery this time.
It's poetry in motion, isn't it? Yeah, I think Tong, I'm going to say it, he is the best sniper at this event. I don't think there is a contest, not from anyone, and in fact, he might even be the most clutch player. I think the only conversation there is either no or perhaps N9, who I think has come through with a lot of clutches himself, but Tong, I mean, he starts this off with a 1v1, right, in the very first round. This was the highlight moment, of course, but you can count any single series. There's probably 5-6 different highlights from Tong.
Yeah, Tong is this probably one of Tong's best performances, you would have to say, throughout his career. Obviously, it's a storied career, but I mean, none better than probably what we saw over the past 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, it truly has to be. I feel like the sky is now the limit for him and his abilities for this team. And not only that, he's got a well-rounded team behind him. So there's just so much potential they can carry forward with.
Yeah, and it's not just his individual skill, which obviously at the moment is hitting a very high ceiling, but the team play, as you mentioned, I think the perfect example, this is that 2-on-5, right? That was the round that Stallions lost this best of three, this decider match, right? Because it's him and I think it's XN in that situation, 2-on-5, and the way they play off each other, they're ready for every single fight. The rifler gets spotted on the A side, then Tong comes through to provide the coverage. They don't overpeak. They're in this perfect flow state between each other. And I think that round summed up KingZero's approach to that entire series.
Yeah, KingZero, again, just one of the best teams when it comes to CROSSFIRE as a whole. A deadly team. Anybody should fear them if they have to go up against them, including BaiSha, maybe even in the future. Obviously not here at EWC. BaiSha's already done the job, already took them down. But for KingZero moving forward, they are a scary prospect. And Ice as well. The big story behind him, Baby in 9. I don't even know if we can really say that anymore at this point. I mean, he's kind of forming his own identity.
Yeah, I feel like he's more of like that supporting role, that team player, but I feel like that's why KingZero is so good up in a matchup like this, because they have that ability to trade better than most teams that we've seen. They play off of each other so incredibly well in these situations.
Yeah, and you kind of compare, we made the no comparison, right? Like plenty of times, not just in this series, but across this entire event, because they are the two new young talents, right, that are coming up. But Ice just plays a very different role in his team, where Noah is that very forward position. He's kind of that superstar. If he pops off, he just take over a game, win it by himself. Ice has those pieces around him where they're not reliant on him popping off, but they know that he can do it pretty consistently.
And then the other members, obviously 9U. 9U's been sensational throughout our entire event. We talk about Tong's consistency. 9U is nearly the same.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be one of the best captains in terms of just frag ability in the server, maybe only rivaled by N9's ability to champion those frags. But I think ultimately, looking ahead for this team, 9U is going to be so pivotal in their success moving forward, because just the mid-round calling alone, you can tell from this team is phenomenal.
Yeah, you can see they had some really great ideas on how to punish Stallions in particular. We saw it on Subbase that came across an Eagle Eye 2.0. You could really see on that BL side where they were just holding these very set-back passive lines with the snipers waiting for the opening pick to come to them, because they know how Stallions want to approach the game. And then even in those situations where they concede all the control, we saw that one particular round where the entirety of mid is taken, Hotel gets challenged. All right, we'll just chill. We know you can't hold this ground forever. We'll come through. You're going to have to move pieces around. We have all the utility to punish, and they just absolutely execute that retake of mid perfectly. And it just shows the amount of game planning they do and those calling decisions from 9U. Like, they've got a fully rounded team here that is seriously, I think, going into CFS, going to be one to look out for.
For sure. I think they definitely even have a shot at taking the title. I really do. That's how strong KingZero is looking, so highly consistent. After all, realistically, they only dropped one series, an important series, mind you, in semifinals just yesterday, but that's the only loss that they took. Outside of that, they were flawless. And even if you look at BaiSha suffered a loss too themselves. So arguably, you look at earlier in group stages, but if you look at BaiSha versus KingZero, BaiSha might be in grand finals, but KingZero looks just as good for sure. But hey, either way, they're going to have to settle with third place. Now, talking Stallions, a lot to unpack here. Yesterday they suffered a loss to Team Liquid. The maps that they won were dominant. The maps that they lost were so incredibly close. They come in today and you could just tell they were feeling the effects of that. It's a younger roster, right? It's a team that is led by Coach Tanks, who has great experience guiding them. But I think today showed that there's still a lot of lessons to be learned on the side of Stallions, specifically when it comes to picking themselves back up when things and times really get hard.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed, honestly, because this is a team where I was hoping they would end with a bang and kind of show us what's next, but they just imploded a little bit today. So I'm hoping moving forward, Tanks can really use this as a learning lesson for this roster, because they have so much potential. I mean, in just 2 years, they've been able to secure 3 top 4 finishes internationally, and most teams here can't even say that.
Yeah, I think Tanks was trying to kind of bring them back into that, but you could really tell that loss yesterday really hurt them, right? Especially with how brutal it was. You mentioned how close. Like, they stomped out their 2 maps, and then it's OT. It's 13-10, 13-11, I think, on the other 2. Like, as close as can be. Like, it's an absolutely brutal way to go out and to miss that opportunity. I'm not sure whether they have a sports psychologist, that's part of that organization, but I feel like that's something they could really benefit from, especially with these youngsters. Now that they've had this opportunity to be in playoffs, to get so close, I feel like definitely definitely the mentality. I said that at the start of this series, right? In a best of 5, mentality is everything because you have to be in it for the long haul. And when you're back down, 0-2, right? Especially you lose your map pick, you're feeling defeated and you need that ability to be able to step back up, pull up your socks and just fight as if lives aren't on the line.
The reality is to be a champion, you have to go through those hard moments. You do. And I think they can feel this, understand what it's like, and use that as motivation to never feel it again. Their next opportunity naturally will be at CFS, I assume anyways. They're a great team. They represented themselves last year incredibly well, falling short to AJL second place. We were in Chengdu. We were at the stomping grounds of AJL. The fans were loud, but more so loud for AJL. Stallions handled that well. It was a great series. Again, they get second place. We know what they're capable of. They didn't show it against KINGZERO, but they've got they have several star-studded players. Loy, for example, I was so proud of his performance throughout the entire weekend, especially even yesterday against Team Liquid, shooting bodies, unrelenting, getting his team behind him. We always talk no, but again, you go down the list, JJ, Loy, KLP, KLB, right? You've got no. They can't do any wrong. The only thing, again, is just battling through that mentality, taking the loss, but coming back stronger. I really believe in them. And there's been a conversation about No being the future potentially of CROSSFIRE.
He 100% is, but not only that, the rest of this team as well, they're all quite young. I mean, I have to give a lot of credit to Loy today in specific because it felt like while the rest of his team was kind of devastated from yesterday's loss, he brought his A game today. Every single map, he was trying to make the plays to get them back into it. You could see it on that sub base where he drops behind them, gets the 3K, tries to motivate his team back, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just wasn't there mentally, I think, today.
Yeah, Loy was playing some of his best CROSSFIRE, which is really good to see, right? It wasn't a complete collapse on the team. I mean, no, you can always kind of expect a certain level of consistency out of him. I think in particular, you look at the sniper there, right? KLP, definitely a strugglesome series. I hope he doesn't take the hit too hard because we saw last year, it was a really rough kind of end to the season for him. They went through that cycle where they bring in revenge for some of the group stage games. It's kind of like this motivation for KLP, which I think definitely worked for him domestically and coming into this event. He's had some great sets throughout this, but yeah, I hope again, he doesn't take it as hard as last year.
Well, either way, a phenomenal battle and a great performance. Top 4 at this level of competition when it comes to EWC, specifically for CROSSFIRE, is a tremendous accomplishment. But KINGZERO getting 3rd place, looking as strong as they are. My goodness, the future is bright for them. For Stallions, they'll come back stronger than ever. They'll take some time to process before heading in to CFS, which is going to be in Wuhan, and it's going to be a lot of fun. CFS 2026 Grand Finals over Wuhan is going to be an absolute treat to watch. So many storylines going into it, including even our Grand Finals, which is going to be played in just a moment's time. It's Team Liquid going against BaiSha, Brazil versus China. But before we get into that in a little bit, we need a club championship update. From what I hear, we're heading over to the Kadia City grid. We know AJL and Falcons have been battling tooth and nail. Who's getting first place? Well, we got Trav on the scene to give us our club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here at the Kadia City grid once more, and it's Fortnite. It's in its last day. So many club championship storylines ride on this game. What's going on, Lauren?
Let's talk about it, okay? Because I've got some fun updates here. Obviously, we're into a few matches on the day so far. 5 now done and dusted. However, this is a match point format, which means the team first has to hit the match point threshold, then they need to get a victory royale in order to win the whole tournament. If nobody does that, we do have a max amount of matches set to 15. Could be a long day, unless somebody makes it a little bit shorter. But here's where we're at. Right now, our teams are about 100-ish points away from the match point threshold. So still probably a couple more matches before we're kind of in that discussion. But what we've seen so far out of those teams, Falcons did get a win. Okay, they're still not at the top of the leaderboard, but they were able to get one of those victory royales in there. However, Aurora Gaming are towards the top of the leaderboard. They are a duo that is expected to do very well, potentially take the whole thing home. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because even though they're not at the top of the CC leaderboard, they were in 10th heading into today. If they win here in Fortnite, gives them 1,000 points, which actually ties them for 4th place. And the reason that matters is because 10th is $650,000. 4th place is $3 million. So I know we're also keeping our eyes on Vitality. They're in here. AGAL, they're also in here. But they both had slow starts. If we end up with an Aurora Gaming winner, that is a lot of money towards the club.
Yeah, obviously we're really focusing on these storylines at the top, but still so much can happen in that mid-pack as well. Millions of dollars can be earned. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Trav and Glitter Explosion over there at the Katia City Arena. And it's looking great, man. I mean, especially when you're talking about the orgs, we always highlight Falcons and AGL. That's the battle for first. That's millions of dollars on the line, too. But for the other orgs like Aurora and Co., yeah, the big news for them, they can continue to elevate themselves. That includes Team Liquid, who's about to take the stage right opposite of BaiSha. They've had a phenomenal week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, and they continue to excel. They continue to impress. Can Team Liquid continue to go all the way? Maybe so.
It would be one heck of a story. I mean, I feel like everybody underestimated this team coming into the event, and if they somehow pull 1,000 points towards the club championship for Team Liquid, I think everybody would be absolutely shocked.
It's been crazy because they've been the underdog, I think, in every single matchup, right? Even the ones where it's been a domestic rivalry where, you know, they didn't come out of the season at the top. Somehow they prevailed every single time. The series versus Stallions just shows the depth of their resilience, I think. The fact they're able to get it over the line there. They have that brilliant closer on port. I wouldn't underestimate them because when you do, they catch you off guard.
The EWC Creator Program is phenomenal. It's brand new, but I'm really enjoying it, especially hearing from our special creators. And we need to check in with one of our EWC Creator Program members by the name of Anonymous. He wants to talk about Grand Finals. Let's hear what he had to say.
The CROSSFIRE competition has been an amazing journey to co-stream, and now we have finally reached the moment everyone has been waiting for, the grand final between Team Liquid and BaiSha Gaming. Throughout the tournament, we have seen so many intense matches and incredible moments, and watching everything unfold with my community during the co-streams has made the experience even more exciting. There were definitely moments where the momentum changed completely and you could really feel the pressure increasing as the competition progressed. Now it all comes down to the Team Liquid versus BaiSha Gaming. Both teams have earned their place in the final, and after everything we have seen so far, I am really excited to see who can handle the pressure and deliver when it matters the most. This final has all the potential to be an incredible conclusion to the tournament, and I am looking forward to seeing which team will rise to the occasion and become the CROSSFIRE champion. Good luck to the both teams.
Thank you, Anonymous, for laying down the groundwork for Grand Finals. He's pumped up, and so am I, one of our EWC Creator Program members. Shout out to you, Anonymous. Loved hearing from you. Yeah, coming up next is going to be Grand Finals. But EWC, I've been saying it all 7 weeks in the Allianz Vault. None of this would be possible without our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la cul, laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi.
搂他漂亮，打30，飞起打30，逼你！一起，来跟我破了，盘妹199，加油！
Não tem como, não sei onde ele tá.
Fred comeu miada. Vamos, caralho! Se por Não só! Pista do ovo, não! Lugro não! Nice!
Hello, Ollie. Welcome to your interview.
I'm excited for the last elevator bit. What I will say is I don't know too much about our guest today.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello.
Hi.
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast. Funny can't go.
Hello, my name is Gina Darling, and I flew all the way to Paris to surprise Ovly May, who's been here for about 2 months now.
So you'll be here, she'll be here. She thinks she's doing a different interview.
Wait, should we make bets on what her reaction's gonna be? Maybe like €5 per, we'll put it in a pool. I say she is going to stand there and go, she might start crying. I'm putting my money on her standing there just,
How do we want to do the intro?
Just something about going fast.
Are you real? Hello, Ovly, welcome to your interview. Are you actually real? I know that you thought it was over, but you still have one more interview to do. I called it. She was gonna cry. I get €5 from each of you. What do you say we start this interview, Ovly May?
I'm actually crying.
Don't cry on my show.
It's been a very long too much.
Don't cry on my show. We need no tears on my show at all. Hello.
Hi, how are you? I'm Humbly. Wait a second, this is my show though.
Just like everything we do in America, I am taking your show. It is mine now. I own this show now. Okay, so I have some questions for you, Ovly. Do you think that you're the only person in the world who is recognized for not recognizing someone?
No, I'm pretty sure that's gonna go on my tombstone.
Oh, you know what? Before we actually start the questions, I figured you have been working so hard and you must be so hungry. So we're gonna play a game of Chubby Bunny because when in France, we have croissants. Ovly, here's your croissant.
Uncle.
And after every question, we just have a little bit of croissant in our mouth.
Did you know that you're not allowed to put jam on that? Otherwise, they'll beat you with a baguette.
I totally did that on the plane. Is that why they never gave me any freebies or anything when I was so nice to them? So, Ovly, what's more sad, you think? That you work in an elevator or that this is probably the biggest office you'll ever have in your life?
You know what's funny? I was getting so ready for you to say what's more sad, this or your dog dying.
But
do I get to ask you a question?
No. This is my show.
Okay, that's fair.
Ovly, you've been here for 2 months.
I have been here for 2 months.
This is probably the longest gig you've ever had. How does that feel?
Honestly, I feel like everything that I've done has been about like 2 years. So why not speed run it into 2 months?
Yeah, right?
I feel like that's fair.
Ovly, some people have red flags. Some people have green flags. As a person who has clearly given up, are you the only person with a white flag? I know where you're gonna go with this joke because I know you so well, but we probably shouldn't. Given given the atmosphere and the.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say the I got no underpants.
That was not English.
Thanks.
It was French. Okay, Ovly.
I'm just surprised that they let both of us on camera for this stuff.
Jackson. Jack. Like put a picture of Jack like right here in the corner.
Right here in the corner?
Yeah, right there. Like find the worst picture of him, put it right there.
Put it right there.
That's Jack.
What if this thing just plummets?
Oh my god, I wish.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be so funny.
Oh my god.
We wouldn't have to take the flight home.
Yeah, save money on everything. You've been gone for 2 months, Ovly.
I have.
Leaving me at home alone in Los Angeles. What besides me is the thing that you miss the most?
My computer. I miss that so much. I miss that so much because I just want to play video games all day. And Paris has like no freaking internet. My hotel did not have Wi-Fi for 2 weeks. Do you know how hard it is to stay mentally stable, or at least whatever our equivalent of mentally stable is? It's very difficult.
Would you say you also miss air conditioning?
Oh, girl, you have no idea. There were people that were straight up like getting into fist fights over fans and whatever the French equivalent of a Walmart is. Le Walmart. Le
Walmart. You know, I'm going to conclude this interview.
Okay.
That means I can break character now. Thank you so much for joining me on my interview. I wanted to come out here. Oh my god, we're gonna die.
Did this?
Oh my god.
Okay, is this where they kill us?
Is this where
I told you I had the keys.
Ball so hard, how to find me. Thank you everyone for joining us here on our interview today. It has been such a joy to be able to surprise my best friend Ovly. My name is Gina Darling, and my surprise guest well, I guess it's me. But my guest here is Ovly May. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for joining me. And then, do you want to go drive a race car with me or something? Because I did that last week and I almost crashed.
Let's do this. Jack! Let's go, Jack!
A gente vai experimentar uma comida francesa aqui, mano, então vamos ver, velho, o que que é. French foods. Uou, esse tá bonito, hein?
Docezinho. Cara, é muito doce, hein?
Cái này ngon này, cái này ngon, cái này rất ngon này.
This name is food. You tried it, yes.
Okay, I think it's called eclair if I'm not wrong.
Vou ter que tirar na boquinha ali, se for correto.
Nossa, muito recheio,
bom.
Cara.
Pão de mel.
Ngon quá nổ. Em thấy nhiều sô-cô-la, vỏ bánh cũng ngon nữa. It's good.
طب ما تخش انت. ايوه خش انت وانا بخلص انا بعدين.
Mas esse tem uma amarguinha a mais, né?
Nossa, tá top.
Manda, pai.
Bom,
Muito
né?
bom.
Muito bom, velho. Meu Deus. Bom, velho.
Eu vou bem aqui na bundinha.
Cara, as comidas aqui são muito boas.
Bom.
10. Foi o melhor que vi até agora.
Pra mim, 9. Muito, muito bom. I can try again. Ok.
Cứ ăn đi xong rồi tao ăn mày lấy miếng to vào.
Vậy cùi vào đúng không?
Miếng to vào.
Xin thêm miếng nữa. For me, I'm not really a fan of it. Even in Egypt, I don't really like it much, so I wouldn't really buy this one or eat it anywhere.
مش هدي 10 من 10 الصراحة. مش طعم ده ما جربتوش بس هو طعمها حلو.
جميلة. اللي بعده.
I've had the time of my life doing coverage for the 2026 Esports World Cup. We've seen unexpected upsets, incredible underdog stories, and amazing victories. But my favorite thing has been getting this
Overly!
Kitty?
You've annoyed me for far too long. You've disrespected the language, the culture, the food, and also, what was that at the perfumery shop? This is for everything you've done.
That's my key. Wait, that's my key. No, Kitty, that's my key. Ugh. Kitty! Wait, Kitty!
Wanna touch it?
Yeah. All right, well, that's totally cool. Kitty, wait! Kitty! Come on, Kitty, we can talk about this! Kitty! I just used the Eiffel Tower. Kitty? It's EWC! Come on, it's got eSports! Give me the key! Give me the key, Kitty! Kitty! Oh. Kitty! Kitty, wait! Kitty, wait! Kitty, no!
Since you arrived here, you've been nothing but rude, disrespectful, and worst of all, you put ketchup on Sol Meunier.
Okay, I actually stand by that, but Kitty, I understand. Listen, when I came to Paris, I wasn't sure at first, but now I've gotten to know the people, the culture, the beautiful architecture, and I love Paris.
Okay, thank you for saying that.
Can I have my key back now?
No, it's not possible.
Oh, why not?
Because it's not a real key, Overly.
What you're saying is that this isn't the real key to my happiness, because I found my happiness through our friendship, through all of the relationships that I've been able to build with everyone here, is the friends that we've made along the way.
Again, it's not what I meant. I meant that...
What you meant to say, what's really important is us, a community.
Let me do how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead. Where we're able to share our passion, our stories.
Is that right, the tower? I see. That's not good. No, that's not.
And our love for everything that is esports.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
What's more important, that you make a lot of content or that none of it is with women? I want a key.
No, you can't have a key.
You've gone too far. You've gone too far. I can't anymore. It's not what I meant. And again, I really think you should do a psychiatric evaluation. Look, EWC is real, but this key is not real. You bought it at a gift shop.
No, I didn't. No. What am I supposed to do now?
Just go home, Emily.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的577。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的林业。
Hello， 大家好，我是白沙战队的 YDSS。今天由我们3个人来画一幅能够代表我们战队的标志性的画。
首先我先来吧，好不好
？OK，
画的就是一只类似于鲨鱼的图案。
干嘛？这是什么？
什么画是老鼠了，兄弟？
画个 C， 先画个 C 字母 C，
这样子。
对 ，OK 了。牙齿得用白色的哦，然后用红色点一只眼睛出来，哎，完美。
现在这是我画的第一步，我现在有请第二步。好，你就稍微上色吧，
你给它涂上那个
牙齿，感觉你可以帮我点缀了。白色牙齿看不出来，显不出来。
没有尾巴现在。
尾巴的那种，它在英文字母下面接一下就行呗。
等会儿我来接吧。
行。
这个 logo 用什么颜色呢？灰色。咱们这个 logo
BAISHA
加个尾巴，
可以。
OK， 这是我画的咱们队伍的战队名，是白沙 Gaming， 然后上面的图案是一只鲨鱼的图案。 然后是咱们战队的动物的 logo， 然后也代表了凶悍的意思。
It's about that time for Grand Finals to get started. We've been talking about it all 5 days. $2 million up for grabs, $750 for first. And that team right in front of you, Team Liquid, arrives to the stadium to take the stage to try and lift the trophy for Brazil.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we see a solid performance from these guys today. They looked so good in their previous match against the Stallions, shutting down their hopes of being in this final, and they could be the best potential contender we've got.
They could be, but there they are. It's BaiSha Gaming, looking like the top dogs, hailing from China. They beat AGAL. They beat everybody along their path, but can they beat Team Liquid?
And of course, them being the final boss, them chasing a legacy for 2026. I mean, we could not get a more exciting opponent for Team Liquid, right? I mean, BaiSha, who has been playing amazing the entire event, this is going to be good.
Going to be good indeed. Now going back to Team Liquid, a historic moment for them. It's been a while since Brazil has been in the Grand Finals. It's been even longer since Brazil has been able to lift an international trophy. Yet here they are, an opportunity. And I gotta say, they're looking good. That series against Stallions, yes, it was back and forth, but great composure. They held it down. They brought the energy. They're looking to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it was one thing to beat them in a best of 3, but to take down Stallions then again in a best of 5 shows what this team is capable of when the pressure is on, especially when you consider how that series played out. They had 2 maps where they couldn't even put up 3 rounds, but they still have the resilience to pull it off and get themselves here in the grand final.
Adrian, Y, Danimals, Gokin, 77, star-studded roster for sure. One of the big talking points has been Gokin for quite some time, right? Gokin, what would it mean for him to lift the trophy?
Of course, finally a trophy for someone who's been chasing for so long, right? I mean, Gokin, his legacy as the best Brazilian sniper to ever touch the game. And of course, a trophy is all he needs to solidify his place.
That's right, but will he get it? He's got to get through BaiSha. We take a look at Gokin's stats, and man, his KD is looking impressive, 1.54. But the stats and numbers are one thing. What does Gokin bring to Team Liquid?
I mean, Gokin's not only that firepower in the server, but he also is just that aggressive presence you need on a team. His energy alone can elevate this team to new heights because he makes these big plays happen, but he also lets that energy be seen across the rest of his teammates as well.
But what about 7-7? He's obviously on this roster for a reason. Sneaky, what does 7-7 bring to Team Liquid?
Man, the man who broke my heart twice because he took out both Filipino teams for the tournament, but at the same time, 7-7, a man who you could say who's the Swiss Army knife for the side of Team Liquid. You can give him the sniper, you can give him the rifle, you can give him any gun possible, and he will perform with it. And obviously, his output as a player has been absolutely insane.
7-7, the Swiss Army knife, as Sneaky likes to call him. He's going to need to be that and more today to take down BaiSha Gaming. Upon arriving to the venue, Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them and get his thoughts heading into the Grand Finals.
The Grand Final stage is set. It's going to be the Brazilian Cavalry Team Liquid facing up against the Sharks that are BaiSha Gaming. Joining here with me today is 7-7 of Team Liquid. Thank you so much for your time. So, you have become an overnight sensation for the past 2 days of competition at EWC. You're sought after because of your sniping skills and your domination when you're on the stage. Tell us something, what makes 7-7 that dominant of a player?
Então, nesses últimos 2, 3 dias que vocês jogaram, né? Você teve ali no holofote, ali se destacando muito, jogando muito bem. E o que faz você ser um destaque? E o que fez você ter tanto destaque nesses últimos dias aqui no campeonato?
Cara, eu acho que é a constância de muito trabalho que a gente vem fazendo no Brasil, aqui também, mas acho que o que reflete muito é a gente estar em casa se dedicando ao máximo a isso. Acho que é a nossa vida viver disso. E também meu time, que sempre me deixa em momentos confortáveis para mim sobressair.
So I really think the hard work that we were putting since the start of the year is helping us a lot, especially like the team play in general. So my team can help me and I can be in the spotlight sometimes, making good plays, and just what makes me happy. And I think the whole hard work for the team, especially all the players and the staff, are helping me a lot.
Wonderful from 7-7. And speaking of how the team operates, so you were on the receiving end of last year's grouped performance from Team Liquid, and now this has been the biggest improvement for the team from not exiting groups to now appearing in the grand finals. What has caused this improvement for Team Liquid?
Então, ano passado vocês não conseguiram ir tão longe quanto esse ano, que agora vocês acabaram de chegar na final. O que você acha que melhorou no time? O que você acha que vocês passaram para estar aqui jogando essa final hoje?
Acho que a mudança de player fez muita diferença pra gente, um total sentido, tirar o Danimal da função de entre e virar somente o capitão fixo de pensar nas calls, no suporte e tudo mais, e ter colocado um entre de fato ali. E acho que também é o nosso trabalho, a gente vem trabalhando muito nossa calma, nossas plays, pensando bem no coletivo e não só no individual.
So I think the biggest change in the team by far was switching Danimal as the entry, just playing as a captain and making all the callouts. So I think there was something very big for the team that really improved our gameplay, and the whole team in general playing well and doing good decisions and good plays. I think this is what makes us be in the same grand finals today.
Yeah, the drastic adjustment was a huge improvement. Imagine from groups to now grand finals. What a glow up for Team Liquid. Final question for 7-7. Now that you'll be facing BaiSha Gaming, which is the #1 team from CFPL, is there a game plan set for Team Liquid against BaiSha?
Vocês hoje enfrentam a BaiSha, né, que é a atual campeã da CFPL. Vocês têm alguma mudança de plano de jogo? Vocês vão manter o estilo de jogo de vocês?
A gente vai manter nosso estilo de jogo, como eu falei em outras entrevistas, a gente muda pequenas coisas, como uma smoke, uma flash, algo do tipo. E acho que é isso, é manter nosso jogo, nossa calma, como a gente ontem não teve tanto, e por isso a gente pecou bastante em alguns mapas. Acho que hoje é mais calma, concentração e bastante mira.
So we're gonna maintain the same game as usual. Sometimes we make some small adjustments facing another team, some flashes, some smokes, they're different. But I think we're gonna just stay calm, stay confident and win this match.
Wonderful from 7-7. Let it be known today, the players become immortal at the grand finals of EWC CROSSFIRE. We'll be finally crowning a new worthy champion of EWC. Thank you so much, 7-7, for your time. Let's send it back to the analyst desk for more information.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Catching up with 7-7 before he takes the stage in good spirits, feeling as confident as ever. Salvatore said it, one of the best snipers out there when it comes to TL side of things, a guy that's emerging when it comes to the CROSSFIRE scene. Lifting a trophy would mean a lot for him, and Salvatore said it at the end, immortalize his name in esports history.
Yeah, I mean, that's what these young guns are looking to do. I feel like 7-7 and Y don't get enough credit because there's just so many all-stars on this team. You think about, the Adrians and the Gokins, but these two young players still have so much to prove in this event.
Yeah, that's it. And you know what? Talking about legends, let's talk BaiSha. This team fell from glory, fell from fame just a couple of years ago. Now they look to reclaim it. Now in opportunity to lift the trophy. For the longest time, BaiSha was considered the scariest team when it came to CROSSFIRE until AGAL dethroned them, taking the storyline away. But BaiSha right the wrong a little bit earlier in quarterfinals, taking down AGAL. Now they look to go further. This roster is star-studded, but one of the guys that's been at the top of the list for the longest time in CROSSFIRE history has to be a 9.
Of course, N9 touted as the greatest CROSSFIRE player of all time, right? The only trophy that he doesn't have is this EWC, and this is really a proving point about how he can solidify his history when it comes to the entire game of CROSSFIRE. And he's finally found a roster that he can do it with, of course, with 577, the man who has been with him this entire journey in BaiSha Gaming, and ShaoShao, of course, we cannot forget. But N9, when he is on and he is angry, he is going to let you know.
You mentioned ShaoShao. We've been shouting his name game all tournament long, especially when it comes to his snipes, and he's looking to do that again today, especially against 7-7, who we just heard from a little bit earlier. When it comes to Xiao Xiao, he walked into the venue, Salvatore pulled him to the side and said, I need to know where your mind is heading into Grand Finals.
One team becomes the immortalized one here at the Grand Finals of Esports World Cup, etched in history. Will it be Team Liquid? Will it be BaiSha Gaming? Here with me today is going to be Xiao Xiao from BaiSha Gaming. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. So this is going to be the second time of BaiSha Gaming appearing in the Grand Finals. Can you talk us through the difference as to how you got into last year's Esports World Cup to now? What is the difference between of EWC last year to this year?
没事哦，这是即将是你们第2次踩上电竞世俱杯 CROSSFIRE 的这个总决赛的舞台了。那能不能跟我们说一下去年的白鲨跟今年的白鲨有什么区别呢？
今年的白鲨跟去年白鲨最大的区别就是我们现在就是没有以前那种急性子了嘛，现在改变很大嘛，就比较沉稳，就是有的时候劣势局我们也可以翻盘嘛，像以前的话比较急嘛。 劣势局可能就是葬送了嘛。
I'll say the biggest difference is we're much more calm and level-headed compared to last year. I'll say last year we definitely were a little more impatient and a little more perhaps like rushing into things and easy to tilt. Whereas this year, you know, our mentality is in a different state right now. Even when we are falling behind, we can clutch it up and we can keep things calm and composed.
That's really happy to hear for BaiSha Gaming when it comes to improvement. So now you'll be facing up against Team Liquid, which quite frankly, there's not a lot of history for BaiSha Gaming up against TL, but right now you'll be handing the opportunity to fight Team Liquid. So can you give us a thought or like what do you think of your matchup against Team Liquid? Do you see them as pressure or do you see them as like just an ordinary opponent?
在这个总决赛的舞台呢，你们的对手即将就是 Liquid 战队。那 Liquid 战队跟你们其实切磋的也不算是很多，但是你们现在走到这个总决赛舞台了，能不能跟我们说一下，就是你们是如何看待他们这个战队的呢？
因为我们就是也比较了解嘛，有的就是 CFS 世界赛也遇到过嘛，就是他们是一个很强的一个队伍嘛，也是巴西数一数二的队伍。 然后个人实力也比较强嘛，我们会就是打好每一场比赛嘛，然后来应对他们。
We have faced them before in other tournaments before, and we understand that they are definitely one of the strongest teams in the world, a top team from Brazil. And their individual skill is also very, very good. So what we're going to do is simply take every single point as they come. We're going to fight hard for every single point and try to clinch a victory here.
I like that spirit here for Xiao Xiao. Final question for you. So there's like 2 snipers for Team Liquid, but is there any specific player that you feel like BaiSha Gaming will having a hard time dealing with?
Liquid 战队他们有2个狙击手，但是从你们角度来说，有没有任何一位选手是你们可能需要特别针对一下的，或者会让你们感觉特别棘手的呢？
棘手的可能就是高肯选手嘛，因为 他来过我们中国，也看过我们就是比赛嘛，然后也跟我们一起待过一段时间，然后可能也会熟悉一点中国的打法嘛，然后可能就是比赛会稍微针对一下嘛。其实最大的针对就是针对我们自己吧，把我们自己的心态和想法就是调整好了，然后应对下来这场比赛嘛。
Well, if there is one player that might be a problem for us, it will likely be Gogo because he has been to China before. He has even been like trained with us for a period of time. If there's anyone who's familiar with like the strategy and the meta in China, it will be him. So he's definitely someone to watch out for and someone that we might think about targeting possibly. But ultimately, I'll say definitely the biggest challenger would be ourselves. Like we just have to overcome ourselves, surpass ourselves, and make sure that again we are able to have a calm and focused mental state going into this game. And I think that is what's going to be the most important thing for us.
I love the contrast here for BaiSha Gaming. The sharpest sight will be set in the grand final stage. Goken versus Xiao Xiao. You don't want to miss it. BaiSha Gaming versus Team Liquid. Let's send it back to the analyst desk for a further breakdown of the game. Reflections, back to you.
Thank you, Salvatore and Jim, for the great interview. Nice to hear from BaiSha in the name of Xiao Xiao, a talented player that could very well be lifting the trophy at the end of the day. But Sneaky, one of the things that really impressed me is they know the competition ahead of them. They're not taking Team Liquid lightly. Despite BaiSha being as strong as they are, despite them beating AGAL, Team Liquid, they're going to be at the utmost serious pace when they play against them.
Yeah, last time BaiSha Gaming underestimated someone in EWC, Stallions happened. So they do not want the repeat of it. They're respecting every single opponent right in front of them, especially knowing the capability of Team Liquid when it comes to their firepower. Granted, BaiSha does have that slight firepower advantage for him. You really do not want to underestimate the people on the other side of the server.
Well, we've talked about star-studded players on both ends. Now let's hone in on two of them together. It's Gouken versus N9. Gouken, the one that hasn't been able to earn an international trophy, whereas on the opposite side for N9, he's got plenty of them, but he doesn't have the EWC trophy.
Yeah, I mean, for Gouken, he's clearly the star of this team. He can put them to a very, very big level in this tournament, but N9 on the other side, these guys have played as enemies, they've played as friends on the same team for a certain amount of time in the CFPL as well. So it's really going to be about who shows up on the day. You can see it in the ADR, though. Look at that from N9, 105 on the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, for an entry fragger, right? 100 ADR, just like what we said with No and his statistics, and him having a 1.6 KD, having 100 ADR as one of the main attackers of the team is nothing short of impressive.
Yeah, a sensational player. When we think about Team Liquid, again, just the history of Brazil, bringing that trophy home to Brazil would be just a tremendous accomplishment. Again, for BaiSha, lifting the trophy themselves in 9. This is the only trophy he doesn't have in his repertoire. He wants it for himself. There's so much at stake here, let alone the money, right? $750,000 for first place, just making it here, though. Top 2, you get $350,000. But even for the club championship race for Team Liquid, this tournament means a lot. Getting 1,000 club championship points by winning, my goodness, that means potentially hundreds of thousands of more dollars, if not maybe even over $1 million for this side of Team Liquid across the 2 weeks. They've been performing incredibly well, but it's not going to be easy. When you look at BaiSha, they are incredible. They're sensational, and they've taken down everybody you could possibly imagine to get to this point. For Team Liquid, they've also done the same. That series against Stallions was something to rewatch, and you absolutely should after the Grand Finals has concluded. But when it comes to TL, they're going to have to dig deep to take down BaiSha Gaming.
They'll definitely have to, but I feel like they have the strength to do it. They know what it's like to win under these type of conditions. They've got 2 former CFS champions, and they have Gouken, who is probably hungrier than ever not to let it slip through his fingertips once again, because he was brought into this team in...
Well, no, I was just going to say, man, when we think about this, you laid down the history. Going back to you, Kyle, who's going to win? Who do you think is going to lift the trophy at the end of Grand Finals?
I'm just going to go with Team Liquid, to be honest. I feel like they've got the hunger there. BaiSha's been there so many times. They've felt the success already, but Gouken has to be hungrier than ever now. He's only been in a grand final position once at this level of competition. It was his first year there. Maybe he just wasn't ready, but now feels like the time.
Sneaky, what about you? Team Liquid over here. Are you going to stay with them or go BaiSha?
Man, I'm really torn because my GOAT's on one side of the server, but at the same time, I would like to see some new history for CFS. So I'm going Vamos Liquid.
Okay, Liquid here. Chat, what about you? We're about to head to the stage. Grand Finals, it's built up to this moment. $2 million on the line. $750,000 for first. Will it be Brazil? Will it be China? Let's head to the stage to find out.
现在当然非常的开心，能够再次进入到 EWC 世界总决赛。去年我们在世界总决赛也是取得了亚军的成绩，希望这一次我们能够圆梦巴黎。
Eu estou muito feliz da partida contra Stallions. Foi uma partida muito difícil. A gente sabia que tinha que jogar em conjunto para poder vencê-los.
Oh, that could be bad. Oh, that could be so bad for Stallions, and it is.
今年我们阵容上没有差别，不过我们有更多的战术和更好的配合。
O time da BaiSha para mim é um time muito forte. É um adversário muito antigo. Então a gente conhece muito eles, eles também conhecem a gente.
Team Liquid 它是巴西非常强劲的队伍，也是常年活跃在世界舞台上的老对手了。其中有 Goken、ADF 都是我们熟悉的队友。
BaiSha, esteja preparada porque nós chegamos para poder vencer o campeonato.
Team Liquid 让我们一起打出一场精彩的比赛。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime here at the Allianz Vault. We started out with the 16 greatest CROSSFIRE teams on planet Earth, and now we are down to our strongest 2.
Only 2 teams remain. Only 1 team will get to take their key and set it into that trophy, etching their name in history as the second ever EWC champions. Here, CROSSFIRE is on fire. We've had crazy matches all week, but now it is time to settle down the final business.
Okay, and there's only way to settle that business, and that is to get our teams up here to the stage. Please, welcome to the stage, Team Liquid! Goken is looking for his first international title, and with his brothers at his side, the plan is to make that dream a reality. For the players standing next to them, for Team Liquid, and for Brazil, they have forged a path to victory, and they will not be denied. Ladies and gentlemen, against all odds, they have pushed all the way to the grand finals, and now they are one step away from making history.
Oh, absolutely. First team coming up on stage. You know they've got their eyes on this trophy. Overall, they've had a crazy run, but they've got a huge client to face if they want to lift that trophy. Please welcome to the stage, BaiSha Gaming! The runner-ups last year, they had an amazing run, lost their first match, but then their entire bracket run was nothing but revenge. Beat last year's champion AGAL 2-1, and then they got their revenge against KINGZERO 3-1. Their last big international trophy was in 2023, and although they are the current #1 in China, the running champions, they are looking to lift another international trophy right now. This is a big moment for BaiSha Gaming on the stage right now.
Okay, and if we could have our translators come up to the stage. Okay, first off, for you to win the Esports World Cup trophy, what would that mean for everyone on this team and for everyone back home in Brazil?
O que significaria para todos vocês, o time, para todo mundo no Brasil, vocês ganharem esse troféu hoje?
Acho que significaria muito pra gente, é uma aprovação de estar aqui hoje, realização de sonho também. Acho que a gente vai trazer isso para a nação brasileira, para todos os fãs da Team Liquid, para todos os fãs brasileiros, a gente vai trazer isso.
So it would mean a lot for us, for the whole team, for the whole crowd cheering for us. So it's a dream come true. We're really accomplished to be here, and we are super happy to play, and we're gonna get this trophy back to Brazil.
You're about to play one of the most important games of your entire lives up to this point. What is the emotion that you're feeling right now?
Vocês vão jogar um dos jogos mais importantes da carreira de vocês, da vida de vocês. Como é que tá a emoção de você e de todo o time agora?
Cara, acho que não tem jogo importante, cada jogo é importante. Para estar aqui hoje a gente teve passos a ser dado e acho que vai ser um jogo como qualquer outro, uma vitória como foi ontem, como foi anteontem, e é isso.
So I think every match is important as an equal, so we train very hard and we did some big steps to be here and we are super happy.
Okay, Team Liquid looking entirely locked in as they have throughout this entire bracket. It is not going to be easy to stop them.
Never easy, of course, but the huge clients are BaiSha Gaming. Listen, you were there last year in Grand Finals. This year you run that bracket getting revenge after revenge. You took last year's champion, you took KINGZERO who took you down earlier. How does the team feel ahead of these Grand Finals?
那么BaiSha战队现在站到第2次又站到了这个总决赛的舞台上面了。那今年呢，你们这个整个旅程也是把去年的对手给复仇掉了，过关斩将走到了这里。那现在你们战队感受如何呢？
我们现在很需要这场比赛的胜利，但是我们在比赛场上会保持冷静，然后去打好每一分。
We absolutely need and we desire this final victory for the grand champion. But we're going to stay calm, we're going to stay collected, and we're going to stay completely focused and take it one match at a time.
Calm and correct, that's what we want to see. And of course, there is a battle of region. You're always trying to represent China. Earlier, we had KINGZERO getting third. And what they say, the message they sent you is we got third. And now we're cheering for you to get first place for China. Do you have anything to send, to answer to these guys and to send to the fans?
前面季军赛的时候 ，KC 战队在他们的赛后采访，他们也说祝你们BaiSha战队能在这个总决赛舞台上面获得冠军，并且把这个冠军杯带回中国。那你有什么话想回给他们的吗？
谢谢他们吧，我们肯定会拼尽全力为 CNCF 拿下这座奖杯。
Well, a big thank you to the support from KINGZERO as well. And I just want to say, yes, we will do our absolute best. We will get a victory here, and we will bring the champion back to China and to do our best for China CROSSFIRE.
Listen, it is there, the regional pride, the team pride's on the line. It is time to kick off the grand finals. Teams, can I have you please line up to launch that banger of a match? It is time for the grand finals of EWC 2026. CROSSFIRE has been happening all week and only one match to remain. It is Team BaiSha Gaming representing China against Team Liquid do Brasil.
The stage is set. The competitors are sitting down at their battle stations ready to face off. The biggest moment in the career for many on the side of Team Liquid. But then again, on the opposite side, we heard N9 say, we desire this moment. We desire this trophy. It's the only one that's eluded them. And now the opportunity to take it is now.
Huge opportunity on the line. Out of 15 international championships, only 2 have ever been claimed by Brazil. 2 of those players are on the stage, but Team Liquid only at 30% in the prediction results, but rightfully so. I mean, BaiSha, they are a dynasty after all.
I'll say 30%, honestly, good odds considering the strength that BaiSha Gaming's going to bring. Obviously, BaiSha the favorite, as they should be. It is no surprise, Sneaky, that Team Liquid is going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. They're going to have to do something special to take down the powerhouse team of BaiSha.
Of course, being an underdog, it requires really good performances from very key pieces, just like what we said from Gokhan and from Adrian. But 7-7, him especially, he's going to have to post up the same numbers as he did from the prior games. We need to see a 20 bomb from one of the players.
It's going to be another best of 5. Let's take a look at the maps that we're going to see a fight on. Constant back and forth. For Team Liquid, Eagle Eye out of the way. They don't want to play there, and I guess they don't have the opportunity to do so because they banned it. But Sneaky already getting your attention.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle Eye, of course, a map that Liquid wants to avoid as much as possible. BaiSha is also very good in that map. I'm expecting maybe a New Mexico ban going into the second one for the side of Team Liquid, but I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it open, and there it is.
Sneaky, it's like you know what you're talking about. BaiSha gets New Mexico out of the way, which means the next 5 maps is where we are going to see war fought for.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough. You know Subbase is going to be in the pool. They struggled immensely in their matchup against Stallions on it and New Compound as well. Both of those, they had a combined 4 rounds on those maps yesterday. But it's going to be Black Widow to kick it off for Team Liquid. I actually think this is a solid choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid choice for both sides, right? It kind of enables Gokhan to have his usual sniping angles, but at the same time, BaiSha is also very, very good when it comes to this map. It just took a dip in terms of priority here on their side, and they're going to pick the New Compound. Kyle, I'm expecting the port priority for the side of Team Liquid is going to be coming last, similar to what we saw in their last series.
Yeah, I think it's a strong move to leave Port as the decider. They're so comfortable on that map to try and close out a series, and it is going to be the Ankara pick coming out. But this is where it's going to be tricky. BaiSha very strong on this map, a new compound, one that looks like it should be theirs on paper as well.
For sure. And it is going to be a needed performance here from Y, especially in map number 3. He was one of the main reasons why Team Liquid was so strong in that map, especially in those vent clears. So we might just see Port for map number 5, unless Team Liquid are trying to strike early. But no, it is going to be the sub base for map number 4 as we enter the port, just as expected.
Yeah, very interesting map selections here, and once again for Liquid, it could all come down to Port to decide their fate, but that seems to be the game they want to play here. But looking at that new compound, that sub base, they have to be better this time around.
It's so interesting looking at the history of these two teams going from group play into now. When you look at BaiSha, last time they played Black Widow was against Falcons. They won 10-2. But then again, when you look at Team Liquid, they also played on Black Widow, winning 10-2 as well against Execration. Both of them finding success, which means map number 1 could very well go to distance. When you look at new compound, almost identical records as well. 10-8, 10-7 for the side of BaiSha as well as Team Liquid. So the first 2 maps could very well tie up the series 1-1. Then Ankara, sub-base, come on. 2 beautiful maps. Honestly, I think the pick and ban process was very well done. And for Team Liquid, they really could extend the series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Team Liquid, this is going to be one of those times where in their weak maps are going to have to be practiced, especially knowing with how new compound went from yesterday. So hopefully they've learned a thing or two from that Stallions. And I hope to see a battle of patience here for the side of Grand Finals, because there was a lot of fighting in the 3rd and 4th.
There was.
We are going to see a chess match possibly for the Grand Finals.
The only thing is sub-base. Well, I don't see a lot of sub-base for BaiSha. They just usually do not play on that map.
Sure.
Yeah, it's usually avoided for them, but I know they've seen the weakness. I mean, against Stallions yesterday, Team Liquid really dropped the ball on this map. It was one of their weakest performances in that entire best of 5. So BaiSha might have seen the writing on the walls and learned from that, because Stallions completely steamrolled not only on sub-base yesterday, but they also heavily won the new compound as well.
And what's interesting about sub-base is the fact that it's map number 4. If Team Liquid can hold on, we go to Port. And again, Port is sorely missing from the results, at least when it comes over the 5 days of competition onto the side of BaiSha. However, for Team Liquid, last time they played there, they won 10-2. If Team Liquid can somehow go to game number 5 on Port, they might have a chance to win it all.
Yeah, especially knowing there's not much history right from the side of BaiSha, so you really have no idea how Xiao is going to operate in this map as well as Lai. So Team Liquid with the experience opportunity here for that last map.
It's just a matter of winning one of the first 3. Black Widow, new compounds, or Ankara. If Team Liquid had to take a map off of BaiSha out of those 3, which one would it be?
It's got to start here on Black Widow. I think they've got to come out strong in this series if they want to set the tone that they can actually pull this off. If you go into new compound down 0-1, there's a very strong chance BaiSha might be able to run away with it.
BaiSha, once regarded as the most dominant team when it comes to CROSSFIRE, taken down a peg by AGAL. This tournament, they take them out in quarters. They move forward to take down KINGZERO, and now they find themselves on the precipice of a victory for N9, the only trophy that's eluded them. For Team Liquid for Brazil, a long-awaited come-up to be back in Grand Finals, but an international trophy, it's been since 2019. They want it just as bad as BaiSha, but they're going to have to work for it. $2 million on the line. Team Liquid versus BaiSha. Let's head into map 1 on Black Widow.
Thank you guys so much. We are ready to begin the grand finals of CROSSFIRE at EWC, and it's going to start off with a bang. As I am Valdez, with me is Laz, and we will bring you this best of 5, BaiSha versus Team Liquid. You and I definitely feeling the BaiSha energy and what they've been able to do, especially with KINGZERO looking so strong on the 3rd, 4th place match, and BaiSha taking them down in the semis. Does feel like the momentum is behind BaiSha at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is where we talked about for BaiSha. Like, obviously, have now put themselves as clear favorites, but they've had to work to get here, right? I mean, again, they were the ones that take that loss against KINGZERO, and then they had to go through the lower bracket. So they have had to fight tooth and nail to get here in this position. But that's the same thing you could argue for Team Liquid. But like we said, a lot at stake here for both these teams. But it seems like 577 wants to get things started against the vet of Gokyn. It's a little bit of a reply back, and Y's been able to find some kind of activation, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that's a nice little taste of what we might get more as the series comes along, as N9 just peeks Gokhan and wins the duel at close range. N9 really feels like he's on his game here at this tournament, and as long as, even some pieces of this BaiSha roster play alongside of him, they should be feeling strong in this one, as Leah's going to get that kill on the Danimals. And now it's just 7-7 by himself in a 1v3, but this is one of the most difficult retakes in all of CROSSFIRE, is trying to clear out the storage, especially as a sniper, because there's just way too many windows and ways to stop them from defusing. So a nice start here for BaiSha. Nice little push onto the B site, and the fact that N9 got that first kill on the Gokhan made some big waves.
Yeah, it was really a good little bit of an entry. The fact that Gokhan goes down really that quickly, I think that's when the problem started to arise. So really good duel for BaiSha, being able to find that early on. So yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see what Team Liquid's going to be able to adjust in the game plan against a team like this. And I mean, BaiSha have looked really good. Again, Team Liquid, yeah, did make it through the upper bracket, right? They didn't take a loss, they had to get themselves in a great position. But BaiSha, I mean, the fact that their loss was only for KINGZERO, that is still something to take a lot of notes of. I mean, they were able to secure themselves that third place here game a little bit earlier today. But Team Liquid, I mean, the one thing that's been really impressive about them is the teamwork, right? We definitely noticed that they're utilizing their protocols, so we'll have to see if those protocols are going to be more than top-notch.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of the questions, as Gokhan's not going to be holding this angle this time, but instead it's Adrian to go down. At least Danimal's able to trade one, gets the kill out of midair onto Leah, and that means that there's time here for the rotation to come in. Xiao does entry with N9 actually to get that kill on the Danimals. Gokhan's still here in the window, but he's the only one at the B site at the moment. Bomb is on the ground, kind of out in the open, so they need a little bit more utility, I'd say, to get situated here on the B site.
Yeah, and they get a good smoke into connector, right? So now they've been able to block things off. It's going to allow them to pick it up. They should be able to go for this plant right away if they choose to. Gokhan is close on by. You can see he's trying to get a little bit of a cheeky lineup here with the nade. Just a bit too wide, though. So that plant is going to come through. Now Liquid. A little bit of a funnel. Good flash, though. That actually connects N9. He is blind as a bat. You can just see he can't see a single thing at all. Now they're just attempting the touch of the defuse, but it might not be in the cards. All of a sudden, they have to bring this gunfight, but Liquid, they have to get moving because that timer is going. But it's Gokhan! Oh, there it is! There's a big swing for him, and he's able to respond back perfectly for a 1-1.
Yeah, again, that's the thing about that bomb plant position, is that trying to get the defuse there is very difficult, especially alone. But if you've got a guy who can go in and clear out the storage by himself, then of course it's going to be much more easy. As let's look from his point of view, just a couple of taps, 1-2. And that is why Gokhan, who he is, he's looking for that first victory in a finals. We'll see if he can get it tonight. That looks like he's on point so far. As we got some spam here with the shotgun. Nice flash to get them in. And this is 3 rounds in a row now where they are pushing in. And take a look at the minimap as well. Xiao in the base and might run into Y, who's going for the big flank. Hasn't spotted it just yet, and it's actually Y who does spot Xiao.
Yeah, this is tough right now because you can see that BaiSha, they can just completely, put a lot of heavy lean onto this B main, and now they can just try to, execute Y in this situation. He's got full HP, so really, he is kind of the biggest threat right now. 7-7 is still alive, but again, he is barely alive. So flashes galore. Timer's already well halfway, so this is problematic. Y does find a duel, so this is where BaiSha, again, just need to make sure they can hold on. Man, Y is just popping off. I mean, I know that was a really problematic situation, but the fact that he's able to find, 3 duels in that round? That was great, but really nice execution from BaiSha. Really came down to, the Vepr that was trying to be in place here in B main just falls apart quickly. And it was just that 1-2 combination that allowed BaiSha to just have that round pretty much, felt like convincing at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like how BaiSha just sent 3 rounds in a row, same spot, same site, just trying to do it in slightly different manners. And they get a lot of value out of doing that early on here. And it's going to keep TL thinking about, how exactly do we want to try to respond to this amount of pressure that they're putting onto the B site. As we can see this time around in round 4, they have not gone for that B push. It's the same smoke at the door just to keep them guessing. But this looks to me like a setup maybe on A, or maybe just waiting for some pressure first, as they still have those 3 guys in mid. And yeah, just trying to get a look at what Danimals sees up in the top left.
Yeah, he's just trying to get that jiggle just to see if he might be able to find that one player, which is Xiao. So trying to get some kind of intel. But I think the one thing that I really like that Desk brought up is the fact of like Danimals. Like he typically can be a really strong IGL in the sense of his calling abilities, but also the fragging ability. So we get to see Danimals giving us that performance in the last map and last series to today. That's going to be great here for Team Liquid, but now they have to prove it. That's not a great start. Y gets caught off guard here with the positioning, and N9, look at this. He's already putting so much aggression into this. He's already pushed into window. Team Liquid, they look like they're semi-prepared for this, but maybe not. N9 maybe just going to be able to go for the swing, and now they can just sit back and relax.
I don't know how N9 makes it look like he was invisible that entire round, because he just sneaks in behind Y, gets the free pot shot, sneaks in behind in mid, gets the free pot shot, and now Xiao, he's ready for those guys that are pushing in and trying to rotate all the way around. He's not going to be caught off guard this time, so yeah, this looks like a locked down round, and TL believe it as well. They're not going to try for it. I do wonder when they'll look to take a tack pause, because as it stands right now, once again, feeling the BaiSha energy.
Yeah, and it just seems like you brought up a good point, right? It's the fact that BaiSha are just over and over again just hitting this B site. They've clearly done some homework where they're like, look, it's a pretty easy setup that Team Liquid are going for. We can, manipulate that as much as we can. And they have. They've really dissected it every single time. So the thing is like going up 3-1, Team Liquid haven't really put up too much defense. I mean, they haven't really been contested at that A site yet. BaiSha have done a really great job on their executes, and they're making it look easy. So this is where I think Team Liquid either need to call this timeout pretty much. I was thinking now, but I guess maybe they're going to wait it out as much as they can. But if this round doesn't go their way, I imagine they must just have to, again, cool the jets a little bit or something here, because BaiSha, that would be a huge lead that you cannot afford with a team like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that Black Widow, I believe it was the pick of Team Liquid as well. Yes, it was. So they pick it first, and you're going down so far already. And again, some of the issues I have is not that it's 3-1, but the way that the rounds are going and how one-sided they are towards BaiSha. Danimals is going to be watching this angle once again. Thank you, observers, for putting the mini-map down as well so we can get a little better of a look. And the shot actually does go into Danimals. That's okay, because really he's just there to spot. And that allows Gokhan and 7-7 to line up a couple of shots. They are going to miss that second one, though, so a chance here to make it onto the site. You see N9 goes all the way around. They know where 7-7 is, and they took out Gokhan, so they take down one sniper. They know where the other one is, and they're able to play around it, get some utility in his face, too.
Yeah, and you can see that Team Liquid, they're really taking their time on this, right? Like, even Adrian right now, he's just kind of jiggling just for extra information. They're not trying to, overswing this. They want to be very cautious how they want to approach these fights. So it's a lot of respect here for BaiSha. That's good. So 7-7 does kind of find himself a connection with the sniper. There was a lot of question what BaiSha were going to be able to do to shut that down, but they can't for the time being. Now it's just down to 2, a 2v2. Big flank once again from N9. He's able to put himself in the right place, the right time, and now 7-7 has to be able to find some magic here with the USP, but no, not going to happen at all. BaiSha, they are just seeing blood in the water right now, and they are just taking everything in their path.
Yeah, and I think outside of the one round they lost, this was the closest one we had, and they were pumped after winning this, as they were like fists in the air. Everybody was getting really hyped after that one. So obviously that one meant a lot to them. Just great maneuvering from N9, great feeling the pressure, able to get that flank. And then of course, Leon on the back of the site behind the truck was able to just get so much work done. This time Gokhan does start off with a nice little pick, but unfortunately he's going to be spammed out of that box and taken down. So that's a 1-for-1 that BaiSha will take any day of the week, because they get onto the site, they get position, and now the retake has to come through for TL.
Yeah, and this is concerning once again, right? I mean, this is where Liquid are just giving up this bomb site, and they need to be able to find some kind of a better defensive wall on this, because BaiSha are getting it way too easily. So for Liquid's sake, now the retake's coming in. The pop flashes are through. That smoke might be able to block something, but it's just not enough. Why? He's trying his darndest to do something, but N9 once again, he is just popping off, and we talked a lot about that, or we should say the desk was talking a lot about this, where they were saying, look, like if N9 can just continue his performance, what he's been doing all tournament, like look out Liquid. That is going to be a bolster to get through. That it will not be easy, and so far, he's absolutely more than delivering.
Yeah, I like how we get another look at the BaiSha lineup there, the roster, including the coach, where it's like, he's their biggest cheerleader right now. He doesn't really have much to say. He's like, yeah, great job, guys. You're doing great. Keep it up.
Exactly. What do you say, right? Like when your team's doing so good, you're just like, all right, well, I'm just going to get you guys fired up even more because you're playing amazing. So no notes. And it's just like, that's the best feeling from a coach, right?
Yeah, it makes his job very easy. And yeah, I mean, everything's firing on all cylinders for BaiSha on this first map pick. That was Team Liquid's. I really do want to hammer that home because even in that match that we had between Team Liquid and Stallions, we saw that, okay, when it was Team Liquid's map pick, it was super close. They would barely get across the line. And then when it was Stallions' map pick, it was like a 10-2 stomp, right? So the preference of the maps matters a lot. We all know this about CROSSFIRE, but especially for Team Liquid. And the fact that they are behind here on their map pick so far has not been the best look, especially because their GR side, I think, has been stronger at this tournament based on what I've seen. But they also haven't had to go up against any of the Chinese teams until just now.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Maybe the real test begins today.
Well, that's kind of the thing when, we were talking a lot about this throughout the entire tournament is that, BaiSha are the ones that have had to really pave their way to get here. Like they lost to KINGZERO, then they come back, they take down the defending champs of AG, then they have to go against KINGZERO again to beat them. So they really had to work to get here, right? That's where Team Liquid have as well, but it's just different. But BaiSha, I feel like those games and those reps have really just kind of, again, cleared things up for them. Look at how well they're playing. Everything is so clean. Xiao's just hitting the shots that he needs. There was a question about what he's going to be able to bring, right, with his sniping abilities, his consistency, and look at that. Ain't nothing inconsistent about this, and it's all just round to the IGL Danimals, and Xiao's going to be able to find himself, I'm not even mistaken, a triple kill this round. So Team Liquid are going to call the attack, which honestly, you have to. This is getting out of hand. This is getting concerning. And BaiSha look like they are literally not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, maybe they're sweating from celebrating too much. I think that's potentially an angle for BaiSha. We all knew that they were the big favorites coming into this tournament after they beat AGAL. I think once that happened, we were like, oh, okay, BaiSha is the big team. We were wondering if KINGZERO were able to challenge them. They were not for the second time in the best of 5. And then now it's Team Liquid's turn to challenge. And so far, we haven't seen much of a challenge. So I'm curious to see if this tack pause is going to help. But again, I am worried. At the same time, though, I mean, in that same vein where I was talking about Team Liquid would get, these very one-sided maps against them and then bounce back in a big way and win a map. Hopefully they can do that on New Compound, but New Compound's a difficult one against BaiSha. And Kyle already said during our, essentially the finals pre-show, he was talking about how, if you lose that first one and you go into New Compound against BaiSha, maybe they just run away with the series.
Yeah, and that's rightfully it, yeah. Again, I definitely agree with that because I think it's just that BaiSha have been proven that they really are just getting the reps and the right experience into this. And like you said, them beating AG, AL is huge. Like that's where, to me, it's like a team that we always argue they're their top 2, top 3 best team in the world, BaiSha, right? And the fact that take down the defending champs, to me, I was like, and kind of the way they did it too, I was like, ooh, okay, this BaiSha is like fully prepared. It's kind of reminding me, the odd year ago where we got to see them, going under a little bit of a havoc where they were just winning everything and they taking down everybody in their path. And I feel like now they're kind of getting back into that winning fashion. And this so far, a 6-1 is definitely kind of proving that point maybe. But Team Liquid hungry for a victory, right? I mean, that also kind of gets in your head a little bit too. But we'll have to see. Maybe that, like you said, that tactical timeout has cooled things down. Maybe they can just relax if they can, realizing, look, we just got to get back to the basics of what we need to do.
Yeah, and they mix up their defensive posture a little bit. They're going to send Y out here, out of B main and just try to get a little bit of position just to, not allow them to set up a perfect execute onto the site before having any information. I think it's good to have kind of one straggler who's out there just seeking some info, trying to figure it out, as long as he doesn't play too aggressive and falls. Adrian also checking at the doors, so I think this is kind of a team-wide decision. Hey, we're going to leave A-Long a little bit open. We're going to try to get a little bit more concentration around the middle of the map, and some more information earlier on in the rounds could do us some good.
The one thing that I thought was really interesting, too, is I was listening to Goken's interview as well, and the one thing he said is he's really excited for this matchup. He said, this is the match that I wanted. So, I mean, he has a lot of history with these guys as friends and everything, but it does make me curious because, look, this ain't an easy opponent to go against, but maybe to them, if they can be able to find the win here and now, that might be able to do something for them to solidify themselves in the world rankings. But so far, Liquid have been able to put up some kind of a fight right now. Danimal seems to be the first point, but he goes down easily. Goken does find some sort of a response. It's a quick trade, but he was not as quick as we were hoping. Now it's just down to him and 7-7 together. This nade, it didn't work out before, was a bit wide, doesn't find any damage once again here, Valdez. He's gonna have to hit this shot, will not happen. And now 7-7, a pistol and nope! It's gonna be Xiao to be able to put that nail to the coffin.
They are so pumped up as well, which is understandable with the amount of rounds they have won in a row. Has just been incredible. The play they are showing us here, they're showcasing in the finals at EWC 2026. It has been all BaiSha pretty much all the way, looking for an 8th round win now, as TL only has one, and Goken's gotta hit that shot. I'm gonna say it, I mean, he has to hit that one. We saw before, N9 was so sharp when he entered right here and just took out Y immediately. That really kind of left me speechless in the last round, and now he does it again to Goken, although Goken had the jump this time, and I think he should have gotten that shot down, but kind of unfortunate that he does not. And that's just going to be advantage here for BaiSha. And they don't even rush into it. I feel like they're, very excited. They're very pumped. The adrenaline's probably going crazy, but they're also playing very patient CROSSFIRE. They're not overstepping their bounds.
Yeah, they really are. There is a lot of respect in this game, I think, from both these teams, right? I mean, this is where, a couple rounds ago where you can see that Liquid were just kind of, jiggling everything. They're not just like committing to a swing every time. They're very hesitant. They're trying to be tactical. They're trying to be cautious on what they're doing. But the same thing for BaiSha. Yes, they're going with these clean executes, but they have been very precise on it. And look at that. Leah being able to find a double like this, like just getting away with it over and over again. Like Liquid have not been able to figure out how to lock down this B site. Like this really has been the Achilles heel for these guys. They have not been able to figure out what they need to do differently, because BaiSha, they should not be able to get away with the executes that they're doing like this. And this is going to be an 8th round, like easily.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing about BaiSha here from the Blacklist side, is that it feels like anyone can entry really strongly. Like N9's doing it. We saw 577 do it a little bit earlier on. We saw YDSS doing it. Even Xiao, like he's, the sniper player, but he's still getting it done. And yeah, this is my favorite kind of CROSSFIRE play, where it's like, okay, we have identified a weakness. We're just going to go here 9 out of 9 times.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they win every single round. Like, I remember a couple of A hits, but
yeah,
even though that worked, they're like, no, B was easier, so let's just go back to B.
Yeah, I think they did contest A like twice maybe, but like again, just B was just the rerun over. And look at Team Liquid. They don't seem to have any sort of an answer on this take, and they're just getting picked apart. This is just brutal. This is hard to watch for Team Liquid. And look at how fast they win this round. I mean, we're talking, what, 1 minute and 55, and we're talking map point. So BaiSha, man, we talk about being a championship team and they really wanting it. They are absolutely making their statement right here, right now on map 1.
Yeah. Danimal's already showing a lot of frustration, not in that shot there, but, prior at the end of some rounds, and I'm sure he already feels like this map has gone too far and they're just going to have to go for a mental reset. And I think that's definitely correct. As N9 comes out here, wins the trade through the smoke. Kind of does it by himself. Had Leah for a little bit of backup, but didn't even need him, as there was only one member here. Swaps over to the sniper, so you might actually get some N9 TRG action, which could be fun. Don't get to see that all the time. And I think he got the spot on one member and just backs off, plays a little bit safe for now, and is going to play the patient angle after getting that early pickoff.
Yeah, this is the thing too, is like the fact, I always talk about these teams, and I think we both have really actually, is the fact of winning that opening duel and how much that percentage changes, right? When you get that opening duel, it feels like the percentage and the scales are just leaning so hard the other way, right? And now look at this again, like you lost both your sniper players here for Team Liquid, so you need somebody to find activation here, and the only guy statistically that's done that is Y. Like he's the one guy that's been able to find these double kills, little 1 and 2s if they can, but like again, this is where somebody now really has to figure it out. This is where someone has to pull up the socks and they have to go, okay, I'm gonna have my moment to shine here. They're gonna try to execute into this B site, but look at this, BaiSha are ready for it. They have it all primed, they're all ready.
This is just You said it before, this is getting kind of hard to watch. They are wiping the floor with Team Liquid. BaiSha Gaming take a 10-1 victory on Team Liquid's map pick of Black Widow, and they say, take a seat. We will be winning this final. We'll see if they can continue after this super dominant first map.
Yeah, what a way to win a map, right? I mean, it's not even like it was a nail-biter. It was just a landslide. It came down to one kind of, a little bit of a sketchy round that they lost, a little bit of a blip, but what a performance for BaiSha. And that just kind of, again, gives us a demonstration of how strong these teams can be from the CFPL.
Yeah, incredible performance from BaiSha Gaming. Certainly the favorite at this point, even more so than they already were. We're going to head to map 2 in just a moment.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
If you blinked, you missed it. What a dominating performance from BaiSha Gaming, winning 10-1 on the map pick from Team Liquid of Black Widow. Man, key takeaway, BaiSha, they're just looking great. N9 wants to lift that trophy, and for BaiSha, they want to be back in the conversation as one of the greatest CROSSFIRE teams to exist. I'll go to the analyst here, the experts, to kind of break down map number 1. I mean, because all I can tell is BaiSha simply are looking like the favorite to win today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is what happens, though, when you can't put up that wall against a team like BaiSha. We saw last year, AG could slow them down, but Team Liquid, there was just nothing they could get going for themselves. You had N9 popping off, but not only that, Xiao's out here like he's got something to prove.
Yeah, for sure. And at the same time, Team Liquid, they were kind of expecting more of a slower game from the side of BaiSha Gaming, right? You kind of expect Liquid to have all this freedom on the GR side to move between the sites. But BaiSha Gaming, like a minute and 50, they've already set up all the lineups. The smokes are already in sight. N9 is frying you. What can you do about that?
It's like 2 minutes for the final 2 rounds as well. You know, if you blinked, you missed it. Such a brutally fast game, number 1. You know, one thing I do appreciate, though, for BaiSha is they're just playing good CROSSFIRE. They're coming into this, and again, they understood. We heard the interview a little bit earlier, and, the question was asked, what do you think about Team Liquid? Xiao said, look, we respect them. We understand they're an incredible team. We're going to come into this series taking them incredibly serious and playing as if we're playing against AGAL, and you can see the results of that mindset. N9, the leader, the legend himself, picking up the most kills with 15.
Yeah, absolutely stellar performance. But not only that, on the opposing side, you have Adrian, who was one of the big carries of the day to get Team Liquid through into the grand finals, only putting up 2 kills. I remember looking at the start of round 7, and I'm like, how does Adrian not have a kill yet? This is your guy. He's your key to getting these rounds unlocked.
Yeah, and it seems like he could not just take the entire BaiSha force here. It really is all 5 members actually operating at the right place at the right time. You were kind of expecting a bit more of a carry situation from the side of N9 or maybe from Xiao, but all 5 members are working, and it's not even the peak BaiSha yet.
But let's not forget the series yesterday against Stallions. Team Liquid took some heavy losses. In fact, the ones that they did lose was 10-1, 10-2, maybe 10-4. But then they would answer back in the next map. Now, Stallions versus BaiSha, there is a bit of a difference there. BaiSha right now are in full form. They are dedicated. They're on a mission. However, that series against Stallions gave me hope that this 10-1 can roll off the shoulders, come back stronger in map 2.
I hope so, but unfortunately the next map is the 10-2 from yesterday for Team Liquid, and I think that's what makes it so hard to overcome, because not only do you now lose your map pick, you're risking potentially the series now if you can't win BaiSha's.
Well, fortunately for the side of Team Liquid, right, it is going to be new compound. It is going to be a bit easier to defend in this map. And at the same time, the fundamentals are going to have a bit more of a focus going into the map as the duels are more direct. The duels are more face front. So hopefully Team Liquid can figure out a way to crack the defense or crack the offense early from the side of BaiSha, or just face another sweep possibly.
Already off to a great start as BaiSha, actually as perfect as you could possibly get it. A 10-1 on map number 1. They head into their map pick for 2. It's a best of 5. They could very quickly be up 2-0 and be 1 map away from glory. Team Liquid, they've got to answer back, and they're going to have to do it coming up.
Here at the Sony manga booth for the One Piece experience, and as you can see, it is absolutely massive. One Piece fans, you need to come check this out because you do not want to miss this. Now there is a special secret that we can activate here. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I could figure out how to do just that. Kaki Atsume, Sagashimono, Sagashi One Piece. You can feel all of the emotion coming from each of these individual panels. Oh wait, we got a color. Quick, quick, we have 2 minutes. Well, don't just stand there holding a light. Help me. Time's up. Did I do it? I did it! Yeah! And of course, you have to make your final stop at the One Piece photo booth so you can figure out what your bounty is. Oh, that's adorable! Okay, just under 3 mil. You know what? We take that. Look how freaking cute. Oh my god! So please come out and experience One Piece as it has not been experienced before. I mean, come on!
And Team Liquid takes the stage once again. This time around, I hope the coach was able to get through to him and say everything's going to be all right. We can come back, although the next map is going to be difficult. You mentioned the history when it comes down to BaiSha winning 10-2. That is a big win last time they were on New Compound. But there is hope on the opposite side for Team Liquid. They did win 10-8, which means they understand this map. There is a chance. The reality is they need to win at least one of the top 3 maps in order to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is their opportunity to rebound. If you give BaiSha a 2-0, it's almost inevitable at that point that they can take the series. So I'm hoping Liquid has something left in the tank to show us here because now is their moment. They need to shine here.
Yeah, I really hope they find a way to kind of exhaust this BaiSha gaming right by the time that they go into map number 3. I really hope that all of the momentum will swing right back their way, but knowing how BaiSha plays, that is going to be a struggle.
Adrian got a lot of attention when you pulled up the stats. Adrian, what does he need to do differently heading into New Compound?
He needs to play more for the trade game here. We've seen him be a little bit inconsistent on those aim duels, and rightfully so. BaiSha is a deadly opponent to take in the 1v1. And I feel like if Liquid want to win this, it has to be a full team effort behind him.
Yeah, it's not just Adrian, right? You also have Goken. We put a lot of emphasis of what it would mean winning an international trophy. He also has a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, for sure, especially on New Compound, right? A map where the sniper will have a slightly harder time compared to the usual, so all the pressure is on him to perform.
What about N9? He was sensational in map 1. He's looking to do it again.
Yeah, I think he went 15-4 in the first map, so he's definitely the key here, the captain that can shine through and hopefully bring it home for BaiSha.
It's Grand Finals. This is the peak of our CROSSFIRE tournament at EWC 2026. But BaiSha leads the charge 1-0. They're now heading into their home turf on New Compound. Last time they were here, they won 10-2. That puts the pressure even more on the shoulders of Team Liquid, who has to step up to the plate if they want to battle against the powerhouse of BaiSha. Let's head into map number 2 for Grand Finals on New Compound.
Thank you so much, guys. We're getting ready for New Compound, and if it looks anything like the last map, we might have a quick Grand Finals on our hands here, as BaiSha Gaming are really potentially going to run away with this one. Curious to see what TL got done in terms of strategy, mental fortitude after a loss like that, trying to bounce back here in a game number 2.
Yeah, that is a lot of questions, right? I mean, this is where, like, as a coach, we were saying for BaiSha, it's like, I have no notes. You guys played a perfect game. And then Liquid on the other side, it's like, okay, we have a lot to talk about, but we only have a few minutes to really break it down. And like you said, that is where those roles of the coaches can make so much influence, and that's where I'm wondering, again, just getting the words of wisdom, how they're going to be able to feel. So I'm hoping for Liquid fans and Liquid's sake here, they're going to be able to find something with this, right? I mean, if, like Kyle said, if we see BaiSha being able to find this map, it might just be the inevitable. It might just be all it, right? I mean, it seems like BaiSha could be able to have themselves a clean slate, maybe. But we'll find out. They finally win an opening duel, Valdez. We haven't been able to see that yet, where they have to man up right away. So things are looking a little better.
Yeah, it's a good start, you know. You get that first kill of the map and go from there. You're exactly right. I think that the blacklist side for BaiSha was just incredibly strong on the last map. And this map is also GR favored, but maybe a little bit more so. And I do think that BaiSha might struggle a little bit more. I'm not sure it's going to be as one-sided, but we'll see what the form looks like just based on how well they were able to do in that first one. Maybe they just keep up the pressure regardless of the map. But a good start here for TL. 40 seconds here as they do look to push into the middle of the map. Goken nearly does pick that one off, but not meant to be just yet.
Yeah, and the other question I have too is for Shao, right? Like, I mean, this is where I feel like, to me, his performance in this tournament has been really up and down. We've seen some games where he goes beast mode. We see some games where he just kind of falls apart. So we saw in that first map he was looking pretty good, but can he maintain that form? And maybe that's where Goken can be able to capitalize potentially. But look at 9, just once again, man, the guy's the boogeyman. You say his name a few times and then he appears just like that. Finds a double kill right away. He does go to the grave, but we have a 3-on-2 advantage here for BaiSha Gaming, and now Liquid. They're going to have to do something big. Again, 2 pieces of utility remaining here for the defense. How do they want to approach this? Okay, that's going to help. That is absolutely filthy.
Yeah, YDSS is not going to feel good about that one. Still going to be a difficult retake here in the 2v2 as they spot them coming on in. Xiao going to jump peek, and there's really not a lot of time. Xiao gets the one snipe. Lia is getting pressure, but Goken can't do it by himself as Xiao is able to pressure from the right side and pick up that kill. So they lose the first man, and they still get the entry onto B, and they take down the round.
I mean, to be fair, like, that was one of the closest rounds we've seen in a while, right? We talked about that on the previous map with Black Widow. I think out of, what, all the maps or the rounds we went through, it was like there was one round that was close where I think it did come down to a 2v2. This is the second time. Otherwise, it's been BaiSha just, you know, again, dominating every single time. So this is a little bit more positive here for Team Liquid, right? I mean, baby steps, I guess, but we're going to need to get bigger steps if they want to get back in the series, right? Because giving BaiSha a lead like this, now being able to pick up so many rounds consecutively from the first map moving into this, it is going to affect the mentality here for Team Liquid, without a question. Good nades onto Y, a little bit of a damage. Looking to see if they can find a little bit more. And the fact that at 9 is just committing to this, I was going to say he might have a free duel, but even those nades landing on Y, he actually does take down another, but there it is! 577 just comes out and just finds a double kill.
Yeah, that second shot was pretty nasty there on Adrian. I'm sure that Adrian wanted to swing out and catch him by surprise, but you don't catch this team by surprise. It doesn't really happen. And yeah, I mean, that this time now it's going to be BaiSha who have the advantage in terms of manpower. And you were talking about the last round, Tell, felt a little bit good. I felt like, you know, Adrian getting that first kill, starting off there, that was like the best part of the round for me. You know, Goken getting kind of the lucky kill through the smoke. You know, it doesn't inspire too much confidence how they were almost barely able to struggle through the round that they got a first kill in. But as you said, I suppose baby steps. And it does look like BaiSha are going to try to group here in pillars and go for just a classic B hit with nobody in mid.
Uh-oh. Yeah, 7-7 has to hit this. Like, again, the one problem we saw in the last map is the players went down so quickly on this defense. So now 7-7, you got to find something. That is not going to do. You cannot miss shots like that in a moment of need. And he goes down. This is now just giving BaiSha, it feels like pretty much a guarantee in this, right? I mean, if 7-7 finds a duel, could have done something to stop them a little bit in the tracks, even for YDSS to be able to find that rotating kill. Again, for Goken, this might just be a moment where he's like, okay, I'll take the long way. Maybe they can just have a really quick conversation, but man, what a tough one here for Liquid. They just cannot seem to catch a break, but I can't take that away from BaiSha. They are playing a phenomenal game right now. Everything is just to the T.
Yeah, as you mentioned, as the coach said, probably no notes. Just keep doing what you're doing and probably going to win a finals here at EWC. As Goken doesn't have the time, he's just looking for someone. Not going to find it. 2 rounds here to the side of BaiSha. And yeah, once again, I don't really feel like much has changed after we had a break in between the maps. The map has changed, but the same amount of dominance has not changed at all.
Yeah, and you kind of, you know, there's so many fun storylines that, you know, the desk was able to talk about. We talked about N9 versus like someone like Danimals, where I think both are really great IGLs, but N9 is definitely just one of those guys that, you know, you call him one of the GOATs, right? One of the greatest, because again, just what he's been able to do, what he's been able to prove, and the fragging ability of what he brings into the server is just unmatched, right? I mean, Danimals has those moments where he can pop off, but he can also call a really good game, but it's just, I feel like it's not quite the same. So N9 is definitely trying to prove a point once again and building his legacy even more and more. And this so far has been a fantastic showcase of it. Like I said, just very technical, very tactical, and no mistakes at all. It's been an easy day for the coach here for BaiSha.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, N9 is a legend for a reason, and he's just stacking the, you know, the praise and the potential list of wins that he has underneath his belt. If he continues on this line, and it does look like we do have a push towards A. It is going to be Gokin, but he gets flashed, and he's just looking the other way. He's just not ready for it at all. I think just not understanding where this push was coming from is not going to help out at all. And to me, if I'm the coach, I'm calling a timeout after seeing that, but we'll have to wait and see how it actually goes, as at least a couple of kills do go back, but Lie takes down 7-7. Danimal's pretty low. Okay, we got a 1v1. This hasn't happened very often, as now he's behind you, buddy. It's okay. TL.
There we go.
They're on the board again.
That's huge. And I mean, I was talking about Danimals, where you can have these pop-off moments, and there you go. Being able to find the multi-kill like that and being able to just reposition. There we go. Liquid finally get themselves around, and maybe that's just enough, right? This is where you have to build that momentum. We know these guys are passionate. We can see them getting loud. You saw so much yesterday when they were taking down Stallions. So, again, they just need to build that fire. They just need to get it burning and growing, whereas BaiSha's been very loud and very, you know, much in their heads. So that could just be the turning point potentially. We'll have to see. But double snipers actually committing in mid like this. This is very interesting here from Liquid. And then having Y just, again, playing by himself, posted up like this. I don't mind it because, again, he's been hitting great shots, but now this is bad. This is where he has to get out, and unfortunately has nobody there to help him. So it's pretty much like a free duel. But Danimals, he tries to do something on his own, but tries to get some revenge for his teammate, but unfortunately it's just all in vain.
Yeah, nice try, trying to trade it back. I think the timing of that caught them off guard, but he was only able to get the one, so numbers-wise, it doesn't quite add up to enough. And BaiSha will play this one a little bit more passively. They have been doing this at the beginning of the round so far from the Blacklist side of New Compound, just waiting for TL to make a push like this. And TL finally did it here in round 4 to mixed results. I think Y was nicely set up and the idea was fine, but it did look like BaiSha were very ready for it, so it doesn't pay off in the way that you would like to have it pay off. Because we do have the smoke down in the A doors, and perhaps we do get a slightly faster push this time.
Good pop flash, and now, like you said, for Gokin. Ooh, he actually will be able to find 1, 2, maybe 3. He won't, but man, that was close. Leia's going to go down. Really good kill from here from 7-7. Okay, Liquid now have themselves a 2v1 advantage. And now you can see what they're going to do here. They're going to double up onto this. Xiao's now going to play by himself. He's going to be able to have this free sight, I should say. And this is where Liquid, you can tell they're going all the way around. Just exploring all their options. Maybe they'll find a timing. Xiao, though, what does he want to go for this plant? With this position, he does have a couple options what he wants to do with this. Oh, he's just going to go with the cubby. Okay. Bold.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles you have to cover if you are going to play this spot. Now he is moving towards mid. He's not expecting an A-long wraparound. I mean, they would have had to wrap around all the way from B over to A, so just not expecting this angle. He's getting shot in the back.
Oh,
There's
no.
the shot, though, from Xiao. He's going to buy some time here. There's really not that much time to go for the defuse. 7-7 has to get the kill.
Oh, no.
But he just doesn't have the time. He hops up, and time is bought here by Xiao. And the round will go away from TL, even though they had a 2v1.
Oh.
And they're not able to get the win. BaiSha get their third.
This is the problem. Now I feel like Liquid are starting to overthink everything. Like in that kind of a situation, you know you should be going for the columns of, okay, one of us has to get on the defuse, and one of us just has to be close on by. And they were just focused so much on trying to clear as much information as they could, and then it just allowed for him to be able to find those duels and being able to just cause a lot of problems. So good work from Xiao. I mean, there was a lot of comments about him, but man, he is really, really stepping up here when it matters for the championship right here for EWC. So love to see it. Gokhan now finally something on the Liquid side, gets an opening duel. That is exactly what they need, right? Gokhan's been having a phenomenal tournament so far, but they are going to need way more than that, but that will definitely get them something moving, hopefully.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, if that begins to happen a little bit more consistently, you could definitely see TL find much better mid-round situations. There just haven't been a lot of times where he's gone for big challenges like that and, just staring down one site and tried to go for the 1v1, but this time he goes for it and it pays off, so that's nice to see from Gokhan, who has been having a good map so far. That defense when he was, in the A area towards the door was very classic Gokhan to me, where he gets that first snipe, swaps to the pistol, hits the one-tap headshot. That felt good. If he can continue with that, we're going to see more. As Gokhan does hit another, the 577, he is hunting. He's just running onto the site, and it is not going to work out. As Xiao is by himself from long, and he gets cleaned up, and finally TL get a much more dominant round.
Yeah, that was perfect. Again, this is the thing that I was kind of waiting to see here for Team Liquid is look, you got to find a way for Gokhan to be able to manipulate the map. He has to run around. He has to be able to change all his positions, and he does, right? He goes for the duel in B, then he switches things over. Now he's playing towards A, and then he has his teammate Danimals to be able to just take the initial fight. He can kind of just go for these quick swings, so really, really nicely done here from Liquid. That's kind of more of that, a little bit of life we get to see back from these guys, something we need, right? It was kind of getting worried that it was looking a little flat, but looks like they still got something in them, so not bad at all. But I do love the fact that they're double snipering here for Team Liquid. Single for BaiSha. So we'll see what they want to do with this. But I would like to see Gokhan kind of switching things up where he could even go for long A, could try to get some control there.
Yeah, and he actually is at the moment, just holding down that angle. We do see a bit more pressure, but that's a nice nade, actually. That came out from 7-7. Just pushing them out of B main a little bit. They're still committing to fighting around this area with 4 members. And then Xiao on the lurk towards A long. But no big committal just yet. And TL do have 3 guys on the B site. They're really turtling up on the sites at this point. Another huge nade. Gonna get some big damage onto N9.
Oh, they're gonna go away from this too. Okay, so BaiSha, they said enough's enough. They've taken way too much damage here with the nades. Leah's gonna actually try to contest this maybe a little bit, but again, just being a distraction. No, they're gonna regroup again. So again, they're just kind of humming and hawing what they want to do for this, but Adrian does find the opening duel eventually after all this utility damage. And now BaiSha being a little bit stubborn, maybe. They want to still contest this. Good flash. Danimal's blind. He cannot be able to swing this. And he's just waiting things out. Oh, man, they are absolutely playing mind games. Look at this. Now they run away. Oh, Liquid, are you prepared for it?
Yeah, I think the timing is very good here from BaiSha because they easily could just wait 20 seconds and hit B if they wanted to. But now the util is coming out into mid, and immediately TL scrambling a little bit, trying to mix up their location, trying to figure out where this push actually comes in, but it is into the A site that they do go, even though that first kill is in spawn, as that extra man from YDSS doing so much work in the middle of the map. As you see Gokhan finally able to take him down. We got 2 guys here in the cubby, and it's got to be TL for the 2v3 retake, but even with some of those low health bars, this is not going to be an easy retake, especially with the pressure they have from long and the fact that TL doesn't have a way to wrap around anymore. They kind of just have to go through the front door. As here they go, looking for the snipe on a Xiao. He's not going to hit it. Xiao actually takes him down. And Danimals has to go for the 1v3, but they can play it patiently from there. And BaiSha take round number 6.
Yeah, and it's just right down to a critical situation, right? Where if Gokhan was going to be able to win that fight, that creates a bit more space for Danimals to be able to kind of go for the hunt, right? So it's really unfortunate for Liquid fans here where he actually misses that engagement, but nonetheless, still very impressive for BaiSha. Again, this is where you cannot ignore what they've been able to bring to the table. So everything's just connecting properly. Xiao's playing himself a great game. He's utilizing the sniper perfectly. Ooh, that's a tough one for Liquid. It looked like the possibilities were there, but switching up their composition once more, and this time actually Goken will actually push down deep long a little bit here, so he's got that slight bit of an off angle, which is good to see, right? This is where typically Danimals likes to play. He likes to play that long A position, but the fact that Goken, again, just finding new positions, trying to be the guessing here. Now they're going to switch. Now you get to see this. Goken said, enough. I don't want to wait too long, just in case. And now Danimals for the jump. He's got to get out of there, but he goes out way too fast. That's a beautiful entry from 577. Danimals a little bit asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I don't understand how that even happened. Like, yeah, I mean, like you literally take a shot through the box, but immediately a timeout is called, I think for a reason, right? Because that jump peak spot is supposed to be nearly 100% safe. Like, you're supposed to get away, and then, yeah, you, like, feel the pressure, you throw some flashes, and you're able to kind of get into the cubby and make it difficult for the Blacklist side to take you down, not just to get shot through the box for free.
Yeah.
So, not going to be feeling good for TL on that round, or at least at the beginning of this round. It's not over yet. We'll see how it does play out from here, as we do see BaiSha grouping up in mid and not committing to it just yet. They still have a couple of guys on the wings, just waiting to see if TL are going to put on any amount of pressure, but we haven't really seen any of that out of TL, mostly just hanging around the sites for now.
Oh, look at this, 577, good way to get through. Yeah, this mid control, so dangerous now for Liquid. Because again, you still have for Adrian just kind of being posted up on this. Well, nice shot from Y though, but now Goken. Oh, Goken, you're gonna have to do something big, but unfortunately he can't. That's a mountain to climb. And look at BaiSha once again, just finding these duels left, right, and center. Down to 7-7. By himself on the 1-on-3. And not really anything to work with, right? You have one piece of utility, you got yourself the sniper. Not gonna be the easiest situation. I mean, these guys, as soon as he makes the shot, like it just feels like his fate is already sealed. Gets the jump, misses the shot. Now for YDSS, should be able to find the kill, and there you go. There we go. Timeout, I think, called, like you said, from Liquid, so rightfully so. Only 2 more rounds remaining in this first half, and BaiSha once again putting up a very strong lead. Not quite what we saw in the first, but it is still a pretty big lead.
Yeah, 5-2 compared to, I guess it was 6-1 at some point after 7 rounds. But yeah, very similar feel, even though there was that one really dominant round that TL had. Unfortunately, you do have to win 10 rounds to win a map of CROSSFIRE. So I'm sure the coach and the team, they can feel this immense pressure that's on them here in these finals at EWC 2026. And it's tough. It's not easy when you're going up against any team in a finals, but especially not BaiSha Gaming. So let's see if they can get something going after this tactical pause. Otherwise, it's going to be 2-0 to BaiSha, and that's a spot nobody wants to be in.
No, especially like the fact that like the desk was talking about moving into Ankara as the 3rd map. It's like that is just going to be really tough for Liquid to be able to, you know, feel decent going into it. And that's a map where, again, BaiSha were able to take down KINGZERO on before, like a 10-5 previously. They've been able to do it, you know, again with a 10-8 where they lost it, so they kind of did that split of a 1-1, but still, when you're winning 10-5 and then barely losing to KINGZERO, I really don't think that's too much for BaiSha to be, you know, worried or sweating about too much. So we'll see what Liquid do with this. GLC, the coach, is going to have a lot of good conversation here. He's going to have to really provide as much knowledge and wisdom as he can to the guys. But what it is, I don't know. That is really the thing.
Yeah, that's why he's the coach and we're the commentators. Yeah. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, it's difficult for anyone in this position. It's definitely not over yet. I mean, we've seen crazier things. Like, I think TL are not playing to 100% of their capability. If they do hit 100%, this would be a much more interesting finals so far, but again, they gotta take steps to get there. So we'll see if this time the tactical pause helps them out and they can make some moves. And BaiSha's playing a very suffocating style where they're not really playing super passively. They're just hanging around the middle of the map, where TL, the couple of times where they do try to put on a little pressure from GR, they get punished. So it kind of leads you in this helpless feeling spot where you don't really have a lot of information, and BaiSha are making you wait for a minute and a half before they do anything. And it can feel very tough, as this time Adrian is going to get the jump peak and spot them trying to put in some pressure towards that B main area, but immediately they do rotate this time.
Yeah, and Gokhan back to his regular position here too, just in front of A main like this. So he has played this pretty much countless times after he kind of does some quick little plays in the beginning. And he's going to get smoked out. And BaiSha again just kind of making some mind games a little bit again. Once on this, they're going to actually split this for a 3-1-1. Fight for that long A control again. Danimal's realizing, okay, I'm not going to play that aggressive this time. This is a tough angle for him, though, because, again, as soon as he's spotted, like, he's not going to be able to really retreat. He has to commit to the fight. Seeming hungry for it. I mean, do you want to really commit to this with that smoke? But actually, BaiSha, once again, with 36 seconds remaining, they do decide to pull back. Oh, they're going all the way around to B. They're going to try this again.
Yeah, and they're essentially totally hidden making this play. You know, they made a bunch of noise outside of A, and now they're going to run straight into Adrian, and now they are spotted. Adrian does get one, but there's only going to be potential of 2 guys here for the defense, but it's 7-7 and Gokhan, and they both hit their shot, so all of a sudden, going to shut down this push, and there's only 11 seconds. This is looking good for TL. After the tack pause, YDSS does not have enough time against 4 people, let alone Gokhan, as he will take him down with a pistol at range, and TL go up to 3.
That was really nice. I mean, again, the fact that, you know, the fact that Adrian did get that one initial kill, goes down, then 7-7 was able to respond to it again quickly, that was huge, because it allowed him to just pull back, go on the site, throw the flash, allowing him to reposition. Then he had Gokhan that was just sitting there, you know, in the back lines. He's like, no, I got you. Like, I got your back, and that's the thing. And Gokhan's really playing well. Like, he's sitting at a 12-5 right now. He's proven why, again, he's such a strong player in their region. And he's going toe-to-toe with these guys. So I think for BaiSha, maybe a little bit of an overthought on that one, right? It was kind of like back and forth. They're trying to make some noise. They're trying to be funny. They're trying to be distracting. But it was a good reaction from TL, right? I mean, the fact that they could handle that, where they didn't before on Black Widow, right? It felt like as soon as they lost that initial player in the site, then it just crumbled instantly, right? So good little response. 7-7 now. He's getting some good shots. That's enough, right? Now you get this duel, pull on back and reset that defense.
Yeah, and as long as TL gets this round from there, I mean, after the swap, there's definitely a chance that they can come back on this map. It's not going to be easy, but a good start here.
Ooh.
As Adrian picks up 2 with the shotty, and now they're trying to push into B. Pretty much just dry here. I mean, there's not a whole lot of utility.
Beautiful.
And it is an easy cleanup for TL, as we got a very close halftime.
Yeah, everybody was alive, no damage inflicted. So actually, to be honest, that is the best round we have seen from Liquid, right? I mean, getting a round win like that, that's a great statement to make. That's something where you're just throwing a little bit of a punch. So now BaiSha maybe again just realizing, okay, look, these guys are ready to play. They are here to compete. So it ain't going to be a 10-1, obviously, so it's going to be a lot more of a difficult task if they want to find themselves a victory here on New Compound. But this is a great showing from Liquid, right? It was looking really dire, then they pulled themselves out of that hole. And we're talking a 1-round differential. BaiSha does take the lead, obviously, but that's fine. Considering how this game was going, this has been a really big resurrection here from Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely a nice improvement. They do have to figure out BaiSha's GR side of New Compounds. That's never easy.
Nope.
But as you mentioned, baby steps and taking small steps, small improvements towards dealing with BaiSha Gaming in this finals is going to be key. They're trying to spam towards 577, who's tasked with holding down A long at this point. But TL will not commit to that. And we do have a pretty forward smoke as well from BaiSha in mid, so that allows them a little bit of space to maneuver in that area of the map.
Yeah, and Team Liquid grouped up in mid like this, so not bad. But you have N9, that's just, again, kind of being the first point of contact here for these guys, but his teammates, look at the setup from them. So scary. It's like a little arrow on the mini-map. And there we go, flashes get done. N9's gonna take some damage. Retreats on this. Now Liquid do have mid control. Smoke's gonna get thrown. And it is N9 that is kind of posted up in GR spawn like this. Again, half HP though. And that's gonna be Go gonna be able to find an opener. That might just be enough. That might be something they can work with. And indeed, it seems like it will be. Oh my. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, this can't be good. Oh, what is BaiSha doing? How are they able to find? How did they find 4? They had it. Team Liquid had it. And all of a sudden now, they fumble the bag and Danimals has to do something big, but he can't. BaiSha! They steal it.
I don't understand how that happens. I mean, it was looking so beautiful. Goken got the pick on the A, and then they pushed in. They got a very nice flash right in the face of them. They take down a second, a third member. It's looking so strong. And they just don't clear out 1 or 2 corners, and all of a sudden, BaiSha don't miss. And they made that look easy. They were so far behind in that round, and it just did not matter. Team Liquid, I mean, at least they got a good start to that round, but the number on the scoreboard is what is going to matter at the end of the day.
I mean, we always talk about the mental, right? Where these players have to go through so many different adversities, but that one is gonna hurt. Like, that one is really, really gonna sting a lot for these guys, right? Because when you win the opening duel, then you find another, then you find a third, and then all of a sudden you have 2 players from BaiSha. They're just like, nope, we're gonna find all 5. We're just gonna do everything on our own. So that's gonna be tough. Shao does find a good shot here onto the knee of 7-7. Nades just flying, utility flying. It's just raining grenades and flashes right now into middle. Liquid gonna try this again. But look at the setup from BaiSha. They're ready for it. Like, you have, what, that's a double player into GR spawn. You have somebody close on by as well. Look at N9. He's posted up. He's just ready to fight for this. And he's just winning it. 1, 2, not gonna get the third. Goken, he seems to be the kryptonite right now for BaiSha, but the kryptonite can only do so much by himself.
Yeah, it's just one piece of kryptonite against 5 members of BaiSha. So definitely a lot of work that he has to get done. This B site is actually totally open. They could just stroll on in and try to get this plant. The question is, do they want to take it the Stallions way and try to challenge them and get a pick off before they do that? Or do they want to go for their own kind of style? Xiao going to take down Goken, and they spot Adrian. And there is the wraparound from 577. They get the drop on Adrian, and just a bit too much time hanging around the spawn. BaiSha Gaming comes in for the punish.
Oh boy. Just when I was thinking that Team Liquid were picking up some steam and Team Liquid were doing this, BaiSha respond. So back into those deep waters right now. Liquid have landed themselves in. 7-4 we go. Now Liquid going to mix things up just a little bit. The 1-1-3. Fight for a little bit of something here in this B main, but look at BaiSha's setup. Once again, we've seen a 4-player stack at A, just the 1B. We've seen them kind of put a little bit more pressure in mid. We've seen even just a little bit of teasing down long A, but now they kind of just turtle up. Xiao's just getting a little, little of interest. He's just trying to make some shots, but again, it's impressive to see what Goken's been able to bring to this. I can't stress that enough, right? 14-7. He's the only player in his team that's hit double digits. So it's good to see, but man, oh man, it's going to be more than that needed. And now it's going to be long A cleared. And 5-7-7, he's not even going to be in a threat of a position. They're just giving up long A. It's fine. They're going to turtle this once again.
Yeah, just waiting it out. And just trying to figure out exactly what the defenses of BaiSha look like right now. But just a lot of utility already used, mostly by BaiSha. STL have held down to a decent amount. They're going to throw smoke all the way over here, right in front of Lie. And it does look like maybe we're going to see a B hit this time with 3 members over by Pillars still. And still 4 members of BaiSha that were on the A side, but now a full rotation coming out from them. Also expecting the B hit to be coming through. But no real maneuvers from TL just yet. I mean, we do have a couple of guys in mid. And Goken is staring into A, but this push will come in through B, where BaiSha have stacked up big time, as the shot is going to hit from N9, and Leah is there as well. Danimals from mid actually getting some good value, but the bomb is on the ground, and they only have 2 guys, and they're on the wrong side of the bomb. as Gokhan still in mid, and it's not going to happen for TL this time around.
Yeah, I like the idea of this, but again, it's just the fact that, you know, Danimal shouldn't be the one that's just finding these kills, right? The whole point of that strategy is you get those guys in B main, they're going to be able to find that initial pick, allowing them to kind of flood in a little bit. Then Danimals comes in, he should be able to find the backstab, right? That's when he should be able to crack some heads, but unfortunately then he had to go for the fight. He was winning some duels like you said, but that's the thing. It just seemed like it was falling apart in B main. It was all reliant for him. Time was way too low, and I think by the time it was down to Gokhan, he was like, what, 15 seconds or something like that? It was just nothing to work with. So good hold from BaiSha, and I love how we've been able to see them rotate around the map, how they're changing up their setups. It really does feel like N9 is just pages ahead right now. Like, the guy has just been reading the book. He knows everything. He knows all their moves, and he's just doing the perfect reads here as the IGL.
Yeah, he certainly does look like he's really on this game today. He had an excellent first map. He's doing quite well in the second map, although this one is definitely notably closer, even though it is 8-4. And BaiSha are still on the GR side, expected to probably close this one out unless TL gets some kind of miracle going. As BaiSha have looked very, very clean from this global risk of new compounds. Not gonna spam onto N9 there. And they do have three people on the B site at the moment. That's why he's trying to get the lineup potentially. We do have all 5 members of TL waiting, just getting ready for this. And does YDSS peek this at all? We're gonna have big utility entry here onto the B site.
Nades galore, there we go. YDSS finds that first, but can't find the second. But look at that, it's N9 one more time! Oh man, it's a massacre! He's just putting up all the numbers by himself. The IGL, the Anchor, the Frag Monster, whatever. He's got a million different lines, a million different tags. And look what he does, and now it's all just down to Gokhan by himself with 40 seconds remaining. He still has to fight for the bomb control and to find a site that he can get into. This has just been, once again, the door slamming right behind Team Liquid now. Unless Gokhan can do something, the unthinkable in this situation, as time is dwindling away, and he has to find a play now. He has to make some kind of a duel. But N9, he's just jiggling around in their shell to be able to get the job done. And map point is on the docket.
Yeah, looking very likely that BaiSha just closed this one out in 10-4, 10-5 fashion. TL have not been able to get any value here from the Blacklist side. And they're just not clearing all the corners. I mean, 7-7 got in, and it didn't even matter. N9 you give N9 a couple of seconds, he'll flick a shot onto you and just take you down. So you got to hit those from behind, but they were not quite able to. And TL, they got 5 rounds in a row that they have to get going here. You see some smokes in the face already, and they're moving a little bit faster in the middle of the map here for sure.
Yeah, they are actually picking up the pace a little bit on this, right? They're realizing, okay, we can't play this slow anymore. We got to do something. I'm not against this. You have N9 and also for YDSS close on by into this. Lots of flashes, Adrian. Oh, can't be able to find it. Some good trades, though. But it still benefits BaiSha, though. And now, oh, that bomb dropped there. That is a terrible position. Just when you think it couldn't get any worse for Team Liquid, it does. Now Danimals has to find this kill. Okay, that's something. That's not bad.
Yeah. Leah didn't necessarily have to challenge him there, but,
why not?
Certainly feeling themselves at the moment. And bomb still on the ground, still 1:10 left. So a lot of time in this one. We got a big rotate out from the side of BaiSha, trying to get behind Danimals, actually.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is bad because, again, they're hyper cautious about this. They're like, okay, somebody's got to be close, right? But Danimals, he's going to sit in the site. Now he's going to get 2v1'd. Gokhan's trying to get there in time, but yeah, Danimals, he has to find a kill. He can't. That is tough, and now it's all just down to Gokhan by himself. Still has to pick up the bomb. He should be able to get this free plant at a site. He's trying to fake it a little bit. He's trying to just work with that time if he can.
Yeah, I wanted to see if BaiSha would follow quick or if they would wait for the plant. Definitely smart from BaiSha to wait for the plant.
Oh, he's going to fight for this. Oh, he's going for it. Oh! Look at Xiao! One step ahead! I thought Gokhan maybe was going to be able to find something right with that setup, but not at all. And it is BaiSha being able to find themselves another map win. And they are getting ready to write history in the stone if they can to be able to find the third, to making this a 3-0. But boy, oh boy, they have made an absolute opener so far in the two.
Yeah, they absolutely have. Only 5 rounds going the way total over 2 maps to the side of Team Liquid. They need to get something going very fast. Otherwise, this might be a very fast finals. As you saw, those fans waving the CFPL flags behind BaiSha Gaming, really trying to make that statement that we are still the best region, and that CFPL is not going to be able to challenge them today. And that is certainly what it is looking like so far, Laz. 2-0 in favor of BaiSha, 2 extremely dominant maps, and we'll join you again for map 3.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
BaiSha Gaming are well on their way to a flawless series in Grand Finals. Will it be a 3-0? So far, it's looking like the case. They now lead 2-0 over Team Liquid. I'm tripping up there, man. It's been going too quick. Team Liquid have to come back. If they don't, they're in trouble. I can't believe it, man. I really thought at one point they were going to have a chance. Team Liquid were looking great. In fact, they were at one point leading at least map number 2. But then they fall flat. They fall to the wayside. BaiSha Gaming are unrelenting.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good in the first half. It ended up only being a 5-4 half. You also had Gokhan having a much better map on his hands. Adrian starting to step up as well. But then you get into the second half, and it's all N9 stepping up. But not only that, you had a big 2v5 as well that really put a stop to things.
Yeah, and it really is... it's not nice to see that Team Liquid is really struggling this much, right? Especially knowing that the solution is kind of right in front of them, considering that, you know, I feel like Team Liquid, they do like to fight in the sites as much as possible, but I feel like that is allowing as much space for BaiSha to go for these full setups, and I feel like they need a bit more of a buffer before BaiSha can go for a full push, and it just seems like Team Liquid is not just willing to go forward.
Yeah, it's what the biggest concern, at least to me, Kyle, is the fact that I think we just saw the best that Team Liquid can bring to the table in this series against BaiSha, and yet the best only netted 4 rounds.
Yeah, really tough, unfortunately, but this just goes to show you how strong of a team BaiSha is. Looking here again at that 2v5 round, so pivotal for these guys to pull ahead and keep that momentum on their side. But that's what makes BaiSha so scary. You give them the momentum, and it's just so hard to claw back.
Yeah, especially knowing that Xiao was sniping out of his mind in a map of New Compound, a map that we usually do not expect the snipers to actually do really, really well. You know, granted that Gokhan did really well as well, but, you know, Xiao's impact is on another level, and especially knowing how he can carry momentum himself and possibly carry the game.
Yeah, Xiao walking away with 10 total kills, but again, his value is the lanes, right? Getting those early picks in 9. On fire once again, 2 maps in a row. He's the top slayer for his team.
Yeah, no surprises here. He knows that Grand Finals pressure better than anyone else in this lobby, and he's just showing it in full form here. And I'm excited to see if he can pull it off again as they go into map 3. But at the very least, Team Liquid does have a pick of theirs coming up.
Yeah, especially knowing that N9, at this point of his career, he's won already so many trophies. I feel like pressure is not even in his dictionary at this point.
No, not at all. For N9, he's handling the pressure well. He wants to turn into a diamond, 1 map away from lifting the trophy that he hasn't gained yet in his long lineage when it comes to CROSSFIRE competitive. Hey, it's been a long road when it comes to EWC. Now week number 7, we've provided at least a ton of coverage here in the Allianz Vault, but there's even more that you can get involved with. It's called Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Week 7, only a couple days left when it comes to EWC. Here in the Allianz Vault, we end today with CROSSFIRE. BaiSha looking to do it in a 3-0 fashion. But around the venue, there's plenty of other games happening. We need to head over to Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. There's a big update when it comes to the Club Championship. Hey, Trav, you're on the scene. Give me the Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
Big moves are being made over in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm joined with Chris. It's obviously Trackmania. What's been going on over here?
My heart rate's been raising by the minute is what's happening. AGL right now are starting to put themselves in contention. And it's come, I don't want to say through the unlikely route. Look, we realistically expected Binks to be a player who's going to be trying to challenge. He went out, but it's his teammate also for AGL, Gwen, who makes it through. Did not have a great start in his quarterfinal, but has guaranteed himself and AGL some club championship points now. Gets through to the semi-final in first seed, by the way, which will give him maybe a bit of a better run in his group. But look, it's going to be so difficult from now anyway. Whatever happens, anything can happen. Next group coming up doesn't really have any consequences for us in club championship wise, but in the final group is where the Falcons player Carl Jr. He's going up against probably the second favorite at this tournament, him being the favorite, the second favorite being Pac from Vitality. Then you've got Attack in there as well from Team Liquid, also a good player. But the big one to watch for is Neon, the 17-year-old kid coming through who broke all the world records in the world the other day to get through to this quarterfinal stage. It's a dangerous group. Nothing is guaranteed for Falcons here.
Well, AGL still catching up, but as you say, Falcons still to play. We'll keep you updated as things go on.
Thank you, Ton and Trav, for the Club Championship update. AGAL making things exciting over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We'll give you some more updates as it goes along, but back to the Allianz Vault we go. Grand Finals when it comes to CROSSFIRE. BaiSha versus Team Liquid. The players once again take their battle stations to face off for what could be the final map.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly the ultimate challenge, but it's also something that's never been done. You think back to the 2 times Brazil has won an international championship, there was not a CFPL team on the other side. So these guys from BaiSha, they're trying to hold true to the tradition of if a CFPL team makes the grand finals, they don't lose it.
Yeah, especially knowing that the standard that they hold themselves up to, right, being the best region in the world with the best league in the world as well. You know, the expectations for BaiSha are at an all-time high, but it just seems like they're not pressured by it at all. If not, they're actually embracing it.
Ankara is one of the rare maps BaiSha has lost, not only in group play, but also in the playoffs. However, for Team Liquid, they have beat another team. Team Stallions here 10-5, which gives me good confidence that this might be the map to turn the series around.
Yeah, they actually beat Stallions twice on this map, so they've looked good on it all tournament long. But the thing they have to combat against is they don't have momentum on their side right now. The vibes might not be the best on their team, and this is where they've got to show they can rally together and do something special.
Yeah, for BaiSha, I'll also throw another one out there, losing to AGAL on Ankara 3-10. I understand AGL is in a different realm, but regardless, they have taken 2 losses on this map. Team Liquid might be looking good.
Yeah, and I feel like they might have the slight advantage here in my opinion, but I feel like that AGAL game kind of exposed a lot of the mistakes for the side of BaiSha. Maybe that is the reason why they're going to fix those said mistakes, and it is still going to be scary for the side of Liquid, but hey, it's an advantage.
BaiSha is 1 map away from glory, 1 map away from reclaiming the title of the best team when it comes to CROSSFIRE competitive. But on the opposite side for Team Liquid, the reality is setting in. They're also 1 map away from defeat. Will they settle for second place, or will they come back? Let's head into Ankara to find out.
Thank you so much, guys. We're getting ready for map number 3, and I hope it's not the last map of the finals here for CROSSFIRE, because this could have delivered so much action, these 2 teams, especially with how much it means for the both of them. BaiSha trying to get back on top. Man, they went through so much adversity at the end of last year, not even making it through the group stage of CFS 2025. Actually getting beaten by Stallions there. As here comes Goken. No narrative for you, Valdez. You got to cast the game. Here comes Goken. He does get 2 kills, but gets taken down.
Yeah, beautifully done. And that's the thing. Like, Goken has been actually performing so well. And I mean, that's the thing. It's just like, I just want to see like being able to have a player like Y being able to pop off and Adrian being able to be more consistent, right? Like, that's where yesterday he was doing so much good work, but maybe the tough conversation on the Liquid camp was just like, look, guys, it's make it or break it. This is it, right? We have one map. We got to take this map by map now. Otherwise, this tournament life is done and over with. So we'll see. This is a great way for Gokhan to be able to find 577, takes down N9 as well. Talk about impactful kills. I mean, just finding N9 alone, that's plenty of impact.
That's like a 3-for-1 right there.
It really is.
Take him down. It's like, oh, okay, that's a lot of pressure taken away. So it does look like BaiSha might go straight into the stack. And I like the stack from TL because retakes on this map, not the most difficult, especially up a man. So just going to let BaiSha make the choice for them, as they will push directly into their waiting arms. As Wise going to hit the one, it gets traded back, but Adrian's in spawn, and they are not ready for this, as he does take down the one. Xiao is going to trade him out, but still has to deal with 2 more members on the B site.
He's got that C4, though, so this is good. Now he can actually pick this up. He can still work with time. Oh, he's going to go the round. He's going to go all the way around, but look at 7-7 was prepared! I thought he was ready! But Xiao does one better! Just the marksman now, and Danimals has to do something. For here for Team Liquid. Xiao does have time. He could try to get out of this. It would be a long rotate. It'd be really close, but he decides no. He's going to stay true to this fight. How does Danimals want to approach this? He actually goes underpass. Xiao does have to still get this plant down. Danimals a moment of time here. He might be able to find something. He's getting close onto this. Okay! Liquid will survive and neutralize that threat. But man, was that too close.
Yeah, that's the thing about BaiSha. It's like, you never know. They only have one person left. That might be enough. It's a 2v5. Yeah, they've done that before. So even in the 1v1, after Xiao got that insane kill on a 7-7 with a one-tap pistol, I was feeling like he was going to be able to clutch it out. But Danimals makes a statement. By winning this 1v1, he says, I am your leader. Let's go ahead and win this map with my clutch here to start us off. It is exactly what they need in a trying time like this.
It makes me wonder, too, for Liquid's sake, how much they've been able to learn from yesterday, because let's not forget, that was that 13-11 victory. They were able to find on this map, but again, it was their pick, but it was a great thing the desk was talking about, is every time that Liquid went for a pick yesterday, it felt like it was grueling, like it was a long way to get to that victory. So we'll see if they can do something different, but nonetheless, I mean, taking down Stallions with a 13-11 on this map is great, but now you're playing the elevated BaiSha gaming here, so this is where we're going to have to see what they can do and what they've learned from their mistakes as of yesterday, but Adrian's going to be posted up here with his 2 teammates in the A site, so BaiSha looking like they want to dispense their utility at this site, ready for the pop, but now it seems like 577 is just going to go for a bit of a stroll. He's just going to do a little bit of a look-see-loo. I guess not.
Never heard that one before, the look-see-loo.
Hey, look-see-loo.
He does go for a little bit of a look-see. Here you go, bud. And now he's going to come back and join the team and go for this A push. As there are 3 people here, and they saw this coming. So TL, we'll see how they handle the pressure with all the information they needed, as that second shot not going to land, and it was only Gokhan who got that defensive kill off. And BaiSha pushed their way forcefully onto the A side, as Danimals able to get a trade back here early. That's pretty nice, but they do push in, perhaps a little bit too aggressively, and that is going to be potentially the end of this push unless 7-7 gets some kind of miracle going here. I think he needs to start off with a snipe.
Yeah.
And just hope that BaiSha aren't ready for the trade back. But as it stands now, yeah, he's just going to have to push through the smoke. This is not an enviable position. He finds a little nook here in the smoke, but really just not enough time. And Leah takes him down. BaiSha are back on the board.
Yeah, the thing that's really concerning, you know, for the Liquid side is that they, like you said, they had that information, they got the intel. It's like, hey, how do you react to this information? And then BaiSha just, you know, they just swim through the waters and so quickly they just chomp all 3 of those players down. I was saying how there was a player stack there. I was like, okay, this is good. This is a good read from Danimals. And then I don't know what Danimals' thought process was in that last round where he just kind of went for the swing by himself. I don't know if he thought he might have been able to find the timing, but 7-7 had no way to help him, right? Like, he was getting smoked out. Danimals was like, no, I'm going to go through it. I'm going to see what I can do. And as soon as he goes down, it just kind of feels like the chips have landed where they have to go, right? So good rebound here from BaiSha regardless. Liquid, we'll have to see what they want to do a little bit differently. Their composition has changed, so this triple setup at A is now getting a little bit more spread, but now they will regroup once again. But let's not forget on Black Widow, BaiSha were notorious for just overhitting the same site. They were like, yeah, it's fine. We're just going to keep repeating the same track.
Yeah, part of it could be that they notice a weakness. Part of it could be that they just feel strong on the push. You know, they're hitting their shots. They kind of have that feel. And instead of that, they're going to go for the B site this time. They're going to go underneath the B, and 7-7 very close here. Might be able to get the first. Tries to go for a second, does not pick it up. Now the flash is going to go straight into Gokin, who might be overwhelmed here on the site. So many guns shooting at him, and he's not able to hit his shot either. Just not a spot where you can really expect him to get much going. I mean, maybe he gets the one and gets traded out, but it's still not an easy spot for Gokin there.
No, it definitely isn't. And I mean, that's where the numbers were just, again, a bunch of players on the left, bunch of players on the right. And again, like, how do you make that shot? And it was a tough one. So for Gokin, he was able to find that opener, but that was just it. And then he had to be that sole pillar by himself. And now Danimals might be a dead man. I don't think he's going to expect 9 to be in this position. No, he will not. He doesn't even clear it. It doesn't even look like he's anticipating any sort of play there. So BaiSha now find themselves a lead. Oh, boy. This is looking dominant here from BaiSha. This is kind of getting them back into that, like, you know, beast mode that we saw in the first map.
Yeah, this is problematic for the side of Team Liquid, especially this.
Oh,
as
boy.
N9 actually nearly did go down, actually. N9 survived with like 5 health, but yeah, didn't react on time. And so now we have a lot of pressure out of A. TL want to take it into their own hands. Unfortunately, they won't really be able to, as BaiSha do respond to the pressure and just back away. They could go quick over to the side of B, but they're going to take their time once again, just clearing everything out. They know that, you know, this could have been a bait and switch, right? You know, big pressure out of A, but then you got a couple of guys playing up closely here towards B, trying to catch you off guard. That is not the case, and TL have just gone for the swing around and normal defense here on the B site.
Yeah, and this play that they do, right? I mean, it's obvious that for 7-7 now you can just post up. Now you have the other 4 here, so this is great for Team Liquid, but they need to be able to keep their players alive. Like, Danimals has to be able to keep his life intact, and he does. And look at this, him and Y both together. They find something. This is now the start. This is where Liquid maybe can be able to cook up something good. Xiao by himself now. Danimals got to be calm in this, and there we go. Wait for his teammate to be able to find that backstab kill, and there we go. Liquid bounce back into this. Good reaction from them. Again, I love that push into main like that. Like you said, it's just, again, getting control, allowing 7-7 just to sit there for the off angle. Then you can put all your resources on the other side, which was huge. And BaiSha allowed that to happen. I think they were kind of just like, it's fine. Let's just go for the B hit. But great hold from Danimals and Y to be able to find that double opener.
Yep, nicely done. And now we have some nades being thrown here, but there's actually only Y on the A site. And it is a rotation in from Connector, as it does look like BaiSha are feeling that pressure. They're actually going to throw a nade into this exact spot. So they did expect this follow-up to be here. They're reading the play from TL. Adrian goes up on the box. They do not clear it right away. That'll be advantage here as the spray through the box is enough, and Y pops out and gets a little bonus kill. Now they got to root out Xiao, though. It's still a 1v2. He was able to get this going before, but this is still advantage to the side of Team Liquid. And Xiao is looking to just head into the A site, it looks like. I mean, at this point, Team Liquid are giving him the free plant, and a 2v1 retake on the A site shouldn't be too difficult for them. So I like how Xiao is like, okay, I see what you guys are doing. I'm on the plants. Let's get this round on the road, you know?
I do like it, yeah. And I think Liquid, again, just allowing him to go for that plant, that's fine. Because now you can see that they're going to regroup together. They're actually going to play this system. And it does have the rifle of Danimals, and then you have Gokin here with the snipe. So the problem's going to be, though, if Xiao is going to be able to find this opening kill right away, that's when the problems start to happen here for Liquid. He's trying to spot. He's really hesitant. Time is there. Look at that quick flick. And now he can just get out of this, reposition. Gokin trying to just go for the fake defuse. I don't know. I think he should have just enough time. It is going to be so close. Oh, man, Gokin. All right. I was getting a little bit nervous. I was even starting to shake in my boots a little bit here. I was like, I don't know if he's got it, man. It was looking pretty tight, but good job from Goken to be able to bounce back here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, very close one. Unfortunately, before that round ended, they did take the tack pause, but at the same time, going to be feeling... Oh, it's actually a BaiSha tack pause, so that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, props to Xiao. He nearly got it going, you know, in the 1v2. He got that first shot onto Danimals, and with the amount of time he had left, that's actually correct. You want to just back off, force Goken to challenge you, and it was just a matter of split seconds.
Yeah,
I think Xiao played it very well, but unfortunately, Goken was just slightly better. Hits the shot there and gets the defuse, so now finally Team Liquid in the lead here. A little bit later on in a map, it's not just a 1-0 position. It's actually 3 rounds, and they're looking much better on Ankara.
Yeah, it does actually kind of feel like they're seeming a little bit more comfortable on this. I agree, and we'll have to see. This is a good, you know, I don't think BaiSha's actually called a tactical yet. I think in this entire series, this is the first time, right? So, I mean, this is, you know, it obviously begs a lot of questions here, but yeah, Liquid are, again, I kind of made that analogy yesterday with the cars and the warming up, and I mean, that's where I said Stallions are kind of, to me, they're kind of notorious for that, but Liquid, maybe that's the case here, right? I mean, you're down 2 maps, you have all this pressure against you now, and maybe that's how you play better. I don't know, but it seems like they are playing better. They're not just relying on Goken to pop off, they're not just relying on one player. There is a lot of good teamwork in this. There has been some clutches, yes, but you'll take it for Team Liquid, and that might, again, just get things moving. That might be the rubber hitting the road now, and that's something they need. So, BaiSha calling the timeout, it kind of makes, to me, it makes things interesting. I'm just wondering what they were kind of concerned about that they needed to address so early at round 6.
Well, they've been really dominant up until this map, so maybe the fact that this is a bit close gives them cause for worry, and hopefully they can figure out whatever they needed to during that tack pause. Especially because Teal, I think, has done a really good job of putting on pressure from the GR side and not really allowing BaiSha to set up easy executes onto the side. It's been definitely some wonky rounds we've had so far. It hasn't been very standard. So, yeah, maybe just wanted to recalibrate perhaps before they do get into the rest of the map, which is just fine. And it looks like they're just going to clear out the hotel. And it is a 3-2 split here for TL. They got 3 guys on the A site and 2 on B. And it looks like BaiSha to clear out hotel, and they're going to wrap back around into mid.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I like this, the fact that you're tripling up at A. Like, I mean, that's a pretty standard setup, though. But, like, you do sometimes see these teams where they kind of have that sole anchor, maybe just the 2 players. But I think given that, you know, BaiSha have been abusing that site countless times, I think it's needed. Like, they have to make a different, you know, defensive setup. Now that the shots are happening through mid, look at how fast they bite onto this. Oh, that is such a bait. If BaiSha wanted to, if they knew, they could easily just fall back to A, and they could almost have, like, not a guaranteed site, but it feels like it'd be a lot easier to get those keys. So now look at Liquid, how fast they react to this. And now BaiSha reposition once again. You put this all into Y, and him going down like it's a free open site now. This is where the bomb's going to go down. Liquid after retake. It hasn't been the easiest for him.
Yeah, certainly not, and especially down a man here, it's not going to be an easy try. Xiao is coming around through spawn, and he might catch a couple of these guys rotating. As Adrian going to spot him first, and now it's an easy route out of Xiao, so they're going to get him down. Even up the manpower here. And the plant came down immediately, though, so they do have to enter in here. At least one person was spotted towards the spawn, so they're going to expect this push coming in through main, but YDSS is there. Goken gets 1. He's not able to take out YDSS. They can't deal with him as the spray comes down. The 7-7 tries to get the final kill. If he gets that, maybe he gets the defuse, but it's not enough. And Lie does pick up the round for BaiSha.
I mean, again, this is still a nail-biter round. I mean, this is great from Liquid. I was kind of questioning how the retake was going to look, but it came down to the 1v1, like you said. And unfortunately for 7-7, he did a ton of damage. He just couldn't solidify the kill, but BaiSha will now bring it back to a tie game. 3-3 we go. Last remaining couple rounds here remain for the first half. And Team Liquid not going to try to go for this A main aggression any more times. They're going to just kind of play this a bit more conservatively. They're going to post up. You have Danimals posted up in hotel. Y goes down really quick. I don't even understand that. I thought the smoke was there, so that's a little bit weird. Hopefully we can catch on the replay. Now Adrian going down. There we go. Deja vu one more time. We have a rerun. N9 loves playing the retracks or the repeats of the same track, and we get it again.
Yeah, I feel like just maybe some shots were thrown out from Y, and he gave up his position, or perhaps the arc of that grenade that came out, and Xiao's like, yeah, I know exactly where he is. And Y has been playing a very similar spot on those stairs, so maybe just a nice shot from Xiao, reading the situation, and Adrian definitely got caught with his pants down there on the site. One flash over the top was enough. This time a flash to get in, but they got the crossfire. 9 picks up 2. 577 gets another, and it is BaiSha back in the lead where they have been all series.
Yeah, now this is again where I was saying that BaiSha are kind of getting back into that beast mode and starting to feel a lot better. It feels like now they're just starting to pick up these rounds the way they need to, and the fact that they're just abusing the same site over and over, it just is giving me that reminder of what we saw in the first map, and that's where Liquid had no sort of an answer at all yet. Now we get to see a little bit of aggression. Danimals actually is going to throw the deep flash, and it does land. A lot of BaiSha players are blind, but they're not going to go for it. They're not going to try to go for this anymore. They give this up, but they put 7-7 here into vent. They have Goken, both sniper players actually in this A site, but there's a flank. I was thinking Adrian might be able to find a cheeky timing, but no. It's Xiao that has got his spidey senses tingling, and there's another flank amongst them, but Y has to be precise right down to the millisecond to be able to find this timing, because look at this. Leah's just waiting things out. Look at everybody spotting this out. They're anticipating this play.
Yeah, they definitely know something is afoot. Are they going to know he's on this exact angle, though, as they turn the corner, and there he is. They shoot him down. YDSS nearly gets traded out, but it's not meant to be. And that looks, on paper, to the team and to Y that they're going to rotate towards B, but down a couple of men now on the side of TL, and they're certainly running out of options here defensively. BaiSha say, yeah, we were certainly rotating over towards B. They're not, of course. 4 people outside of A, as a fake smoke over the top on B. But this is just going to be dry into A through the smoke. They don't know exactly where Goken is, or rather 7-7. He is going to be taken down, and that is easy pickings. Up the stairs they go. Goken gets 1, actually. Danimal's holding it down, but from behind, Xiao gets 2 and shuts down the A site by himself.
Oh my goodness! Xiao, man, again, there was so much question of what he was going to be able to bring into this playoff game and this grand final, and he is lights out. Everything that Liquid tries, he just seems to do one better. He's been clutch factor. He's winning these duels. He's sniping people out. This is what you want from a player like that, right? I mean, again, a lot of inconsistencies, but nothing about being inconsistent here and now for the grand final. He wants this grand final. They want this first place, and you can tell.
They're going crazy there, like N9 is screaming at him. Obviously enjoy at Xiao's performance. I mean, he's had the most impressive final, I'd say, maybe even more than 9 himself.
Yeah.
It's really been those two that have put 1 and 1 together to become that dynamic duo that they just can't deal with. And already Goken goes down in mid on the next round. It happens in a flash, and all of a sudden now I mean, if you're TL, do you just sit 3 people on A and hope that they go A again? Because they will. They'll do it. Like, you don't have to... yeah, it's been a bit obvious. And I guess BaiSha this time they actually won't, as they are pushing over towards the middle of the map. 7-7 is here. He's going to line up 1 shot. Nearly gets away. There's a second one. 7-7, nice little play underneath. There's now 9 going to be timinged here in mid, gets taken out. And all of a sudden, TL are up a man.
Yeah, and it really is, again, the heroics of, for 7-7 being able to find that double kill like that. So does something with a bit of a punch here. So now it just leaves it down to 2 players. We talk about the heroics right now of Xiao, what he's been able to do. 11-4 here for his score line. And you have the double player from Liquid here just inside of GR spawn. These smokes are going to make it very obvious that they're going for this. The plant's going to be done. And for Y, he could try to go for the big flank on this. And I don't mind this at all if they double up. Like double, oh, they're going to go all triple. Okay. That is interesting. Danimals does have a piece of utility. He's going to throw it. Trying to get through this. Shao! Oh, man, the magician. Magic trick after magic trick.
And Danimals finally cleans him up. But it might be too little too late because Leah, I mean, there's a million different places he could be. You can't check every single corner. Danimals tries to do so. He taps the bomb. What? And there's just not enough time as he got the shot. But it does not matter. They do not get the round. And Leah plays it correctly as a 6-3 BaiSha are so close to winning here at EWC 2026.
Oh, my goodness. Right down to the wire like that, but I just can't. I honestly, like, I cannot fathom how well Shao's playing. Like he's just getting away with everything he wants to do. Right? I was talking about N9 in the beginning. I'm like, man, this guy's incredible. And then Shao's like, yeah, okay, he's pretty sick, but I'm pretty nuts too, right? And oh, what a performance from him. What is that? 13-5. He's been the clutch factor, just getting the duels. You know, we talk about the reliances of just having your sniper, right? Like the impact you bring into the game, but like when your sniper's playing the way he's playing, how do you counter that? Like for Liquid, that's probably where, again, Danimals is just going like, I don't know how to best this right now. Like we have to shut him down, but we can't find the shut-off switch. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. It's not easy. I mean, especially when you're playing GR, it's not easy to proactively shut down a sniper who's playing from Blacklist side. I mean, now maybe you can try to find Shao on the site that he's on and throw like 4 flashes over the top and say, okay, buddy, you're not sniping us. But now it's a 3-6 situation. So how many times are you going to effectively be able to do that from your Blacklist side? That's the next question you got to answer, as we do have some smokes down over towards B. He's going to force a 4th member from BaiSha to move over towards spawn and get ready for this push that is eventuating towards the B site. Why going to be spotted hanging around here? And that's going to bring the 5th member over. 9 is going to get that first kill, and Shao is up here. How do you deal with this guy? How do you take down Shao? You cannot!
That's what I'm talking about. Everything that he puts his eyes on, he just takes them down. And all the impact that he's bringing into this, Liquid now have to call the timeout. And again, a conversation of what do they have to do? The last timeout potentially for Team Liquid. They have to figure out, there is so much conversation with this minute and 20. What do you even talk about at this point? Like, how do you figure out the new game plan? And you can just see the look on their faces. It almost feels like it's like the look of defeat and frustration is just pouring in right now for that mentality of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and BaiSha just got to stay calm. You know they can feel the victory, the finals victory here for CROSSFIRE at EWC 2026. They can feel it in their fingers, and they are just 3 rounds away from securing it for the organization and for themselves. So much money on the line for this and so much pride to put BaiSha Gaming back on top of the CROSSFIRE world.
Yeah, it just brings me back to when BaiSha went on their tear a little bit, you know, the odd year ago when they were winning a bunch of events and they were, you know, making their statement, just doing a lot of damage. Then we see this, like, I don't even want to call it like a dip, but like a slight little downward little hill, or like a slump. I don't even like the word slump either, because I don't even think that's accurate. A curve or something, right? But again, we've always talked about BaiSha. There's just so much that they bring, how much of a threat they can be in any sort of competition. And it just seems like now everything has been executed to the fullest degree from these guys. And it's amazing to see, right? I mean, no, it's a bit of a blowout, it feels like right now, but you have to appreciate all that preparation that's gone into this and just how the players have just been able to pop off throughout this entire EWC.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from BaiSha Gaming. They got knocked down to the lower bracket to try to qualify into the quarterfinals. They did so with flying colors, and then they pushed their way through every opponent they have faced so far, even getting the revenge over KINGZERO, their CFPL brethren. And now just 3 rounds away from taking this one down. The whole finals with them, all the money, all the glory. Unless Team Liquid have some sort of way to handle this, As the push is coming in, Adrian goes in first. That's a couple of kills already. They get on to the A site. As is very nicely done here from Adrian on the entry, and Gokin for the finish. And the tack pause works out for TL.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, you could see that Danimal was like, he had his head down that whole time when he was having the conversation during the timeout, and it seems like whenever he was able to talk with his coach, it's a great execution into that site, and everybody just finding that opening duel when they needed to. That seems to always be benefiting them when they find that initial kill, right? When they can find that first blood, it really does seem like it just goes a long way for a team like Team Liquid. So we'll see if they can replicate it. We'll see if they can be able to do something. Because again, all we're talking about is, they find one or two more, and this is a very close game once again, right? So still up for grabs, like you said. BaiSha are not done yet. Nothing is written yet in stone, but
yeah. Nothing is granted, everything is earned.
That's true.
TL are trying to earn their spot in a fourth map. And as you mentioned, I mean, they're not that far away. Like, obviously the feeling is that BaiSha have a lot of momentum right now, and that's for a good reason. But, you hit A a couple times, you get a couple good entries. Maybe it looks differently as they try to get in, but this time they are stopped with flying colors as they mixed up their spots here on the A site, and TL were not able to respond to it well. As 7-7 here in the vents, he is going to be pushed out easily. And Gokin's like, man, where am I going to go from here? 7-7 has the bomb on him, too, so rough spot for him.
Yeah, and the thing about Gokin, too, is, I think the desk talked about this a lot, is where, he's actually played with these guys, so he knows some tendencies. So he's like, I know somebody's going to be lurking here. That's why he's also kind of being very hesitant on what he wants to do and just being aware of his next move. Because, again, he's trying to cut something off if possible, but he is also aware that Xiao could definitely be on the back of main. He could be close behind the box. He could be anywhere. So that's where he has to be very careful about his next move. 7-7 going by himself, though. I mean, again, that's not going to be very beneficial. And now Xiao should be able to have a free kill, and he does. I talked about the Inklings, and Gokin gets distracted, and Xiao gets the better of him. So 8 we go, and 2 needed to be done here for CROSSFIRE in this grand final.
Yeah, you can see it's beginning to show itself on some of the faces of the TL members. Again, they're not out of this yet, but BaiSha, so much momentum behind them. Only 2 rounds away from winning the finals here. And now, coming right down the middle, Team Liquid going to actually commit right down the middle. They smoke underneath, and they're looking to challenge Lia here. Let's see. First contact goes to him. He picks up that first kill. Spots a second man. YDSS is right there and shuts down yet another member as they get some flashes in and they stop this push in its tracks.
Down to 3 here for Team Liquid, and they're going to still try to contest this. Underpass they go. Trying to funnel out. They have to be able to find these duels, but look at this. BaiSha already. That's a great swing, and now it's just pistols galore. Leaving it down to Gokin by himself. He's had a phenomenal series so far on his own, but he just cannot seem to deliver. And now BaiSha Gaming are ready to go. They have themselves primed and ready for 1 round needed, and they are your champions.
They're looking so good today. It's incredible what they've been able to do. KINGZERO before them in the 3rd and 4th place match, and now BaiSha Gaming trying to get 6 maps in a row for the CFPL and for these Chinese orgs who have just gotten so much momentum here in CROSSFIRE. It is incredible how strong they are in this game. And TL, I thought, they had that one really nice execute onto A, and I'm like, maybe you can push that button a couple more times, but I think trying to go for it again and just getting shut down so easily really took the wind out of their sails. It was always going to be difficult against BaiSha. And TL have done their best, but their best was not enough. BaiSha just looked too strong today. Everybody firing on all cylinders. 19-6 for Xiao is incredible.
It is more than incredible. I definitely agree with you. What a monstrous performance from him. Just been able to hit every shot, everything in his path. He's been able to just do so much heavy lifting on this team for this game. We talked about N9. We said, the performance he had throughout the tournament, throughout the series, and now Xiao. joining him for that conversation. Now BaiSha, look at this. A 4-man stack into the site, still having 577 close on by. So they're giving up A. They don't even care. It's not even in their sights. They've left it in the rearview mirror, and now it's all just for a stack. They're going to roll the dice. They're going to put it all on one color. They're just going to gamble this Valdez. And this is where Liquid, can they be lucky enough to go the other way?
Oh, my BSS just swings into two people. He gets taken out. Danimals runs into the wrong guy. He found Xiao. And Danimals is like, whoops, maybe we don't go that way. Just go A, guys. Xiao is on B. We're not going that way. I think actually that might have been what he said, because now we have TL just running at A, and there isn't much defense here just yet, although the rotate comes in quicker for BaiSha, actually.
Oh, no. Oh, they're all here. This is a full bar fight. This is a full bar fight. Gloves are off. It's here and now. 16 seconds remaining. Liquid have to win the fight, but it doesn't seem to be going their way. BaiSha losing in the corners, getting themselves through the lower bracket. In the City of Lights, they shine bright, and they are going to be your EWC champions with a sweep of a 3-0.
Gigantic performance from BaiSha Gaming today. They take it down over Team Liquid, and it's not even close, as they give up a total of 9 rounds in 3 maps. And that is what you call dominance. BaiSha Gaming will not be stopped. And Team Liquid, props to them for coming here on the stage and giving it their all. But I said it before, you have to bring more than that to deal with BaiSha Gaming. So crazy stuff. Crazy stuff at the end of the day. BaiSha Gaming win here for CROSSFIRE at EWC 2026. Definitely one of the big favorites.
It really was, yeah. I kind of felt like, again, like I think you and I both talked about that. The desk was talking about it. As soon as we saw that matchup against AGAL, it was like, okay, this was an interesting matchup. That felt like a grand final itself. They win that. You're like, the way they wanted to, the performance they showed, the preparation, you're just like, man, BaiSha, this is their tournament. Like, it really just kind of felt like they were the ones that were going for the gold. They were the ones that were hunting for those keys. And they did it. They took that one little bit of a blip in the early part of the tournament, and they look what they have to do. They massacre everybody in their path. And unfortunately for Liquid, it's a really great run for them to be in the placement that they haven't been in a grand final for quite some time together. Gogan's been so close, but at least they get that taste of it. They get that taste of being in that grand final, but BaiSha just felt like a whole other level, whole other master class.
Yeah, just crazy stuff from them at this tournament. For Team Liquid on the opposite side, it's not the finals they were looking for, but they made it to the finals. They made it through a very strong Stallions, and they made it through one of the most difficult brackets of CROSSFIRE I have ever seen.
Yeah.
So for them, it's not the result they were hoping for here in the finals, but it's a good trend, we can say, and potentially they can do even more damage at CFS later in Wuhan. Definitely looking forward to their performance there. I'm very excited for this team now and their future.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, this is where, again, like a couple years ago, we were talking, it was BaiSha. We were like, how exciting it was. Then AG came last year. They win EWC. So we're like, okay, BaiSha's on this little bit of a downward way. And then N9 just been doing a lot of work in the lab. He's been doing a lot of preparation. And look at what they've been able to showcase. And I'm, like you said, I'm excited for them to be able to win in dominant fashion like this, but also it just makes you excited to see what they're going to be able to pull off at CFS at the end of the year here, and if they can maintain that form. And what a way for them to be able to do it if they could, right? Just being able to solidify the 26th year in your name, that would just, again, be just, you know, iconic.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see tears being shed by a bunch of the players on the side of Team Liquid. It's definitely a rough time, but guys, we are going to have the final key crushed and our winners crowned here on the stage. Let's hop to that now.
And now, one final key is handed over from Team Liquid to our champions, BaiSha Gaming.
through an absolutely incredible run throughout this week. They finally triumphed, and it is time for them to key crush. That is the final key to Big Crush, Rob. Only one key can remain intact, and as the full team this time pulls up to the crusher, it is time to celebrate the key crush that cements them as the EWC champion.
And you even see that they have the flag representing their league, which they have proven without a shadow of a doubt is the strongest league on earth in the world of CROSSFIRE. Now, N9 crushes the final key here at the Esports World Cup.
Clean, smooth, just like their lethal gameplay, Rob. And this is the final key crush. Only one key remains, and that key has a very specific place to go, Rob. It is time for them to get the champion's key and walk all the way towards the trophy. Let's go towards the trophy, guys. You can go. The key is waiting for you on stage. It is time for you to get your champion moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing a moment in history. The best team in the world as they place their key into the trophy, cementing their legacy and showing they are the best in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for greatness, for the best in the world. This is BaiSha Gaming! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we will have a word with our victors, with the best team in the world. You had an extremely difficult bracket, the hardest bracket possible, and still, you are the EWC 26 champion. How does it feel?
你们有可能有最困难、最坎坷的一条路，才走到了现在这个舞台上。你们当时小组赛也是被称为死亡之组，但是你们最终成功了，成为了我们这一届的冠军。你们现在感受如何呢？
非常开心吧，因为我们从不被看好到我们最后拿冠军，其实只需要了3天时间。我觉得3天之内，我们做到了我们该做的，把每个人的东西都发挥出来了，发挥到极致。我觉得路越艰难，结局越完美。
I feel absolutely amazing because we weren't the favorites because we had such a difficult group, but in these 3 days we had the hardest road, but now we are here and we have the sweetest victory.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, the best team on planet Earth. I have to ask, do you have anything to say to your region? You made it a huge point to say that it mattered how much you represent China. How does it feel knowing that you made sure that China walked away as the champions for CROSSFIRE?
那在之前采访中，你们也一直强调，就是你们作为中国赛区的这个代表队，你们就是要把这个冠军带回中国，是对你们来说有多么的重要。那你们现在终于成功了，有什么话想跟你们的赛区、你们所有的粉丝们说的吗
？CNCF 是最牛逼的。
Chinese CROSSFIRE is the best in the world!
Yes, and it is going to be hard to beat that statement, Rob. But we have one more thing to do right now, as I am left to present with the MVP award presented by Sony, that had an extra 10,000 into the cash prize. And this is for the best player of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, the MVP presented by Sony is none other than the captain himself, N9! And Nine, we've talked to you all week, and you're the MVP of this team. This team, you've led through a lot of pain to the bracket, but how does it feel not only win, but also be seen as the team leader, as the MVP?
那Angel，你不仅仅是这届比赛的冠军，你也是本届比赛的索尼 MVP 人选。那能不能跟我们说，作为队长，并且也成功的拿下这个 MVP，你个人来说感觉如何？有什么样分享的吗？
我觉得我的 MVP 离不开我4个队友的帮助吧，因为我们拿冠军肯定是每个人都发挥他们的作用嘛。我只是做好我自己队长该做的东西，然后在这种比赛上面把他们4个给带领好，然后让自己减少一些失误。
I couldn't have won this MVP. I couldn't have won this trophy without the help of my teammates. It is a team game after all, and I think I simply did what needed to be done. But it was really my teammates that has elevated each other. So I'm just there telling them, commanding them, leading the team. But it requires a team effort. Everyone did their utmost. Everyone, did their part, and it is absolutely a team effort and not an individual one.
Teamwork makes the dream work, but before we let you guys go and etch your name in history in the totem wall, there is one last thing we need to do as per eSports World Cup tradition. You get to choose 3 keys from teams that were at eSports World Cup to be part of your trophy. So I would like to ask you, which 3 teams would you like to see in your trophy?
那电竞世俱杯的传统呢，就是冠军还能选3支战队的钥匙作为你们的冠军杯底座，你想选哪3支战队呢？
其实赛前我们就已经商量好了，如果说我们拿冠军的话，我们会选择 AG、KZ 还有液体，因为这3个队伍是我们淘汰赛战胜过他们了。
We have discussed this within the team even before the match, and our decision is number 1 AGAL, number 2 KINGZERO, and number 3 Team Liquid, because these are the teams that we have beaten on our road to become the grand champions.
And what a roll it was, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that was a moment in history. This is the best team on planet Earth, and I think we should step back just one more time before we let them go to the totem and go ahead and lift their trophy so we can praise the best team in the world of CROSSFIRE.
Absolutely, Rob. It is time for you to get the trophy and move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Team BaiSha Gaming!
And now they make their way to the totem.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow them to the totem for the victory walk. It is time.
In 2024, BaiSha Gaming lost the crown as the best CROSSFIRE team in CROSSFIRE competitive. But just 2 years later, at the 2026 EWC CROSSFIRE Championship, they would once again reclaim that title. They are officially the champions. They are officially the best. And for N9, he is now undisputably the GOAT.
Yeah, he's got to be. I mean, talk about 4 times he's won CFS. This was the only title that had eluded him, but now he has it under his belt as well. And I don't think anybody could say with any doubt he's not the best player of all time.
Yeah, and in classic N9 fashion, right? He really does not want all the credit for himself, and it really is just amazing to see a captain as good as him to be so level-headed. And man, what a journey for BaiSha Gaming for the past 2 years. The struggle is finally over.
Even though all eyes on N9, it takes a family to win. Live 577, N9, YDSS, and Xiao put up their absolute best from group play into playoffs. They only suffered 1 loss, but it didn't define them. No, in fact, it only motivated them even more so to get into the grand finals. And their run absolutely shocking, beating AGAL, beating everybody else in front of them, earning the trophy. They didn't earn it the easy way. They had to go through the gauntlet in order to lift the trophy.
Absolutely. Talk about a stellar performance as well to seal the deal. The players that had been shaky all tournament step up in the final moments. I mean, Xiao alone having probably his best map since he even won CFS previously. This was just an amazing performance all around from BaiSha.
Yeah, it's really, really nice to see Xiao Xiao, especially, right, come back into form after struggling as well for the entirety of 2025. I mean, his sniping was a bit off, but in 2026, it really was turned on.
BaiSha Gaming, the undisputed kings when it comes to CROSSFIRE at the moment. The undisputed, undeniable champions. They take the championship walk holding the trophy. They have officially etched their name into the Esports World Cup history books. They've done what they came out to conquer, and they've got the fan base to back them up. The fans around the world supporting BaiSha are undeniably proud of these men right in front of you, about to put their name onto the totem. It's BaiSha Gaming, your 2026 EWC CROSSFIRE champions, in 9 with a smile on his face, holding the trophy just next to him of his teammate. Here they go to the totem, your undeniable champions of CROSSFIRE. BaiSha Gaming have now etched their names into the history books of EWC after a well-fought battle. Their road wasn't easy, yet they took on the challenge. They took on the challenge to become the champions that they are. BaiSha Gaming, the undeniable, the undisputed champions of CROSSFIRE, until somebody takes it away. BaiSha Gaming, your 2026 EWC CROSSFIRE champions.
we.